too. And thank you for being part of the jury. This is the day of the startups, and iCreate has its focus on startups. So the entrepreneur first approach that is there, which also means that like the day is not when like we showcase ourselves, but the startups are going to showcase themselves. I'm gonna just right now hand it over like actually to Shantanu to introduce maybe the jury panel so that the startups which are there would get to know about like actually the members, and then we will start our process. So over to you, Shantanu.
Thank you, sir. First of all, good morning and welcome to iCreate. Welcome to India's largest EV innovation challenge, EVangelise. I'd like to thank and warmly welcome our jury that has so graciously taken the time out to actually come and be part of this event with us. Here. I'll just quickly introduce the jury for the morning, that is above TRL4. We have a very stellar, star-studded jury with us here today. And I think just getting the opportunity to pitch in front of these people is going to be super insightful. Just hearing them for a few minutes is going to be super insightful for our startups. They're going to add huge value here with us. We have first for above TRL4, Mr. Thiru Srinivasan, and he's the MD of ePropelled. He's the MD of ePropelled, and in the EV space, I don't think he needs too much more of an introduction. We have Mr. Ankit Trivedi, who is the manager at ICAT, again, one of the most reputed certification authorities of India. We have Mr. Umesh Bolani, who is the managing director of Rotomotive Rotomag. We have Mr. Mandar Mahatre, India Ed, FPIC Investment Partners. We have Mr. Ashwani Kumar, Chief Manager, Retail Initiatives, BPCL. We have Mr. Kartikeya Haryani, MD, Texo Charge Zone. Mr. Kartikeya Haryani, not long ago, was also a startup at iCreate. Mr. Madhukar Soni, Philanthropy, Alternative Education, a mentor and an investor with BITS Pilani as well. And last and certainly not the least, we have Dr. Piyush Desai, co-founder and vice president turned Tide. I did not spend too much time introducing this jury because I think they need no introduction. Everyone knows them all too well. They're stellar names. They're the star performers. They're the leaders of the EV ecosystem in India and globally as well. I wish the startups all the best for a great presentation, and let the best man win. Thank you so much.
Hello. Yeah. Very good morning, all of you again. Now, let's begin with the first startup, that is Adiabatic Technologies. So I invite Darshan Meher to please come forward. The presentation for Adiabatic. Thank you.
Yeah, hi. Good morning, everyone. I'm Darshan Meher. I'm the co-founder of Adiabatic Technologies Private Limited. So far in 2022, more than 7 lakh electric vehicles were sold in India itself. And the numbers are expected to reach 60 lakhs by 2030 in India. But EVs are on fire. There are multiple incidents of battery fires, depreciation of the battery health over time, and having a range anxiety to the user. And this all comes with the slow charging of the battery pack, usually in two-wheelers. And yeah, so this usually has a problems associated with the battery pack. Clearly, due to this all problems, which leads to need of replacement of the battery pack in case if it is unburnt. If it is burnt, like you don't have any need to replace it. And if you are replacing the battery packs, the cost is almost 40% of the total cost of vehicle, which also again lacks the adoption of electric vehicle in India. And so this all leads to a proper lack of proper battery tech for Indian conditions at scale. And so at present, there are three kind of challenges for electric two-wheelers. One of them being the cost, which you can't have a larger cost for the battery packs. The second being the space, and the third being the energy efficiency of the battery pack. So adiabatic technologies have the battery end-to-end battery pack technology solutions for the electric two-wheeler and three-wheeler applications. So our battery packs are compliant with AIS 156 standardizations, which comes with extended battery life, has lesser degradation rates, and also supports the fast charging of the battery pack without depreciating the health of the battery pack. And we also propose to have a machine learning based battery parameters prediction system, in which we have the capacity to predict 100 life cycles beforehand for the battery packs. So we with the help of our patented passive battery thermal management system and battery management systems with battery parameters estimations as well as prediction, we are able to achieve the few pretty good conditions, such as we are able to maintain the battery temperature below 35 degrees Celsius at any different conditions. So here we have shown the representation of temperature versus time for different conditions of the battery pack. In the first condition, what we have done is we have discharged the battery pack in 60 minutes, which is at 1C rating. And we have found out the adiabatics battery pack was cooled by, So the adiabatics battery temperature was close to 10 degrees Celsius lower than the other battery packs. And in the second part, and for the second thing, the battery pack was rapidly discharged in less than 30 minutes, which is at 2C rating. And the temperature difference was more than 20 degrees Celsius. But the surprising thing was, in both the cases, our adiabatics battery pack was able to maintain the temperature below 35 degrees Celsius. So this helps us not only to prevent the thermal fire incidents in case of thermal runaway, but also helps us to increase the performance and life of the battery pack. So we started way back in December 2020, and currently at the current stage, our technology is validated by 5 OEMs across India on their vehicles. We have received pretty good feedback from them. We have rectified few things which were in our first few iterations. And so we have also received few LOIs from few of these manufacturers. At this moment, we are also in final stage talk with Hero MotoCorp to pilot our few of the battery technologies with them. So to mention about few competitive advantages, we're able to control the temperature of the battery pack throughout its lifetime. And we are also able to increase the life of the battery pack based on the tech which we have developed in terms of thermal cooling and battery management system and prediction systems.
Darshan, last 2 minutes.
Yes. So our future plan is to have the AIS 156 standard certifications. We have made the battery pack based on the AIS 156 standardizations, but we have applied for the certifications of the battery pack. In probably by Jan of 2023, we'll get the certifications done with the battery pack. We intend to have our own batch manufacturing of the battery pack by first quarter of the 2023. We do have a initial 50 packs a month battery pack setup, but that is not up to the standardization. And we aim to scale up the manufacturing, ramp up the manufacturing facility by third quarter of 2023 and expand into various segments such as energy and like grid energy storage and energy storage systems. So our team consists of 3 co-founders, myself, Darshan Mer, I take care of the business development part. Chandrasekhar and Saurabh Gowli are my other 2 co-founders who are the people behind the product. So Saurabh Gowli takes care of hardware development for the entire battery pack, BMS and related things. And Chandrasekhar takes care of simulations and software development for the battery pack and the machine learning based algos and everything. Vatsalya Sharma takes care of the cooling part. He's also a graduate from IIT Hyderabad and KU Leuven Institute. And Sarbam Mittal takes care of finance and operations at Adiabatic Technologies. With this, I'm open to the questions from jury. Thank you.
Yeah, is the technology in the hardware, software, or thermal? Which are the areas?
Yes. So, sir, the thing which we started with was the hardware part, but soon we realized if you want to optimize the battery packs, you can't have a single thing inside the battery pack. You'll have to make the battery pack end to end in order to optimize the performance of the battery pack. That's why our technology lies in all the three domains, but we have the patents for the cooling system and the hardware part right now.
Follow-up question.
Yes, sir.
Active cooling or passive?
Yes, thank you, sir. Like that's a pretty good thing because we can't have you'll have to differentiate between two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and four-wheelers categories, or a smaller battery packs and larger battery packs. For smaller battery packs, as I mentioned, we have the space constraint, cost constraint, and energy efficiency constraint. You can't have in case of active cooling, what happens is the entire energy is drained from the battery pack to cool the system. So that's where we understood that you can't have a active cooling system for the two-wheeler applications. That's where we, tried to solve the same exact thing of the battery thermal with the help of passive cooling system. It's a material-based cooling system which absorbs the heat fluxes and also removes have the mechanism to remove the heat to the surface. So that's what I would say is the main differentiator in between active cooling for two-wheelers and like the passive cooling system which we intend to do.
Just one question.
Yes, sir.
You get the battery cell,
Yes, sir.
and then you package them, put your hardware for management system, charging, and then you have software device. And that's how it is an end-to-end solution.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So there are your IP.
So our IP lies in the material which we have, which we use, the phase changing material and the design of the entire casing and the battery pack. So that's where our first IP lies. The second IP lies in the design of the hardware which I mentioned about, the compatibility of the BMS to predict the things and to take the control of the data and the battery pack. So that's where two of the IPs lies. So that's correct. So like our solution is end to end. We don't provide a single battery thermal solutions or just the casing or design design aspects of the battery pack. We have the entire thing all together. Thank you, sir.
Darshan, you are providing end-to-end solutions, but are you not limiting your scalability because of this? Battery manufacturing involves huge capex.
Yes.
And if you are not able to adapt your rest of your technologies to third-party batteries, don't you think you will be not able to scale up as much as required?
Yes, that's was like we lost almost couple of months in this process. So that's when we realized it's very essential to either license or have some kind of certifications or kind of technology transfer things. So that's where we had discussions with FITT, IIT Delhi, the ITTO team, which is involved in tech transfer and everything. So as I mentioned about Hero MotoCorp, we have meeting with them tomorrow. Probably their CTO is going to join us virtually, and we will have discussions on these aspects as we go further. So we are definitely in considerations with having kind of third party manufacturing or having our tech to be given to someone else to get the manufacturing done. And we are also not restricting to expand into different horizons or segments right now due to availability of the resources and the capital which we have. We intend to start with the two-wheeler segment and gradually move on to different horizons as we get inputs from people like industry people like you to expand into the different horizons.
Darshan, first of all, I know it's always the hardest thing to do the first presentation. So congratulations for that.
Thank you.
I've got a couple of questions and I'm moving slightly away from engineering questions.
Sure,
You
sir.
know, who would you think is your customer? I would, you just made a reference to OEMs as your potential customer. And how would pitching to an OEM benefit the end customer? What is the value they see and who ends up paying for this?
Yes, sir. So I would say, so our our go-to market strategy, or our main customers would be the two-wheeler manufacturers who are in the range of, let's say, top 10 to top 20 manufacturing players in the India. We can't really go beyond or below that, only because they're not able to afford the tech advantage or addition in terms of capital, which, or the amount which we are asking. And the thing about how the response from the OEMs was, everyone has the capital to have their own battery pack manufacturing facilities. So the capex required for having, let's say, 5,000 battery packs a month manufacturing facility is close to $3 to $4 million. That's really a cup of tea of any larger manufacturer like Hero or anyone. But the problem associated after manufacturing the battery packs are huge. The cost associated with the after manufacturing battery packs are huge. And if there is a single error in the tech, or let's say replacement cost or anything, they are not able to rectify those problems in the given time. That's where we come into the play. And what we propose is, to any OEM, that entire battery pack thing will be taken care by us. The entire service thing will be taken care by us, and everything aspects about insurance and everything will be taken care by us. So initially everyone was like, okay, I have the thing, I have the capital, I have the resources, I just need technology to be transferred, then I'll start with the manufacturing. But again, the thing lies in, it's not only about one time thing, it's about a repetitive process which you have to adopt over the period of time. So like, let's hope for whether we can be a supplier or a vendor for a larger OEMs or not. So if and also, like, we validated this thing as Hero MotoCorp. We are in talk with Hero MotoCorp. So that's where we realized it's not only about the resources or technology or capital. It's also about the tech which you have developed and the timeline which you have in your place. Due to this AIS 156 standardization, the time available with the giant OEMs were way too small, and that's where I think there is a scope to be a vendor.
So two questions.
Yes,
One
sir.
is that the test results which you shown in terms of the graph, they are their own test, or you have done that outside some outside agency? That is one.
No, so those tests are done with not approved agencies, but at a given testing conditions, not at approved agencies.
At your own facility?
Yes, at our own facilities and few other facilities at Hyderabad.
Okay.
So in this December itself, we are going to ARAI testings, and to just to have a labeling of the or validation, the proof justification of the results which we have.
Okay, fine.
So, yeah.
Second question, your innovation does seems to lie in the design of the battery pack and in the cooling system.
Yes.
So do you think this is good enough an innovation in the entire battery ecosystem, which can give you some hold over the time, wherein no other startup or some other company can replicate it quickly and go ahead of you?
Yes, with proper resources and proper capital, as well as guidance, definitely we can leverage the time of, let's say, 6 to 8 months. But as mentioned, every tech can be easily copied if you intend to copy. So we don't claim that it's not replaceable or not. You can't really copy the things, but we'll get a leg room of, let's say, 6 to 8 months in order to move ahead of the crowd. So that's where I would say we can work on the things, and we will have a vision to reiterate the things and evaluate the things that I guess the person who is copying the thing won't have. So
Okay.
we would love to have you all at the stall 12 at Adiabatic Technologies. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello, I'm audible. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I'm Saurabh Brahmanathkar, co-founder of Go Vidyut Mobility. Go Vidyut is a clean tech startup based out of Pune. We have developed a extended range electric vehicle powertrain, which enables manufacturers to increase the EV sales by eliminating the need of the charging station infrastructure, by reducing the upfront cost by 30%, and by keeping the performance on the higher side. So we call it as a manufacturer's dilemma. So when we spoke to the three-wheeler EV manufacturers, they said that there are major four parameters which drives the EV cells. The first one is on-road range. The second one is like overall performance of the vehicle, then the cost, and then the availability of the charging station infrastructure. So if we consider a top segment for a three-wheeler, the range we can get around like 130 kilometers. But with that, the cost becomes on a very higher end, which is unaffordable. So the solutions which are available like APCT and Mahindra Trio are in the market. The mid segment, the speed you can get around like 70 kilometers, but you can compromise a little bit on the performance and the range, but the cost is still on the higher side with that. The lower segment, like mostly e-rickshaws come into this segment, but you compromise on both the like performance and the range. And again, the still cost is still on the lower side, but it's still moderate. So what is the perfect solution? This perfect solution is to have a low range, high performance, and also less dependence on the charging station infrastructure. There comes Go Vidyut electric vehicle extended range powertrain, Go EVX. So it is our patented technology. Here we have developed a powertrain which enables a user to charge the vehicle at home and drive the majority of the commute distance on a single charge. When they want to go further, there's onboard range extender which propels the vehicle further. So Go EVX powertrain enabled vehicle come with a power, overall range of 180 kilometer plus, the top speed of 55 kilometer, and the cost is again at a moderate side, like 2.5 lakh rupees overall, and there's no need of charging station infrastructure. The idea here is user will always come back home and charge the vehicle at home. So how are we achieving it? Our smaller battery size makes the vehicle cost affordable, whereas the onboard high efficient gasoline generator gives a longer range of more than 180 kilometer. Our ingenious control systems gives a higher performance, and patented REX technology, range extender technology, eliminates the need of the charging infrastructure. The modularity of the design is compatible for the new vehicles as well as retrofitment for the two-wheeler, three-wheeler, and the cargo vehicles. We are at TRL level 7. We have developed two two-wheeler prototype and one three-wheeler prototype, which are under testing. We are planning to license out the technology to the OEM and the auto component suppliers. We have signed a MOU with Praditi Press Parts Limited from Pune, who are willing to license the three-wheeler powertrain for the retrofitment as well as the new market. We are seeking like funding around like 10 crore rupees over the next 2 years, which we'll be utilizing for the market expansion, new applications, IPs, and the team building. Our competitive advantage, if we see our direct competitors are like powertrain tech companies, which are Electra, EV, and the Bosch, who are powertrain solution providers. But they have a similar challenges as earlier discussed, like infrastructure challenges. If you take an example of a three-wheeler with a powertrain with the pure battery, then the size of the battery is around like 8.5 kilowatt. The range you get around like 120 kilometers, and the cost is on the higher side of like 1.5 lakh. And again, it depends on the charging infrastructure. So Go EVX eliminates the need of that. So our battery size of 4.5 kilometer with the range extender gives a range of more than 180 kilometers. And the cost is around like 0.9 lakh rupees. Our indirect competitors are like battery swapping stations, battery as service providers, charging station infrastructure providers. They are having the challenges in terms of like high capital investment, infrastructure development needs, whereas the safety of the battery and the ownership of the battery also becomes a challenge with that. In the emerging market, the overall powertrain licensing market is around like 5,300 billion rupees. And if we narrow it down to 2 and 3-wheeler powertrain market, it is around like 250 billion rupees. And particularly if we take Indian market, the total like 25 billion rupees is a market for the 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler and retrofitment in India only. Our team is experts with having overall more than 40 years of experience. We have worked with the likes of General Motors, Fords. We have 13 papers and 13 patents under our belt. We have been mentored by the industry stalwarts across the globe. And to conclude, for last mile mobility and to enable the EV manufacturers to increase the sales, it is time to go with Vidyut, go green. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah, at this stage, that is the market for us. So we want to work on the different technologies. In this segment also, currently we are using gasoline as a petrol, as a generator. In the future, we want to use the multi-fuel generators also to move to the hydrogen as a fuel cell, hydrogen fuel cell as an energy source and all. So for that development and to go to the next level, we need this funding. Also, currently with the challenges which we are facing is that with the limited resources, it takes time to move fast. So if we have those funds, then we can build a strong team and then we can explore the different aspects. So it is 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler and 3-wheeler cargo. We plan to go for the 4-wheelers, but after successfully implementing this. Yeah.
Hi. Yeah, so you just continuing to the previous question, you say 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler and cargo.
Yes.
Right. So your validation of the powertrain, I mean, the duty cycles and the payloads are different. You
Yes.
talk about a range extender here. So what's the range? I mean, is it the same for all the three or?
No. So the range extender and the capacity for each will be different. So like battery size for the 2-wheeler is 1.6 kilowatt hour. For a 3-wheeler, it is like 4.5 kilowatt hour. And the generator size will also vary. Because what we have done, the modularity of the design makes us that we can make these changes and we can cater the user need also. So as we are looking to license it out, so there would be some inputs from the user side also that we want these specifications particularly. If you can provide us that, then we can design the powertrain like that.
And you have that modularity in the technology to adapt.
Yes, that is what we have.
And then coming from your presentation, you said this is for a last mile. If I want to use it for a last mile connectivity, why would I be interested in a range extender kind of a thing?
Yeah,
I could go for a low cost solution.
Yeah, so this is just a one step where we are trying to target this market. So here particularly initially our target market is 2 and 3-wheelers, where these guys are looking for a solution which is more reliable and not only for the metro cities, but the non-metros and the rural areas. So that's why we call it as last mile mode.
Right. And you have a validation for all the use cases which you talk about.
Yes.
You have done it.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's from me.
George,
Yes, sir.
look, the world is moving towards pure electric,
Yes, sir.
and you have taken a step towards hybrid.
Yes, sir.
There are noise issues, pollution issues, size issues, and so on.
Yes.
With improvement in battery technology, because huge investments are there, a lot of work is being done on improving the battery technology. Aren't you afraid of becoming obsolete before you become successful?
That fear is definitely there, but whatever research we have done so far, and even if you look at the global market, this comes under category of like plug-in hybrid. So even in the US market, the plug-in hybrid segment is growing along with the electric market. Similarly, if you consider the Indian scenario, it will take at least 5 to 10 years to develop the charging infrastructure. Even if the battery costs come down, the infrastructure building would take time. And still, it is a not reliable solution because people are still not used to this solution. So we are trying to bridge the gap between like IC engine and the pure electric vehicle. Plus, our solution is like 85 to 90% of the time, the vehicle will run on the battery mode only. only 10 to 15 times, 10 to 15% time when the user wants to go like on the detour, or they are not able to charge the vehicle and all, then only the range extender will come into the picture. And this, as we are using the generator, which is at a constant RPM and constant speed, it is highly efficient compared to the regular IC engines. So even if we consider that there's an improvement in terms of like 15 to 20% in the operation of the generator itself compared to the IC engine. So overall, if you'll see, there will be a lot of reduction in terms of like emission and all, but definitely that fear is in our mind also that this could change drastically.
Short related question.
Yes.
Is your key technology differentiator in differentiation? Is it in the generator design, the powertrain components, the motor, as well as other powertrain components, or the electronics and the controls which interface between the two?
Yeah. So basically the patent is for the design, and that is for the controls and the programming which we have developed. But along with that, we are working with the different suppliers and the component providers who are willing to innovate or improve their product as per our needs. So like we are talking with a generator provider from Pune who have a product which matches our requirement, and they are willing to make the changes to increase like efficiency. And there are different aspects of the generator which we want to add to that. So likewise, we are planning to develop the overall powertrain.
Okay, Piyush sir, any question?
Just one question, sir.
Yes, sir.
So it seems like a series hybrid
Yes, sir.
configuration.
Yes, sir.
So now you have compared to a pure electric
Yeah.
drive kit, you now have two electric machines,
Mhm.
two controls,
Mhm.
and an additional gas powered or
Yeah.
petrol engine.
No, I will correct to you. But if you have any questions further.
So
Yeah.
I was curious about reliability because
Mhm.
now you have more components and also the cost.
Yeah. So only component which we are adding to the current electric powertrain is a generator. We are using the same drive system. The motor will be driving the vehicle always. The battery will be driving the motor always. The difference is only the battery is depleted to certain SOC. The generator will kick in and it will provide the energy required to the battery and the motor. So drive system is only one. The control system is only one. We are adding just a generator compared to the existing EV powertrain, pure EV powertrain. Yeah, yeah. Yes. Yes, engine adds cost, but we are reducing the battery size by 60%. So the 60% cost of the battery and the weight of the battery is addressed by the generator because it's already a mature technology and it is much more efficient than the IC engines. So that is how we are addressing the addition of the part with respect to the weight and both the cost.
I'm a little skeptical on the part.
Okay, okay.
And we'll have to see the details.
Yeah, yeah, no problem. We can talk about it.
But thought process.
Yeah, yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Ankit sir.
Have you worked out numbers comparing the TCO of both the systems?
Yes.
If you have ready-made, you can tell.
Yes, yes, yes. So we have done like for the three-wheeler, if I have to talk to particularly, so the overall like total cost of ownership for a three-wheeler comes around like, if I talk to like per kilometer. So for a existing CNG petrol, it comes around like 2.5 rupees. For existing petrol vehicle, it comes around like 4 rupees. Whereas if with our petrol powertrain, it comes around like 2.5 rupees for a three-wheeler per kilometer. 0.5 rupees per kilometer. Compared to CNG. Yeah, very close to CNG. Less than that, actually. It is 3.5 for CNG and ours is 2.5. Yeah.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay. That will be all. Thank you, Rutuj, for the presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
With this, I would like to invite from Motoroma, Abhishek Gupta.
Hi, judges, everyone. Hi, my name is Abhishek Gupta. I'm representing Motorama. So what is the problem statement we are trying to solve first? मोटर और कंट्रोलर अलग अलग कंपनीज बनाती है, ट्यूनिंग में प्रॉब्लम आती है और जो केपेबल एफिशिएंसी वी कैन अचीव वो नहीं अचीव कर पाते. सेकंड, majority of the manufacturers are into high speed. Low speed अभी कम लोग हैं. जो मोटर बना रहे हैं वो इनडायरेक्टली या डायरेक्टली चाइना के ऊपर डिपेंडेंट है बिकॉज ऑफ द सोर्सिंग ऑफ मैग्नेट्स, बिकॉज दे यूज रेयर अर्थ मैग्नेट्स. And fourth, there is no after sale service which is available. So our solution is we have designed and developed a low speed electric vehicle motor for kickstart scooters and electric bicycles without using the rare earth magnets. We have used the simple ferrite magnets which are available in India very easily. And we have also tuned our motor with a partner controller company in order to give you better performance throughout the curve. Right use करने से what are the advantages we have achieved? First, 20 to 25% of the BOM cost is reduced क्योंकि 40% of the motor cost is dependent upon the magnet. 100% made in India motor, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Third, 88.6% efficiency at the rated speed level. When we compare it to Chinese motor जो available है, उनका 79.6% होता है. So we have increased the efficiency also. So more efficiency means more distance. What is the uniqueness? Uniqueness lies in the magnet, of course, for us. Material selection, we have used hard ferrite magnet, easily available in India. उससे हमें 3 बेनिफिट हुए हैं: सप्लाई चेन बेनिफिट, कॉस्ट बेनिफिट एंड एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली. इट्स सस्टेनेबल एज कंपेयर टू आपका रेयर अर्थ मैग्नेट, क्योंकि एवरी ग्राम ऑफ रेयर अर्थ मैग्नेट कॉजेस 2 kgs ऑफ टॉक्सिक एमिशन. Design advantages, we have used flat magnet which has given us 30% less torque ripples and cost again. Magnet placement, we have used rotor slot mechanism so that we can it has improvised the magnet flux path, and also it is easy to repair. अब repair हमें कैसे पता चला? Because we run a repair segment. Even before starting with the design or having the idea to make a motor, we first started with a repair vertical. Till date, we have repaired 750 motors, and we have studied both low speed, high speed, 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers of electric vehicle domain only. इससे हमें 4 बेनिफिट हुए. जो हमारा वर्किंग स्टाफ है और हम लोग हैं, we are already trained in order to move in the production line. Second, हम नेटवर्क में हैं because we are already serving to the customers जिनको हमें बेचना है बाद में. Third, we understand the supply chain, and fourth, we understand the failure causes and how we can design a motor to be more reliable and durable.
Abhishek, last 2 minutes.
If we see the market size, India में 2.5 crore साइकिलें बिकती है सालाना. 50.4% of the households use bicycle on a daily basis in order to commute. And we want to capture that by 2 ways, B2B and B2C. By B2B, we want to supply motor plus controller to the cycle manufacturer. And by B2C, we mean we want to convert the conventional pedal cycle into electric cycle by giving them kits, cycle kits. We are ready for pilot testing, and we are already in talks with a lot of companies for the pilot, and we're going to be starting a pilot in March in the 2023. Sorry, there is a error. And yeah, we also wish to go for high speed in the electric scooters and electric bike using freight, because that will also give us cost advantage. This is our team, sir. We are 3 working staff right now, full time, and yeah, we have made this work. Yeah, and
I would like to open the question answers. Thiru sir.
yeah.
controller is a concern where you're dependent on somebody else. Looks like most of your technology is in the motors. Any plans for you to get into controllers?
Definitely, sir. So we wanted to first focus on the motors part in order to have the mastery in that. And then future plan, obviously, we have to have an in-house team in order to develop the controllers which are tuned to our controller in order to give a combination.
The second one is, this is a very price sensitive market.
Absolutely.
And the value proposition, the valuation of that value, and then how much the customer is willing to pay is a critical component in your numbers.
Definitely, sir.
How confident are you?
Sir, I come from Delhi basically. So हमारा automotive spare parts का काम है in Kashmiri Gate. So we come from that domain. We have that mindset. We talk about quantities rather than the margin. So and that market is full automobile. So and we have been there since 1965. So yeah, we have a good placement in that sense.
Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Being on the last question is on the pricing part. Have you, so what's the cost of a bicycle versus the motor versus the control being positioned? Any budgetary numbers in the mind?
Okay. So आज की डेट में जो इलेक्ट्रिक साइकिल्स आ रही हैं, हीरो इलेक्ट्रा, if we talk about, that is priced at 27,000 or 30,000 price range of the electric cycles. And what we are catering is जो हमारी motors होगी using Fright, that is going to be like around about 3,500 to 4,000 at the volume of 1,000 motors per month. And the controller is going to be additional 1,000 rupees. So it's going to be 4,500 for the combination. And then when we talk about B2C segment, where we are trying to convert the conventional cycle. So normal jo cycle, we will be catering to utility-based cycles, which are roadsters. So that cycle again comes under 5,000. And yeah, the kit price is going to be in the range 12 to 15,000, including the accessories and everything.
Right. See, this is an amazing market, to be addressed with a very, very innovative, and as my colleague said, that the price sensitive part will play a very important role. When you say 1,000 pieces a month is nothing, peanuts, honestly.
Correct.
So have you thought about that? If it's 1 million pieces a month, what that price comes to be? I mean, you may think, I don't need answer today, but yeah, you might want to think that part.
Definitely, sir, definitely. Because we wanted to 1,000 pieces per month is the initial start what we are planning to give.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, and we're going to be starting only with the motor and controller, and then in the phase 2 we're going to be catering to the bicycle kit market.
Yeah,
that's
so just a small input from my side. Knowing that I've built some businesses ground up,
definitely
I would rather suggest that you mentioned about the pilot phase, right?
Yeah,
for only the hub part to begin with, right?
Yeah.
If you have the controller and the kit demonstrated next time as a pitch, as an investment pitch, I think you have a greater chance of funding, number one, a greater chance for you to get more clarity on the business plan and people backing you up. Yeah.
I do have a stall, sir. Most welcome. Stall number 21. So we have a ready prototype working over there in terms of the kit.
Sure.
Second, we also have a motor placed in Oreta bikes in the EV rally.
Okay.
So that is also there. So
thank you.
Yes. Ankit, sir?
So it looks like that you see the entire cycle market as your market, which I doubt. The entire cycle market is perhaps not the entire electric cycle market. So have you done some sort of segmentation within the cycle market?
Correct.
Well, you can.
Yeah. So, sir, if we talk about the cycle market, that is 2.5 CR cycles are sold on an annual basis, which comprises of your Roadster, Ranger, Kids, Luxury, everything. And out of these, 50 lakhs is your Roadster, which is used for utility basis. Your milkman, your postman, your cylinder guy. Now the delivery people are also using Roadster bikes. Your watchman, everyone uses it. So out of the 50 lakhs, we have considered only 15%, 15% as a SAM, and 2%, which is 14,000 bikes on an annual basis as a SOM in the initial. So we have segmented that only 14,000 in order to start, and this market is growing.
Yeah.
And जो conventional cycle already present hai, we can also electrify them.
Okay, any one more question? Yes, Umesh sir.
Abhishek, your main pitch is that your motor has ferrite magnets.
Correct.
And you're not dependent on any imports.
Correct, sir.
You also kind of highlighted that this would be more reliable than other kind of motors, because you showed, a lot of motors which had failed, and these would be to repair or would not fail at all.
No, I mean because we have learned it in that sense कि motor में failure rates कहाँ पे होते हैं, क्यों होते हैं, कैसे होते हैं. So we know the causes. अगर causes ही नहीं पता होंगे तो solution कैसे मिलेगा? तो हमने causes वो identify कर लिए sir, and we have worked on our motor in that sense कि we can minimize those causes.
So are those causes related to the magnet? Because your differentiator essentially is you're using a ferrite magnet, but probably the magnets are the least cause of worry as far as reliability is concerned. From a cost perspective, maybe yes. Is your focus on essentially offering a motor with ferrite magnets, which would probably make it cheaper, easy to manufacture? Or is there some other innovation that you've done in your product, which you've not highlighted through your learnings in repairing all those motors?
Correct. So basically, sir, जो majority हमारे पास में motors आती है, out of the 750 motors we have repaired, 600 were from e-rickshaw segment. So in that, the magnet what they use is rare earth. उसमें भी the grade of magnet what they are using that demagnetizes very quickly. So it loses its magnetic properties, so torque issues are there. Whereas in case of the ferrite, what we have done, demagnetization ke we have in two factors, prime factors. What एक temperature rise होगा sir, तो Curie point से हमने जो simulations वगैरह run करी थी, तो उसमें वो नहीं cross हुआ. And second is your external magnet field, जो उससे भी demagnetize होता है. तो उन दोनों cases में as per the simulation we are safe, and yeah, that is going to be reliable, sir.
Any further questions? Yes, Piyush sir.
One question, Abhishek. So it's a hub motor.
Correct, sir.
So it's an external rotor motor.
Yeah.
You have permanent magnets.
Yeah.
So it's a IPM configuration or
SPM.
SPM. So what's the IP? Where is the IP?
Correct. So the IP in the motor, there's no IP, obviously, but the IP will be in the controller side, because yeah, that's where the not right now, but yeah, the future, yes, definitely, sir.
Yeah, Abhishek, other people who are manufacturing motors without rare magnets right now in India?
Yeah, for the EV application, sir?
Yeah. You're not aware?
Tara?
You're aware or you don't know people who are on?
Most of them are in SRM.
Speak to you after that. There are people who are.
Oh, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Abhishek, for the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank
so
you.
with this, I would yeah. So thank you so much. I request all the jury members to keep filling your scores and the comments. With this, I would like to request the next Mr. Nikunj to please come forward and present. Nikunji.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I am Nikunj Korat, co-founder of Sri Marut E-Agrotech Private Limited. हमारे कंपनी ने एक इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रैक्टर डेवलप किया है जो फार्मिंग सेक्टर के लिए है. ये जो डीजल ट्रैक्टर करंट अभी रनिंग मार्केट में 15 से 20 हॉर्स पावर का आ रहा है, उसके पैरेलल सेम टॉर्क जनरेट करता है. और ये ट्रैक्टर में आपको सिर्फ ट्रैक्टर चेंज करने की जरूरत है और कोई इम्प्लीमेंट चेंज करने की जरूरत नहीं है. और सारा वर्क जो डीजल ट्रैक्टर करता है वो सारा का सारा ये प्योर ईवी वाला करेगा. अभी मेन जो भी इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन हुआ है, ईवी हुआ है, सारा जो रोड पे चलने वाला 2 व्हीलर 3 व्हीलर बस ट्रक सेगमेंट में हुआ है। एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में आज तक ऐसा ईवी वाला, एग्रीकल्चर में मेन जो इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन की जरूरत पड़ती है वो फूड प्रोडक्शन और उसके डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन में, कल्टीवेटिंग या ट्रांसपोर्टिंग गेहूं धान या जो भी घास चारा उसकी जगह, ठीक है। ये दोनों अभी पेट्रोलियम बेसिस पे है, यानी पोल्यूशन जनरेट होता है। दूसरा ये है कि हमारे देश में या दूसरे पॉपुलेशन की वजह से लैंड काफी पेटी दर पेटी छोटी हो जा रही है, टुकड़ों में बटी जा रही है। तो उसकी जगह से बड़ा ट्रैक्टर अफोर्ड कर पाना भी मुश्किल है, क्योंकि छोटी एरिया के लिए कोई ट्रैक्टर, और जो रेंट पे चलाते हैं उसमें टाइम पे काम नहीं हो पाता। दूसरा मेन प्रॉब्लम है। तीसरा ये है कि जो डीजल पे चलने वाला ट्रैक्टर अभी मिनी ट्रैक्टर चल रहे हैं, उसका रनिंग कॉस्ट गिने तो पर हावर 80 रुपीज तक जा रहा है। तो इसका बेस्ट सॉल्यूशन है, ये मिल जाता है कि अगर ईवी जाएगा तो ईवी इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रैक्टर फार्मिंग में इंट्रोड्यूस होगा तो आपका एक तो रनिंग कॉस्ट डाउन जाएगा 10 रुपीज पर आवर, यानी 80 से 85% रनिंग कॉस्ट डीजल के हिसाब से कम रहेगा। दूसरा एनवायरनमेंट इको फ्रेंडली रहेगा, और जो मेंटेनेंस रहता है आईसी इंजन में आपका 100 मूविंग पार्ट्स रहते हैं, ईवी में ओनली मोटर रहता है तो मेंटेनेंस कम रहेगा, मोटर की इफिशियंसी ज़्यादा रहती है आईसी इंजन के हिसाब से। और ट्रैक्टर एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में यूज होगा तो किसानों के पास खेत पे या घर पे जगह, उसके लिए वो पार्किंग शेड बनाएगा। तो अगर उसमें एक चीज वो भी कर सकते हैं कि अगर पार्किंग शेड टीन की जगह ऊपर सोलर रूफटॉप 2 किलोवाट तक का रूफटॉप लगा दे तो उसका चार्जिंग का कॉस्ट भी डाउन हो जाएगा। हमारा यूनिकनेस इनोवेशन की बात करें तो यही है कि इमिशन फ्री फार्मिंग होगा, हाईली एफिशिएंट रहेगा, क्योंकि छोटे फार्म जो बागायत फार्मिंग वगैरह रहती है सब में बेस्ट रहेगा, और कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव है। हमने डिजाइन ऐसा किया है कि लेस एक्सपेंसिव और इजीली रिपेयरेबल। चार्जिंग हेजल फ्री चार्जिंग रहेगा, आप नॉर्मली घर पे 4 घंटे में फुल बैटरी चार्ज कर सकते हो, और एक बार वन टाइम सिंगल चार्ज पे आप 6 से 8 घंटा उसको डिपेंड ऑन लोड खेत में चला सकते हो। और लो कॉस्ट रनिंग है, बैटरी बैकअप एक्सलेंट रहेगा। और मेन हमारा R&D पार्ट यही है कि हमने एक ट्रैक्टर जो डेवलप किया है वो ओनली 3 किलोवाट मोटर पे डेवलप किया है, और गियर मैकेनिज्म अलग अलग यूज करके आज तक हमने 20 से 25 गियर बॉक्स डिस्ट्रॉय किए और 5 मॉडल डिस्ट्रॉय किए। उसके बाद ये फाइनल हुआ है और आईकेट अप्रूव्ड हुआ है। और ये ट्रैक्टर में 95% इंडियन पार्ट्स है, यानी इंपोर्ट भी कम रहेगा। इंपोर्ट हमारे ट्रैक्टर फील्ड में अभी तक तो एक सोनालिका और सेलेस्टियल ई मोबिलिटी दो है जिसने लॉन्च किया है। अभी मार्केट इंडियन मार्केट में है नहीं, शायद आएंगे 2030 में। उनमें और हमारे में मेन डिफरेंट ये है कि वो जो कंपनी है उसमें 15 HP उसको कन्वर्ट करना है तो डायरेक्ट किलोवाट टू HP कन्वर्ट 8 से 10 किलोवाट की मोटर की यूज की हुई है। अगर 8 से 10 किलोवाट की मोटर है, आपको 4-5 घंटे का बैकअप चाहिए तो बैटरी पैक 20 से 25 किलोवाट का चाहिए, तो उसका चार्जिंग कॉस्ट बढ़ेगा, चार्जिंग कॉस्ट बढ़ेगा तो रनिंग कॉस्ट बढ़ेगा। उसका रनिंग कॉस्ट 15 रुपीज जा रहा है, हमारा 10 रुपीज है। हमारा 11 किलोवाट बैटरी पैक में आपको 6 से 8 घंटा बैकअप मिलेगा। करंट जो डीजल आ रहा है, डीजल ट्रैक्टर रनिंग मार्केट में चल रहे हैं उनसे और इसमें ये फर्क है, ये इमिशन नहीं जनरेट होता। और जो डीजल वाला है उसमें इमिशन जनरेट होता है, नॉइज, हीट, वाइब्रेशन, मेंटेनेंस, वो काफी ज्यादा सब रहता है। और उनका रनिंग कॉस्ट और हमारा रनिंग कॉस्ट में तो 110 रुपीज यानी 90-80-85% का फर्क है। प्राइस वाइज देखे तो हमारा ट्रैक्टर है इलेक्ट्रिक 5.5 तक किसानों को दे पाएंगे, 5.5 लाख, और वो अभी 2.5 लाख का आ रहा है। लेकिन आप ऑल ओवर 4-5 साल की लागत देखे तो लिथियम बैटरी है तो 18,000 आप काउंट, उसकी लाइफ साइकिल 3,000 है, 6 घंटा चलेगा। उस हिसाब से देखो तो ये 5.5 का ट्रैक्टर और 1.5 से 2 लाख उसका रनिंग कॉस्ट यानी 7-7.5 लाख जा रहा है। और सामने जो डीजल ट्रैक्टर है 2.5 लाख का नया आ रहा है और उसका 15 से 18 हजार घंटा चलाओ तो 15 लाख से 18 लाख उसकी फ्यूल कंजम्पशन कॉस्ट है, यानी वो 20 लाख का सॉल्यूशन पड़ रहा है।
लास्ट 1 minute, only 1 minute.
और करंट मार्केट साइज में ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड में इलेक्ट्रिक फार्म का 11 पॉइंट मार्केट है। हमारे देश में छोटे ट्रैक्टरों का 12% मार्केट है। हमारा ट्रैक्टर अब आईकेट अप्रूव्ड है। हम फंड रेजिंग के लिए फर्दर प्रोडक्शन और कमर्शियलाइजेशन के लिए फंड रेजिंग का ढूंढ रहे हैं। और अगर हम मिनिमम 50 पीस प्रोडक्शन पर मंथ पे जा रहे हैं तो भी 5 करोड़ फंड रेज से एक काम आगे चल सकता है। और टीम मेंबर में हम 3 लोग और 2 को फाउंडर है, चंदूलाल कोराट और मोहित राबड़िया। हम तीनों ऑलरेडी एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर के ही पुराने बिजनेस में 5 साल से पार्टनर थे और हमारा तीनों का फैमिली बैकग्राउंड भी फार्मिंग ही है। हमारा फादर भी फार्मिंग करते हैं।
Okay.
ऑल्सो कनेक्टेड इन फार्मिंग।
Okay. Thank you, Nikunji, for the
थैंक यू
presentation.
बोलो।
Thank you for the presentation. Yes, jury members, questions, please. Umesh sir.
कुंज भाई, आपने ये तो बड़ी अच्छी तरह से समझाया कि इसकी नीड है, लेकिन कोई आपसे क्यों खरीदे ये आपने नहीं समझाया। ये इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रैक्टर की नीड है ये तो आपने बता दिया, लेकिन आपसे कोई क्यों खरीदेगा ये आपने नहीं बताया मेरे हिसाब से।
हाँ, नहीं, 2 कंपनी का इलेक्ट्रिक अभी आने वाला है, लॉन्चिंग हुआ है। हमारा उसके साथ प्राइस में भी कंपैरिजन उसका 6 लाख 6.5 लाख कुछ है। ऑनलाइन लॉन्च किया उसमें हमारा 5.5 लाख है। प्राइस डिफरेंट भी है, दूसरा रनिंग कॉस्ट भी डिफरेंट है। और आगे 4-5 साल बाद भी उसमें अगर 20-25 किलोवाट का बैटरी पैक है, सामने इसमें 10-11 किलोवाट का बैटरी पैक है, तो 3-4 मेजर डिफरेंट है।
निकुंज भाई, आपने जो कंपैरिजन दिखाई बाकी के ट्रैक्टर्स के साथ, उसमें मोटर भी छोटी है, बैटरी पैक भी छोटा है, रनिंग कॉस्ट कम है, सब चीजों में आपका बेटर है। मुझे ये नहीं समझ में आया कि आप 3 किलोवाट की मोटर यूज करते हो, बाकी के 8 या 12 किलोवाट की, तो मैजिक क्या है कि आपको ज्यादा पावर मिले छोटे से किलोवाट में? वो मुझे समझ में नहीं आया। मे बी आप गियर बॉक्स ज्यादा यूज करते हो, सो यू हैव पुट अ डिफरेंशियल एंड
गियर मैकेनिज्म मैंने बताया ना, हमने 25 अलग अलग गियर बॉक्स बना के डिस्ट्रॉय किए। और जो नॉर्मल ट्रैक्टर में आ रहे हैं वो स्पूर गियर आते हैं। आईसी इंजन का जो टॉर्क रहता है वो ज्यादा रहता है। और हमने इलेक्ट्रिक मोटर यूज किया था, उसका आरपीएम ज्यादा था, उसको कम करना था। ट्रैक्टर को रनिंग स्पीड चाहिए नहीं, खेत में आपको 3-4 किलोमीटर की पर आवर स्पीड चाहिए, ज्यादा स्पीड नहीं चाहिए। तो वो बेनिफिट हमने उसको इसमें कन्वर्ट किया।
मगर गियर तो जो है वो सिर्फ स्पीड और टॉर्क को ट्रांसफॉर्म करता है, पावर तो सेम ही रहेगा। तो 8 किलोवाट 3 किलोवाट की मोटर आप कैसे भी गियर लगा लो, वो 8 किलोवाट तो नहीं बन जाती है।
नहीं, किलोवाट नहीं, मैंने यही बताया ना, सेम उसके जैसा टॉर्क जनरेट करता है। 15 HP जितना टॉर्क जनरेट करता है।
तो स्पीड कम हो जाएगी।
हाँ, तो स्पीड तो कम, ट्रैक्टर में खेत में आप चलाओ तो 2 से 3 किलोमीटर की जरूरत है।
तो जो आप बता रहे हो उससे बेसिकली मुझे ये लगता है कि बाकी के लोगों ने इंजीनियरिंग डिजाइन किया ही नहीं है, सिर्फ बड़ा मोटर डाल दिया। दैट इज द इम्प्रेशन आई एम गेटिंग।
इंजीनियरिंग डिजाइन किया है, लेकिन वो उसने जो बाकी का पोर्शन था वो सेम रह दिया, इंजन हटा के आगे उसकी जगह मोटर लगा दी।
I see a shift in using a smaller motor and using a larger gear ratio to take advantage of slower speed that is possible in this application and get the torque. I get that. It's a new trial. Until you go to the market, you would not find if there is a problem with that, where the torque is reasonable, but the speed is very low and you have no upside on the torque. But one thing that I worry is power is free to the agricultural sector. So convincing somebody that it is more efficient to convert to electric has been a challenge. I think what you're trying to do is trying to reduce the cost of an electric tractor by using a smaller motor and a bigger gear ratio. That seems to be the core of your business model. Okay. Am I wrong? That's a question. I'm understanding your business model. Is that wrong?
Yeah, I'll just add to this in Hindi. Yeah. अभी सवाल ये है कि आपने एक सस्ता ट्रैक्टर बनाने की कोशिश करो, वो भी इलेक्ट्रिक, ताकि उसका ऑपरेशनल कॉस्ट भी कम हो। मैंने ये भी बताया कि पावर फ्री मिलता है, बिजली फ्री है, तो 10 रुपया पर घंटा कंपेयर टू 100 रुपीज। आप बोलते 10 नहीं, शायद 5 भी हो सकता है, 3 भी हो सकता है, बिकॉज पावर इज फ्री। अब सवाल ये आता है यहाँ कि जो किसान है, जो खेडूत है भाई, या जिन्हें તમે टारगेट કરી રહ્યા છો, तो ये कया टाइप ना खेडूत है? अब नया ट्रैक्टर जो है वो 6.5 लाख का, यानी डीजल ट्रैक्टर 6.5 लाख इक्विवेलेंट बता रहे हैं हम लोग, हालांकि उसका मोटर रेटिंग और उसका पावर डिलीवरी ज्यादा है। उससे यदि सिर्फ 10% या 15% कम होगा तो शायद मुश्किल है। बट क्या ये पोजिशनिंग है कि छोटे छोटे किसान है जिसका 1 बीघा जैसा खेत है, उसके लिए शायद आप बना रहे हो, या 2 बीघा के लिए बना रहे हो?
2 एकड़ 5 एकड़ ऐसे छोटे छोटे उसके लिए भी है।
हाँ,
और अभी फार्मिंग में छोटे एकड़ छोटे छोटे है, तो फार्मिंग भी अभी उस हिसाब से हो रही है।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
हाँ, तो इसमें बड़ा ट्रैक्टर कहीं ऐसा जगह में जा भी नहीं सकता जहाँ एक बागायत फार्मिंग है, वहाँ छोटा ट्रैक्टर आराम से सारा काम कर सकता है।
बराबर है। तो अभी ये छोटे किसान, जनरली ये किसान नाबार्ड वगैरह बैंक से फंड लेके करते, तो ये ट्रैक्टर जो है शायद जो प्लॉइंग जो खेती कर रहे हो, तो प्लॉइंग के लिए जो पावर चाहिए उससे कम पावर ही डिलीवर करता है। चलो ये चल भी जावे, बट वो किसान काफी छोटे होंगे इन टर्म्स ऑफ देयर इनकम वगैरह, तो क्या उसको ये बैंक, आपने सपोज जैसे अच्छा प्रोडक्ट बना भी लिया, तो बैंक उसको फंड करेगी?
हाँ, बैंक फाइनेंस करेगी ना। आगे कंप्लीट आईकेट अप्रूवल है। जब आप प्रोडक्शन पे जाएंगे तो उस हिसाब से स्ट्रक्चर करोगे तो फंड मिल जाएगा ना बैंक का। बैंक के साथ कोलैबोरेशन कर लो।
तो फिर आखिरी क्वेश्चन ये है, जैसे एक साहब ने अभी थोड़ी देर पहले पूछा आपको, आपसे क्यों खरीदे? क्यों महिंद्रा सोनालिका से ना खरीदे? क्योंकि इन सभी लोग इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रैक्टर आज कल बनाने वाले।
हाँ, इलेक्ट्रिक पे अभी ट्राई सारे ट्रैक्टर प्लेयर के चल रहे हैं।
तो सवाल ये है कि आपसे क्यों खरीदेंगे? देखो, ये सवाल का जवाब क्लियर होगा तो आपको फंड मिलेगा।
नहीं, मैंने आपको 2-3 क्लियर जवाब आंसर दिए है कि एक, ये जो आपका अभी का रनिंग कॉस्ट, आगे का 5 साल बाद का भी रनिंग कॉस्ट भी डाउन है। दूसरा, हम मॉडल ऐसा कोई जहाँ डीलर डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर अपॉइंट करे, वहीं से सर्विस या उस हिसाब से थोड़ा स्ट्रेटेजी अलग करे।
थैंक यू।
निकुंज भाई, मैं आपको एक क्वेश्चन इसी के जस्ट फॉलोइंग इट अप, आप कहते हो आपका बैकग्राउंड किसानी का है, राइट? सो आपने ये जो ट्रैक्टर बनाया है, लो पावर ऑफ मोटर, लो बैटरी पैक साइज, और आपने गियर बॉक्स यूज किया है फॉर अ लो स्पीड। ट्रैक्टर खेत में यूज होता है सिर्फ 30% ऑफ द टाइम मैक्सिमम इन अ ईयर, बाकी उसके मल्टीपल यूसेजेस होते हैं। आप किसान हो, आपको पता है। तो हाउ डू यू हैव अ मार्केट फिट फॉर दैट? आप कैसे इसको बोलते हो कि आप मेरे घर पे खड़ा ही रहेगा ये सिर्फ उस 30% टाइम पे, उसके अलावा ये खड़ा रहेगा अगर 4-5 किलोमीटर पे चल रहा है, तो आप कैसे बेचोगे? और छोटे किसानों को आप बेच रहे हो, उसको मल्टीपल यूसेज चाहिए, इसको हॉलेज के लिए भी यूज करेगा, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के लिए भी, तो वो कैसे चलेगा?
ये छोटा ट्रैक्टर है, 18 से 20 हॉर्स पावर के जो मार्केट में आ रहे हैं, और डीजल ट्रैक्टर मोस्ट ऑफ फार्मिंग में यूज होते हैं। जो अब ज्यादा ट्रांसपोर्टेशन में बड़े 45 से 60 हॉर्स पावर के आ रहे हैं ना, वो सब अब ट्रांसपोर्ट पर्पज में भी ज्यादा यूज होते हैं। इसका काम घर से खेत खाद बीज लाना ले जाना और कल्टीवेट करना ही रहता है। छोटा ट्रैक्टर में अब ज्यादा ट्रैवलिंग भी इतना ट्रांसपोर्ट नहीं होता, क्योंकि उसकी जो साइज रहती है वो 28 इंच या इतना ही चौड़ा रहता है। तो रोड रास्ते में खड्डे वगैरह में बैलेंस भी बिगड़ सकता है। छोटे ट्रैक्टर खेत में ज्यादा चलते हैं।
ये आपने कभी हैंडल्ड वाले ट्रैक्टर यूज किए हैं जो छोटे वाले होते हैं और भी छोटे होते हैं, पावर टिलर, हैंड टिलर्स? तो ये उसमें ज्यादा शायद makes more sense जो छोटे वाले पावर टिलर होते थे उसको ले जाके छोटे छोटे यूज किया जाए, क्योंकि वो मैंने प्रैक्टिकल पहाड़ों में और ये सब देखा है। तो आपने वो एक्सप्लोर किया है कि उसमें कितनी बैटरी लगेगी, कितना कितने में तैयार हो सकता है?
हमने छोटे बाइक पे जो फार्मिंग होती है ना, अब पेट्रोल बाइक पे छोटा कल्टीवेटर लगा के वहीं से स्टार्ट किया था 500 वोल्ट की मोटर से। फिर हमारे यहाँ गुजरात में सौराष्ट्र साइड वो 10 हॉर्स पावर का जो रिक्शा का इंजन आता है, छकड़ों बनाते हैं, हाँ, वो भी फार्मिंग में यूज होता है। फिर हमने उसमें इम्प्लीमेंट किया, फिर उसके बाद मिनी ट्रैक्टर पे आए। 4 साल इसमें लगे, इसीलिए अलग अलग 4-5 प्रोटोटाइप बने, फिर फाइनली मिनी ट्रैक्टर पे आए। नहीं, वो सब वैसे तो था ठीक, लेकिन उसके लिए प्रॉपर, जैसे साहब ने कहा ना, प्रॉपर बायर नहीं है, प्रॉपर वो एक जुगाड़ जैसा लगता है।
Okay. Yeah. Any other? Yes, sir. Please.
निकुंज भाई, आपने जो आपके 3 टीम मेंबर दिखाए, तो उसमें कौन इंजीनियर है जो ये सब जुगाड़ कर रहा है?
मैं।
ठीक है. So yeah, any other questions? Okay, that will be all. Thank you, Nikunji. Thank you for the presentation. So with this, I would like to invite Abhilash Maurya and Piyush Sharma from the Nakshatra Labs.
Very good morning, jury members, everyone. I'm Abhilash Maurya.
And I'm Piyush Sharma.
So we are co-founders at Nakshatra Labs. So if you ask anyone around the world, what's one of the most impactful innovation that you know, one of the common answer will be the wheel. The reason being it impacted the whole thing. It enabled the transportation at various levels. And in modern world, if you ask me, I will call electric motors because they consume up to more than 50% of the power that is getting produced. And with the advent of electric vehicle, it keeps on increasing. So we are a drive systems company. We are developing drive systems for electric vehicles and consumer electronics. So what we are doing basically? So if you are a hardware OEM company and you require a powertrain solution, so who do you go to? Looking at the market trends, what we realize, there are more than 100 two-wheeler companies in India. What they are doing is dependent on the imports. The imports are not just causing the problems of operational delays and all of those things, but one of the key critical problems that OEMs are facing, that they have no control over the design, over what they're getting. So more than hundreds of OEM using the same powertrain components. So they are using what's available, not what's needed. And the second thing is there are quality issues. We have tested multiple motors. What we have got, they are over specified and they are less reliable. So we found there is a need of a motor design company. And next thing is about the timing. Why now? Why not 2 years before or 2 years later? The thing is the government regulations. Looking at the EV sector specifically, there is a major push from the government with the FAME subsidies. Looking at the consumer electronics side, government is pushing with the BW norms that every fan has to be star rated from the next year. So we realized there is a requirement of sector agnostic drive systems company.
Yeah. Now, coming to the technology that we are working on. So what we are working on is a special configuration of an electric motor, which is known as an axial flux motor, wherein the direction of magnetic flux is parallel to the axis of rotation, thereby allowing us to achieve much compactor form factors, a higher average efficiency over the range of entire RPM, and we have managed to make it such that it is easily scalable from lower power ranges to higher power ranges, and therefore reducing the development time for different variations. Additionally, it is also an indigenous product. We have developed it from scratch entirely, and therefore it will favor government subsidies and regulations coming into this. Now, because it is compact and much better fit, therefore it is a very good fit for electric two-wheelers. So we are currently working in these two segments, an axial flux mid-drive motor for electric two-wheelers. Now, because in electric two-wheelers, when you go for a mid-drive application, which is much more suitable We have been using it for, I mean, many years as an engine and chain drive or belt drive, right? So when you go for mid-drive application, the axial length needs to be shorter, because because the existing technology with radial flux is not suitable for those kind of applications. And therefore, our motors, which have much less axial length and a compact form factor, are best fitted for this application. We are currently piloting with multiple different OEMs. We are in discussions with multiple different manufacturers for scaling up this particular technology. And we're looking at further funders to push further products in the pipeline. Additionally, we're also working on an economic BLDC fan solutions. Now, with the new government regulations into energy efficiency, all the fans, specifically the ceiling fans, are will be mandated as a star-rated fans. You might have heard about BLDC fans coming into the market, right? But these fans have much higher cost as compared to the existing technology, thereby less adoption in the market. With our particular design approach in motors and controllers, we have managed to bring the cost to 40% lower, and thereby we believe it will be a much better acceptance in the market with our technology.
So looking at the competition, we have divided the whole scenario in two parts. The first one is the established manufacturer. Second is all the startups. So in established manufacturer, we are looking at players like Sona Comstar, Rotomotive, and these companies. And in startups who are working on different technologies like Abhinav Rizal and Chara working on the SRM, EMF Suyo working on the radial. So one of the, I will say, motivating thing for us was that we got approached from the established manufacturer for the rapid scale up of our technology. They wanted to, scale up our technology, and they even came up with their own problem statements, like work on the ferrite magnets or a particular drive segment. So one of the differentiation that we get from all of the companies is that we are providing a differentiated tech.
Last 2 minutes.
Yeah. So looking at the market size, I will first talk about the axial flux, major axial flux companies. The biggest company that we're looking at is a YASA, a UK-based company which got acquired by Mercedes. Second is Avid, which was acquired by Turntide. And there were companies like Saita, which is now a public company. Another company is Wilot, where Renault bought the major stakes. So in ours, what we are doing right now in EV motor segment, currently we are focusing on two-wheeler market as a mid-drive segment. That is our serviceable market. In obtainable, we are focusing to reach L3 and L5 in next 6 months. And down the line, we want to also work on the controllers and all the vehicle platforms to provide end-to-end solutions. Next. So looking at our journey, we started back in May 2020. We had a different idea. We were working on a drone generator, something, and we joined iCreate March 2021. And we pivoted to axial flux motors for electric vehicle last year in August. So from idea stage to current piloting stage, we have took around 1.5 years. And we got approached from a consumer electronics OEM in April, and we started our pilot testing in August 2022, raised further funds from IIT Hyderabad and Maker Village. And the next steps that we are looking at is our commercialization of our product and the fundraise to push forward our different product pipelines. So we have a team of 6 people. All of us come from the engineering background. 3 of us are from mechanical, 3 of us are electrical. So we cover everything in our startup, basically ourselves. So currently we are supported by iCreate, NMDC, that is National Mineral Development Corporation, and IIT Hyderabad and Maker Village. So as a Nakshatra Lab, we believe that the clean tech ecosystem will in India will be led by the component manufacturers who are designing, developing, and producing in India. And we aim to lead this transformation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Abhilash and Piyush. Questions? Yes, Karthikeya sir.
What is the product positioning per se?
Yes. So product positioning is we are for the electric vehicles, we are working on axial flux mid-drive for electric two-wheelers. That is our specific positioning.
Abhilash, one concern here, just that there was an engine and drivetrain to the OEMs around the world for last 100 years and their core competency. Same as the motor and the battery, or the BMS and with the battery is core to these companies, the OEMs. Do you want to manufacturing supply, or you want to be a technology partner and license them?
So as you've seen, we have been working on different segments. We also have the EVs. We also have the consumer electronics. So we are preferring to find a manufacturing partners. So we will work on the technology, and production will be done with another contract manufacturer or partnership.
Yeah, so what's not very clear that what fund are you looking for and what is your runway after this?
Yeah.
That was not clear. By the way.
Yeah, so the part of the fund will be raised for the product development itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yes, Thiru sir.
What is the size of the motors in terms of kilowatt capacities, torque, speeds? One of the key challenges in axial flux is manufacturing. So you said you're working with manufacturing partners. Have you found good manufacturing partners who know how to make this tight tolerance products?
Yeah, so we are in talks with 3 major such manufacturers. However, as you rightly mentioned, the manufacturing is an issue. The core motor does not itself have a lot of innovation per se. However, the manufacturing processes, the assembly processes, that is what something we have managed to reach in last 1 year. That is what we have tried, different configuration, different ways to make what is the best suitable ways to make some key components. So that is what we have done. Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm asking one more. Basically, the application looks like it is very suited for motorbikes.
Yes.
On the two-wheeler side, more than the scooters, because the availability of space, diameter, and things. And you're saying 3 kilowatt. Usually, they like to have higher kilowatts.
There are vehicles which are into this particular segment, and in fact that is even the largest market currently, which is the mid speed vehicles.
Okay. So we talked to the customers, then we found there is a speed segments that people are looking at. There's a 25 kmph. Scooters are looking at 65 kmph, and bikes are running around 85 to 95 kmph. So that's what we are working on. So initially, we were also working on 1 kilowatt, 2 kilowatt. Then what we did, we went to the customers, what you want? Then they said, we want the speed, we want this acceleration time. And then we went reverse to this. So in the 3 kilowatt, we are getting around 80 kilometer per hour speed.
Yes, Piyush sir.
So, as I understand, your focus is on the motor side currently, right? Controller, you are outsourcing.
Not outsourcing. We do have a team working on that, because we are also working on the consumer electronics technology, which has controllers involved. We are working on controllers, but for this particular specific product, we have a partner for working for the controllers on it.
So I have 2 questions. It's a PM based motor. So are these rare earth based or?
Yes, this one is rare earth based. Yes.
Okay. And then this second one is, what's your IP?
Yeah. So IP majorly lies in 2 different segments. One is, as mentioned, the different ways of making individual components, the assembly processes that we have, tried multiple different iterations. That is one. And the other is on the controllers as well. So, yeah.
So while we were talking to the manufacturers, what we realized that the winding methods and the jigs and fixtures for the magnet placements, all of that has to be innovated in order. So looking at the other companies like Saita and Yasa, they have also have a patents over the assembly line. So it's not just on the motors, it's also on the assembly line and also on the controller side. So we will have patents on all the sides.
Yeah, Mandar sir.
A couple of tangent questions. A couple of questions which are slightly tangent to all the conversations which are. A couple of questions which are slightly tangent to all the conversations here. One is, if there is one area where you think you are really, really good at, what is that area? You've spoken about so many things and so many areas. I would really like to know which is one area where you're really very good at.
Motors design and development.
So in the initial phase, why wouldn't you not focus on that instead of focusing on so many things?
So what our thought process was, we are working on motors, but we do need a product that is suitable for the market. We saw an opportunity, and therefore we have a product that we're working on. These are the 2 opportunity windows that we see, which are very huge and can create a huge impact and has similar technology involved. Therefore, we're working on these.
Okay. I would suggest that you guys really do a rethink about where you want to focus on. typically what I've seen with startups is that when you got really talented founders, it's very easy for you to get swayed by a whole bunch of advisors and mentors and not focus on your core. Whereas if you focus on your core, you will probably get there, and you'll get there far more efficiently than going the zigzag path. And to that extent, if you ever get a chance, study what Nike does. It does not manufacture shoes. It just focuses on the technology, so-called shoe technology and designing, and everything else, and the marketing part of it. Everything else is outsourced. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions?
So, yeah, one question I have about your competition that you talked about. So, like Yasa and all, we know they are the established players working with the regular OEs. In the Indian startup ecosystem also, you've got people who are already working in probably in much more vintage than you. So when you say you will have IP, do you currently have any patent filed on this technology, or you're still going to do that?
We have filed multiple provisional patents.
Has any one of them been granted?
Not yet, but they're in the process.
Because you need to work on that. There are people who already have patent and they are applying through various other schemes. So if a similar thing is there and you're talking about processes, maybe you need to reiterate that.
Sure.
Yes, Umesh sir.
There's a lot of research being done on non-magnet motors. While axial flux is also interesting technology for the segment that you are pitching, what are the cost challenges you think you will face vis-a-vis non-magnet motors? And have you done some kind of analysis regarding the threats from other technologies?
So as far as the other motor technologies are considered, what we believe is all have their own space and their requirements in the industry. And with respect to the cost, with particularly axial flux motors, the magnetic content being used is lower. And magnets contribute a major cost of the motor, and thereby this is a much, with increasing scale of manufacturing, we believe the cost can be brought down compared to the competitive radial flux motors. Also, we are working on, as you mentioned, magnetless technology. So the fundraising and all those plans are specifically to advance into those research, those developments as well in near future. So yeah, but this is something that we have currently, and we are commercializing that.
So right now, what we see that we can make a huge impact with the axial flux, even with the rare mass magnet. But down the line, we have to switch to the ferrite magnets or go to the magnetless. So that's what our vision is down to the 2-3 years.
Yeah, while you're thinking of innovation, while you're thinking of innovation, think also of partnership.
Sure.
There was somebody who already spoke about that area.
Yeah.
And with 1100 odd startups coming to this event, I'm pretty sure you may expedite your path to innovation by partnering with some of them.
We're definitely in the process of doing that. As mentioned, for controllers, we are doing that. And as well as for the industry, for manufacturing and rapid scale up. So we are definitely doing that. Yes.
Absolutely. We understand as a startup, partnership is the way. So we understand there's a triangle of like the customer, manufacturer, and the investor. So customer will tell us what they require. Manufacturer will help us rapidly scale up, and investor will eventually scale up our product pipelines. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to talk to as much as people as possible in the industry. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, panelists? Okay, I think that will be all. Thank you, Piyush.
Thank you.
Thank you, Piyush and Abhilash. Now I would like to invite Ganesh from Doper Energy.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Myself, Ganesh Shelke. I'm co-founder and CEO of Doper Energy. So Doper is basically a EV powertrain technology company specialized in developing BLDC controllers for various applications. For this EV challenge, very specifically, we have come up with BLDC controllers for electric cycle application. So while starting this journey, we have conducted multiple interviews with multiple vehicle manufacturers and to try to understand the problem statement. We found that while dealing with the controllers, reliability is an issue. And when talking about the reliability, there are two basic problems that goes into reliability. First is the failure of the MOSFETs, which happens due to the heat and the environmental condition of India. And second is the water damage. Talking about after the reliability, we found compatibility. When we're talking about the electric cycle, there are multiple auxiliaries which goes into the this electric cycle, basically like displays, pedal assist sensor, headlamp, tail lamp. So the compatibility of the controllers with the auxiliaries is a bigger problem. After sale support and like import. So like when talking with the multiple manufacturers, we found there is a large lead time which they basically took to import these controllers. In some cases, it is more than 3 months. So to solve this problem, we are developing a indigenous BLDC controller, which is basically a 250 watt BLDC controller, which have a microcontroller MCU based architecture, which basically help us to customize the whole controller very specifically according to the requirement of the manufacturer. Our controller are compatible with 5+ display series available in the market, that is 790, 810, G51, G70 and all. Our controllers have 2 times better thermal performance and 2 times better reliability as compared to the products available in the market. While talking with the customers, we found that there are some features which needs to be worked out very specifically for the cycle market, like the physical error indicator. When we introduced a feature called physical error indicator, which basically help a service guy while servicing to troubleshoot the complete vehicle easily. When you're talking about the reliability, we have developed some feature when we're talking about the thermal issues. So we have developed a thermal-based safety derating feature, which basically continuously monitor the temperature of the controller. And at a critical point, we basically derate the performance of the controller to increase the efficiency. Along with this, we also work on the casing design. When we're talking about the water damage, we completely change the casing design so we can reduce the failure due to the water damage. Our controller are capable of customizing the performance parameter like speed and acceleration according to the requirement of the vehicle dynamics of the manufacturer and the use case, as there are multiple use case like utility and the consumer kind of thing. All these features that we are introducing with a competitive price range. Talking about the market size, the worldwide electric cycle market size is $250 billion market. And if we try to estimate the component market, very specifically the BLDC controller market, so it's a $5 billion USD market. So as this hardware is a scalable and customizable product, we can easily customize and scale this 250 watt controller for low speed electric scooter application as well. Which basically have 250 watt of powertrain. So if you look at the figures of third quarter of low speed electric scooter sale in India, it's basically 42,000 units have been sold for the low speed electric scooter. So we can easily scale and customize the same product for that category as well.
Last 2 minutes.
Our current stage of development, like we have recently we have performed a dynamometer testing while benchmarking 3 of the controllers available in the market, where we found that increase in the overall drive cycle efficiency as compared to the benchmark product. We have already deployed multiple controller in the field, which you can find in the EV rally as well. There are 5+ cycles which are being working on our controllers. We are in talking with multiple cycle manufacturers and planning to start pilot in next 10 to 15 days. Currently, we are in progress of validating and certifying the type test for the same product. So yeah, we are a team of currently we are a team of 5 people who have collective experience of tuning and developing electric powertrain more than 3 years. Myself, Ganesh, I look into product development and team building, and my co-founder Rishabh looks the technology. Yeah, that's. So I have a sample of the product. If
So thank you for the presentation, Ganesh. I would like to open the question answer session. Sir, questions? Yes, sir, please.
Very good presentation. Focus on the controller. You talked about drive cycle, benchmarking, and testing. So on the reliability, you talked about FETs, IP67, and also MCU based things. Any IP that you have developed in that so that it could be protected, because this is a highly explored area?
So like there is no specific IC like IP, but we are developing the whole hardware and firmware from scratch. So like this same technology is capable of driving any radial flux as well as axial flux motor. So like the whole hardware and firmware is developed from scratch. So we have an understanding like what goes into controlling and tuning the motors and the whole powertrain in a whole. So, but very specifically talking about the IP, so there is no such IP.
And any cost advantages?
Yeah. So like as I mentioned also, like including all this feature, we are as competitive as the Chinese product that are available in the same segment when it compares to for cycle application.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
So when you are comparing the cost with the Chinese products, so you are comparing it at your prototype level, or you comparing at a scale? What numbers you have in mind?
So like while talking with multiple manufacturers, we found that the landed price of these controllers is heavy when you add the customs and all to that. So we are competing with the landed price and with the scale that we can put. So
I'm asking, what is the scale which you have compared?
So like we have done it for the 3,000 units per month kind of thing with the landed price which manufacturers are currently working with. So we are like a 5 to 10% a bit heavier with pricing on that.
Okay. So not a question, just a comment. It looks like you have done good, but doesn't seem to be something which can be protected for long in the market.
Actually, we are working on a higher wattages of controller as well. So the same hardware and firmware can scale up to 1500 watt of controller. So which can be go with the low speed electric scooters and L3 category of e-rickshaw as well.
I think a general observation or input, I would say, is as you develop product and figure out a lot of things on how you want to, market that product or a service. I think very often these points will come that how long you will hold against the competition and all. It will be very prudent for you or others also to crowd out the exit, strategy also very clearly today. This might be even 5 years down the line, or even 7 or 10, no issues on that. But I think it will be very prudent, knowing the e-mobility market or EV ecosystem getting extremely competitive day by day. And most of the companies are bringing in the expertise in-house. Yeah. So recently, some of the BMS companies got sold, where the expectation was very high in terms of value, but then some automotive component suppliers bought a couple of those companies and all, because they also want to increase their value chain as well. Yeah. So where they do a make or buy decision at their end, but I think it will be very, very critical that the moment that you feel that you have a game on hand, but then you got to figure it out, how you want to, how long you want to do it yourself versus, take an exit. Thank you.
You, sir. Yes.
Ganesh, one question. I don't see DC bus caps here. DC bus capacitors. Don't you have?
Sir.
Or you just, because of battery, you just have very small capacity and that's it?
Yeah, so actually this is just work initial prototype that you have. So it's not a completely assemble.
Oh, I see. So you have DC bus caps in real product.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And second, when you say it's a BLDC controller.
Yes.
So it means you can only use it as with a trapezoidal square wave current?
Yes.
So how do you do then regenerative braking?
So for this application, electric cycle application, the motor which is there is a planetary gear with come with clutch.
Oh,
So there is no requirement of regeneration in such application initially. So we are not doing that regeneration in this.
Why not do a field-oriented control 4-quadrant? If you have all the basic components, it's just the different software.
Talking about the BLDC very specifically, trapezoidal, what we believe can work better. And when we are talking about writing the firmware for FOC and the sign control wave, what we are targeting is the reducing the BOM cost. So definitely it will increase the microcontroller cost. It will increase the RAM capability and all at the end. So like.
Yeah, Mandar sir.
Yeah, I've got a really small and silly comment. You know, your slide before the team slide, you had a guy sitting on the cycle and he looks Chinese, right?
No, sir, actually, he's the guy from my team.
All right. You may want to change his photo because you are effectively saying that you're a competition to a Chinese manufacturer. Yeah. Sorry for that.
No, that comment. Thank you, sir. Any other questions, panelists? Ankit sir. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Do you know someone who's manufacturing the controllers in India?
Yes, for cycle application, there is startup from IIT Madras who have recently started manufacturing motor controllers for electric cycle application.
And there is another one in Punjab, which has been for a very long time, Chandigarh. Are you aware? No. I will talk to you later.
So you put up my question. Yeah. So he put up my question. I'm just coming on that. When you say benchmarking, I believe you need to do cost as well as performance benchmarking because you just mentioned you've done dyno testings. So if just for your BCP, I mean, what the other gentleman was saying, if you have to have an exit plan for the BCP, at least do a benchmarking clearly at this stage, because then you wouldn't know where you stand in the market and there would be other people flooding you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions, panelists? Okay, seems good. Thank you so much, Ganesh, for the presentation. With this, I request all the jury members to please fill in your scores. I would invite the next person in, and while the presentation will be over for the next one, we will collect the sheets that you have filled up. So there are 3 pages. We'll collect the 2 pages out of it. So meanwhile, please fill in your scores and come back. So if the sheets are ready, you can submit it. Okay, thank you so much. With this, I would like to invite. With this, I would like to invite Mr. Rathish from C Electric.
Hello. Good morning, all of you. Myself, Ratish. I am co-founder and CTO of C Electric Automotive Drives. We are a startup started in 2018 in Cochin. Okay, so when we started in 2018, okay, so when we started in 2018 until today, the biggest problem that the EV industry is currently facing is the lack of indigenous, components, which actually deters the pace of adoption. So this has been the problem we have been facing because most of the components are imported from China. So we started with that problem statement. So we built customized connected electric powertrains that help the light electric vehicle markets, shorten their time to market. So our focus is specifically on light electric vehicles, which is on 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers. And we have a 3-phase plan for this. At phase 1, we actually build affordable, efficient, and ingenious motor controllers at the first phase. And in the second phase, the basically C electric stands for connected electric. So we want to have all our powertrains to be having a connectivity. So that we are trying to achieve through an instrument cluster, which will have an edge AI, which will optimize the data and give it to the cloud. And at the third stage, we want to have a hold on the motor, which will have a much more overall efficiency across the range, because currently it's permanent magnet. It has a wonderful efficiency at one point of time, but electric vehicle needs much more, efficiency at all operating points. So that's something we are planning at phase 3. And in uniqueness and innovation, we have implemented several algorithms at the vehicle level, specifically for 2 and 3 wheelers, improving the driving range by adaptive regeneration technologies. We are able to reduce the cost basically because we have implemented a field-oriented control on a 16-bit chip. And we were able to do a lot of internetworking between the vehicle components like BMS, which can improve the battery life by by constant communication between these two, and improve a better responsiveness of the vehicle. When you give throttle to the torque generation, and then interoperability and rapid optimization, because there are several motor manufacturers in India who is manufacturing motors. So we are able to get those motors, optimize it and get the best performance for our customers and deploy it in their vehicle. So these are our competitive advantages as of now. We are a truly indigenized motor controller with total control over the hardware and software. We have very highly optimized algorithms which we have done in-house, which can reduce the hardware cost and improve the performance. We already have more than 15,000 vehicles running from past 2 years, covering more than 10 million kilometers already. We have vehicle level customization, which can improve the performance and the features, and networking of the vehicle components, which will improve reliability and life. And we were one of the first controllers to get the FAME2 certification and subsidy. Since then we have taken several models through certification, and several of them are in field. So about the market size and potential, I think I don't have to tell you, because you guys know better than me on this. So India is definitely going electric, and that adoption is majorly being driven by 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers. So it's a specific market to India, and we need to find out the solutions within us. So this is our current technology and business status. So we have controllers in industrial, commercial, and individual mobility, starting from 250 watts to 10 kilowatts. Many of them are in series production, some are in validation and homologation, and some are in prototype stage. So these are some of our major customers, which is already on road. We are supplying to Mahindra Electric in their Treo Yari L3 segment vehicles. We are supplying to Ampere by Greaves Mobility in their mid-speed scooters. We are supplying to Atti Motors, who is an autonomous e-cart manufacturer who is using our powertrain. And this is our team. I mean, we were two co-founders, Bhavil Varghese and Ritesh. Both of us are from engineering backgrounds. So Bhavil basically takes care of the business, and I takes care of the technology. So basically that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rajesh. I would like to open the question answer session. Sirs. Thiru sir.
First disclosure, I've been working with C Electric for many years now, so I'm going to defer to others.
Piyush sir, questions?
Look, your current focus is on the power electronics part of hardware and software.
Yes, sir.
What motor types you can work with? Permanent magnet, IPM, SPM, induction, all of that?
Yes, sir, all of
And you are running field-oriented control,
We are running
space
field
vector,
space vector.
and it's all sensorless,
Yes.
sensor-based?
Okay, about the sensorless technology. See, we have the capability to do the sensorless technology, but most of the controllers which is in the electric vehicle, they are all censored. So the sensors comes in 3 types. Either they use a symbol hall sensors or encoders or resolvers. So we can support all the 3. So most of the manufacturers that is currently running in the market uses hall sensors basically. except for high-speed scooters. So we can support all three.
So Ratish, this hardware stuff is really hard, right? And someone having something working itself is a big achievement. And that might be like a strategic advantage you have, but on top of it, what are your IPs?
Okay, sir. See, motor controllers are not a new thing, sir. It's been there around for a longer time. But specifically using this motor controllers in, electric vehicles, that is at light electric vehicles where your cost is a very concern, you also need to implement the vehicle control algorithms within your motor control. So I believe that's where more of the IPs are. We have already filed an IP on handling the sensors and sensor error failures that is happening on electric vehicle and how it can be mitigated, and at least give a limp home mode to the customer so that he can take it to the service center. So I think that's where more of the IPs will lie, which we can explore. And currently, this is the one which we have already filed. There are few more patents which is in the making. We are in the process. Yes, sir.
Sir, please go ahead.
Ratish, I think you very smartly identified a segment in the market where there is a significant gap, which means it's not only electronics hardware, but you're also doing vehicle control unit and also trying to interface with the performance of or the behavior of the motor. This, of course, calls for huge resources in terms of your internal know-how, talent, manpower, because if you work with OEMs on this wide range, they would make huge demands on you in terms of support, customization, and ability to configure as per their vehicles. How do you plan to scale up this need for in-house talent?
Yes, sir. See, automotive OEMs are, their demands are extreme. So it was really difficult to break into many of this, so I would like to thank Thiru sir for giving us an opportunity there. So one thing we have seen is their demand is very high and they don't have any suppliers as of now. So they are trying desperately to get some. So we have been able to manage the performance, whatever they want or the support they want, and most importantly, manage the supply chain and production as well as so that they get the components in time to them. And that is on the motor controllers as of now. So we are very clear at present, our focus is purely on motor controller. If you ask me about the instrument cluster and the motor, for the instrument cluster, we have already made prototypes. So I have a previous experience of designing automotive instrument clusters. So we have designed both monochrome and TFT clusters earlier, and we have connectivity experience as well. And as far as the motor is concerned, we are in the simulation stage as of now. So we want to take it one by one. We want to be an established motor controller supplier to the OEMs so that they will have the ears to listen to us. We have proven our supply capacity, and then we want to take it to the next levels.
Yes, Piyush sir.
I just got one follow-on question. So you do motor controller and you also do the vehicle control.
Sir, as of now, the 2/3 wheelers, that's at the lower electric vehicles, that is 2-3 wheelers, doesn't have a vehicle control unit separately. So the motor controller, in fact, itself acts as the vehicle controller.
So then the role of the vehicle manufacturer, their value add becomes very limited, right?
So this was the question we were getting very early, because when we started in 2018, people were telling us, Mahindra Electric can do this by themselves. Why would they want to give it to you? But there is, I would think that is an underestimation, because there is a lot that the vehicle manufacturer has to do as an electric vehicle. It's not, electric vehicle is not something that you throw away the ICE engine and put a battery and motor. There is much more to it, because you have to manage the weight, what are the materials used, and what are the, there is a lot of things that they have to handle. So they have a lot on their plate. So they can't have all these. So they need to have strategic partnerships with such companies who can, supply to their demands in right time.
Mandar sir.
Yeah, Ratish, a slightly non-engineering question, and more relevant given the stage where you are, right? You clearly have a vision in terms of how this product is going to evolve. But at the same time, you would be conflicted with the demands of your customer, and given number of customers which you have, they'll have varying demands. How do you balance those, and how do you ensure that you're not, moving off your vision and the product pipeline?
Very interesting question, and it is very.
Frankly, I don't need an answer on this one immediately. Frankly, think through this, because this is one point which can make or break your company.
Exactly.
Yes, sir. Karthikeya sir, Ashwini sir. Okay, Ankit sir, any other questions? Okay, so I believe that will be all. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thanks. It's been a privilege. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much. With this, I would like to invite the next one, Abdul Aziz from Fashmo Energy.
Hello. Hello, everybody. My name is Abdul Aziz from Fashmo Energy. Today, I want to tell all of you a small story of a very deprived, stressed, and an oppressed system called battery. This battery is expected to function at its best. The battery also wants to, but there is someone in between who restricts it from being at optimum efficiency. You can all take a guess and you will get it by now. It is the battery management technology right now. And because of this inefficient system right now, battery has to face go through three major problem statements. Number one, batteries are not being heard. There is a lot they want to tell about themselves, which is very useful for the industry, the ecosystem, the vehicle, for the whole industry as well. But there is nobody good enough to translate. Number two, the way they are charged. They are either not safe in terms of the battery, the charging quality which is being used, or they are the conventional way which is being slow. Third one, even if there are some solutions available, the 2 and 3 wheeler market is quite far from it, and they have to depend on some imported solution which comes with its own challenges and issues. That is why we plan to come up with the solution called the Intelligent Battery Control Unit. Now, this battery control unit consists of three major solution streams. Number one has the robust and reliable battery management system, which looks after the protection. It has the voltage and current stackability as well for higher voltages, lower voltages. Second one deals with the intelligent estimation parameters. For example, you have the life cycle count, you have the TTE, DTE, etc., which is very essential and crucial for 2 and 3 wheeler management and even for fleet operators. Number three is the scope of developing novel techniques for charging, where we work with battery and the charging people who eventually can unlock the true potential of a battery to be charged quickly and safely as well. Now, because of this approach and the focus we have on the solution metrics, it opens a lot of problem statements which might come up in the future, which we can be solving through this. Number one of them being determining the true value and usability of second life batteries, which comes up with determining your life cycle count and what is the state of health, eventually logging this data, and after when it goes to a phase where its life is almost at the end, we are there to judge where it can be used, what is the value, and which is a serious problem which can come up in the future. Second one being the learning process of the BCU, where it adapts certain crucial parameters like the DOD and all for improving the life and health of this particular battery. Third one, which is also being a part of our solution, is the battery paralleling issue, which is not right now at a very big scale, but in the coming days, where high performing 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers and all which come up, the battery paralleling issue and the management of that with the BCU is something we'll be able to solve. Now, because of this approach and the features what we have, we get a good amount of advantage over some of the companies out there in the market, though there are good contemporaries who are doing a very good job. But the major quantities who are being, who are supplying to this particular 2 and 3-wheeler segment, we have a great margin over them, and we foresee a good future ahead as well. Market size, it's obviously, you are the experts and you know it better than me, but our focus is somewhere on this particular segment where we are a partner to these already enabled and institutions and organizations with whom we could leverage the potential and the performance of how a battery could actually work on. Coming towards current technology, we launched our first version of the product in the market. Since then, we have catered to about 9 OEMs. We are managing about 50 plus kilowatt hour. We have got some good amount of government support from different schemes. And there are already 1,400 plus pieces on order, just waiting for the certification on the BMS level. Once it is done the next month, we are moving ahead for that lot as well. Like one lot is already done. The second one is something what we are waiting. And these are some projections what we'll be looking for. Some of our clients, you can do a background check. They're all satisfied. That's why we are mentioning. And the core team consists of 4 pillars, what I call. There's the business, operation, technology, and then the product designing. There are a couple of more people who have joined in this particular mission of us, to develop this whole startup as a very, good organization, as an industry, or something as a key player, what we could look for the ecosystem. And we have also good partners who have helped us at different phases. And we are definitely looking for more. Why? Because we want to scale up and be the best in the market. Thank you all. I'm open for questions.
Thank you so much, Abdul, for the presentation. Very well. Sir, Thiru sir.
Excellent. Just another disclosure, I advise Exponent. So just
yeah.
So
Yes,
I understand exactly what you're doing, and I think it's very much needed. I think the question that I have is a lot of this requires firmware and data analytics and those kinds of skills.
Yes,
I couldn't see in your team who brings those skills and how many people you have in those areas.
Oh, yes. So our the CTO who is looking after the technical stack, he has this potential experience of MATLAB and Simulink. Why? Because starting from creating digital twins of cell level to the battery pack, and then creating model simulation is something what he has a great experience with. He has also worked with a company called SignWatts, which is based in US, though virtually, but he has a good amount of exposure in that field. Why? Because there also they were working on the 4-wheeler segment and all, and working on these intelligent parameters of comprising the technology into bare minimum and giving the maximum potential out of it. So, and there are people also joining who have already joined, and the firmware segment specifically, because they're not the translator like the code writing, but the logic level is something which is more required. Translation is something from English to C or something else which can be done, but the logic level writing and drafting is something what we are focusing on more. Like initially I was also involved in the process, but then I thought I need good people to over there. We cannot do everything. So people who are good at what work need to do that particular stuff.
Any partnerships in terms of cells? Do you focus on a particular type of cells?
Right now, we are cell agnostic. We are not someone who is focusing on any one particular chemistry or something like that. We do when we deal with the battery manufacturers who are into assembly, we do a good amount of good amount of technical conversation to understand what is their understanding with their cell manufacturers. So many a times they do not have much information because of because they are just assembling into it. But some people do have, because starting from the vehicle manufacturers also, there are some people who are partnering up with us right now, specifically for the battery paralleling and all solutions which I just mentioned, and they have a good knowledge about what cells they're using. So we would require the cell testing report. Why? Because that will be required for your simulation purposes.
I'll come back and ask more questions.
Yeah,
sure,
sure.
sir. Piyush sir, any questions?
So you get the cells, package them.
No, sir.
No.
We are only making the electronics part. Cell battery is something which there are already established people in the market. There are, more, I don't know, 200 to 250 companies already who are doing a good particular job in different regions across the country. We are someone who is working on the intelligent part of this battery, where, the electronics, because BMS is something which is already being used and it is mandatory to be used in the battery pack. So our BCU is something which will do the BMS job as a part of the solution. But the other things which come with this, the features which I listed, is something where we work on, because we do not want to the stuff which is already done and people have already established themselves well in that particular market. So where the gap is or where the delta is something what we want to focus on.
So in that case, you have a battery supplier.
Yes.
Then we have a BMS supplier. As a BMS supplier, you also want to do vehicle control. Then we have power electronics that also can and want to do the vehicle control. How does all these things fit? I mean, to me, it's like at a vehicle level, you are dealing with so many different necks to catch. Correct. And they all have processors, IoT, and they all are doing their local best. But to me, it seems like at a vehicle level, maybe is it optimized?
Yes, sir. What I can say is like, I'll give you two examples. Number one, we'll take an example of a vehicle which has some good and intelligent systems already there, like a VCU and some other ECUs. Now, what will our system do? It is a capable system of delivering whatever data is required by that intelligent system. This is the first example. Second example is a vehicle which does not have intelligent systems, and which is just dependent on the motor controller to give the LCD data, or the voltage data on the LCD screen or something like that. When they look for leveraging the technology in terms of intelligence part, is something this can be used in all three sectors and eventually be the central unit for those vehicles. So these are the two examples, just to clarify, who are already sorted and organized. We play a role of a system which is whatever they need data, because we have the CAN 2.0, which is obviously the standard, and also the capability of the product, so it will give whatever data is required. So if there is already an intelligent system which is set, because when we work with vehicle manufacturers, as you rightly said, some of them already have everything there. They have one part missing, which has to do a specific role. Like they ask for specific data. We want a distance to end metric. We want a time to end metric, or something like that. That is something our the BCU needs to calculate and just deliver through the communication cables. Canvas.
Okay. Yeah, sir. Umesh, sir.
Abdul, is your target market the battery manufacturers or the vehicle manufacturers?
So whoever understands the battery best, they are our target customers, because we have worked with, because in the initial phase, majorly the battery manufacturers was the one who used our products, who bought our products. But of late, we are being inquired through vehicle manufacturers who are very much knowledge about the battery segment and what they want from the battery pack. So they either have a battery vendor whom they just say that take this product from them, assemble it and give it back to the vehicle guy, because vehicle guy is the one who is the intelligent man, who knows what the architecture of the vehicle is. Battery guy is someone who assembles the cells. He's only looking for the protection aspects, the cutoff aspects and all of that, and then he gives to the vehicle guy. So both of them, we are in constant touch with them, because we cannot just look at one and forget the other, because our solutions cater to both of their problem statements and pain points.
But each of these players would want something to be customized and to differentiate their own products.
Yes, yes.
How then are you able to create customized solutions for, let's say, 30 of your battery clients and 20 of your vehicle clients? Isn't that something which is going to limit your scalability?
No, not much, because right now what we have done in these two streams, number one is something which is a product which has all the generic attributes and the generic features which everybody will require, like the basic necessities. The things which are required on top of that as top up, because someone might require with the CAN, they might require a Bluetooth module and a mobile application. Though we have that capability, who does not require that, we just limit ourselves and give it to them. So it is a modular architecture which is already there. Now, when we come to the customization aspect, we like suppose if you are going for a long-term agreement with a vehicle manufacturer, we definitely have to go through this development process, development cycle, the development cost and all which is involved, which is made according to them, and then the transfer which is done.
Yeah, Ashwani, sir.
So I get that your part is the electronics and the algorithm, so that you can bring out the intelligence of it. And you said that it is cell agnostic.
Yes, right. Chemistry agnostic.
It is chemistry agnostic, or maybe the same chemistry get improved in tech, then it's agnostic. My question is that when the cell gives you different signals, then which part is the agnostic? Is it the electronics you need not change, or is it the algorithm you need not change, or is the entire part you need not change at all? With different chemistries in the cell or tech improving, you give different signals. So how does you achieve that agnostic thing?
Okay, sure. So with that, definitely the first point is the hardware need not be changed. Why? Because in electronics, we understand changing a hardware means the whole cycle to be repeated, or it needs to be go for refurbishing or something like that. So hardware is something which is capable, like suppose we have a range from 30 to 50 volts. Like this is the voltage range of a particular version. So anything in between, the hardware need not be changed. The part where we talk about algorithms and all is something with the firmware. Why? Because we have multiple options. Right now, we obviously have, the flashing feature and all of that, which is there, but we also have things which we are working on, named as the FOTA, the firmware over the air, where, the scalability and all would not be a problem, because even if there is a lot with a dealer or with a manufacturer somewhere far away, we could do the, the wireless firmware update. And then ultimately it'll improve its own performance, and the bugs can all be cleared. Okay. The firmware is something what needs to be adjusted, customized according to what they need. Hardware, obviously, if they have a very specific thing as size constraints, when we work with two-wheelers specifically, they have a very size constraint of battery, so they need a special design of this electronics also. So with them, the hardware will obviously be different.
Okay, Abdul, I have one question. When you say that cell agnostic was first thing, then you are not specifically working with the vehicle manufacturers or the battery manufacturers. So are you not like expanding your horizon a bit too much? How's your team's bandwidth suited for that? I mean, if I would be a customer, I would want you to provide my solution, deliver it the earliest, and then you are just keeping all those horizons open for you. So how do you as a business have a sustainability plan about that?
Yes, over here, what I would like to say is it's all about the organizing, how do we organize our processes and what do we take in and what do we not? Because I understand your point. If we say yes to all, then how is it that we satisfy all of them? So this is definitely a point, but right now we want to be open to hear more. And then, how is it that we streamline our processes? But again, working on, like, suppose if we are working on any customized project, it's not something we can take 10 or 20 at a time and just go forward. So till the time we are completing and establishing something which is there, right now, we'll obviously be selecting the best ones with whom we can establish ourselves in the market and then expand our team, look for scaling up because there is a good demand in terms of, whatever the market is also asking. Now the challenge is on us, the internal side of it. How is it that we scale up within the team, manage our processes, streamline our, the operations, the manufacturing part, because PCB fabrication knowledge is something we do not have in-house right now, because it's not something at the initial phase which is viable. We have the PCB fabrication and mounting is something we get it done, but the QA QC process and then the testing, the dispatching and all is something we manage right now. When we work on a greater scale, we definitely look for good amount of help from industrial mentors that I create, and people have been obviously supporting mentors over here, and we are definitely looking for that part where we do not fall short or fall way away, and we stay on the path and try achieving our goals.
Yeah, so just a comment on what you said. This is not a question. Maybe you can think. So your mentors, and when you say, the kind of projects you select, that has to be very carefully chosen. I mean, it has to be a thought out process because that defines your scalability at the end of the day.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Didn't want to occupy too much. The value proposition you
Yes,
mentioned, it's just smarts, but it's very generic. It's better translated into something like a cost benefit or a life. You did mention a little bit on the life benefit, and there is a lot of potential for cost reduction if you're managing the
100%.
battery better. That didn't come out in your presentation.
Oh, I'll take it.
And then your cost delta and how you would justify that with your customers, that also didn't come out in the presentation. I'm going to leave it at that.
No problem. So we take it now, or I can show it to you in detail. Sure, no problem. I can give you the details of it.
Some buffer time. So if you have any more questions, please feel free to interact.
I'd love it. Okay, so with the Delta part, though, because it is based on what people require, like I gave you an example, like some might require only Bluetooth, some might require CAN and Bluetooth and only CAN. So with the hardware part of it, the calculation is pretty easy. Why? Because we have the cogs and then we have the margin, so we do the calculation. When we talk about the features, so if suppose there is someone who's looking for the complete potential of this particular product, the pricing of it and then the delta of it, we as what do we want to do is, or what our particular aim is, the hardware accessibility should be very easy. Because the thing what they hear as a hardware cost, they try to run away or they try to come towards us. Because if we say, like, suppose we have 1.4 or 2x the price difference, they might obviously not hear after that the intelligent parts. So what our particular aim is to keep the hardware thing accessible, so that even if we have to reduce our margins a bit, and then try to look for different streams, or try to build up a longer partnership, which eventually helps us in establishing ourselves and spreading out our roots. So in numbers, definitely I'll update. Yes, I understand. Oh, okay. In the pitch deck, right?
Yeah, okay. I'll just give you a couple examples.
Sure.
And you think about it. People use certain depth of charge.
Correct.
78 for that.
Correct.
You increase it 95, you're managing the battery. That means more battery available.
More range available.
And also faster charging, because you can charge, your battery better, you can charge better. So things like that needs to come out, and that's how you're going to win the business.
Sure.
Nobody's going to pay more for something that's because it's smart. What does it do for me?
Just to add to that, So if you go to the slide of competition or the benchmarking that you've done, there is, I've seen Exponent there, right?
Yes.
And
yes.
Arun Vinayak known to us, and we work with them as well, and
Oh.
so on. So I think sometimes the comparison may not be as prudent, because what they bought in was more of a liquid cooling and a new charging protocol or a new connector, which I'm extremely unhappy about. Yeah. Is there a way that you can figure this out, right, with a current CCS2 protocol, yeah, which is getting popular across the car OEMs in India, buses, and also now LCVs. And I see the potential for the company like yours with the LCV market as well. Yeah, because there are new age startups working in that segment. So any thought around it? I'm sure you would have benchmark, or you've known Exponent better than me, but any thoughts around it?
Yes, and Exponent, obviously, why I had to put that is because it's in the nation, and there are a couple of companies around the globe who, like, suppose there's a company called G Batteries who is working on this particular aspect, on the intelligence algorithm and the fast charging aspect, but there are countable. And in terms of the market which is open for this, obviously, whenever we hear these kind of features, everybody might want to deploy it, but we understand where the whole the potential actually is. Like, suppose we talk about commercial vehicles or the fleet operations, where the core necessity of time. Why? Because the number of hours they can drive is something very crucial. This we have heard from the three-wheeler fleet operators, where they say that 2 or 3 hours is just for charging, and then 1 hour for lunch means they lose almost 80, 90 kilometers per day, and that that affects their orders as well. So working on adapting with already established standards like CCS2, or even we talk about CHAdeMO or the GBT, we are working on the back end of it. The connector can be something which is there, but the protocol is something like starting from handshaking protocol to something, what is the data, the static and dynamic data which is required, and what would be the power regulation thing which would go back to the regulated thing which could go back to the battery mapping. One thing what I missed, like the internal resistance mapping is also something that the module is capable of, and that is very essential when we talk about charging protocols. So IR mapping or internal resistance calculation is something which also it does.
Okay, thank you so much, Abdul, for the great presentation.
Thank you, sir.
With this, I would like to call upon Ishan and Akash from Mr. Ishan from Gyro Drive Machineries.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Ishan Dhar. I am the CTO of Gyro Drive Machineries Private Limited. We are based out of Pune. So the problem statement which we are currently focusing on has been partly been discussed. I'll just perhaps mention about certain points which were not covered. Permanent based rare earth magnet based motors, they actually inherently are not very viable at high temperature applications. We have seen, we have experienced that at regions in India where the ambient temperatures are very high, these motors, there is a torque penalty, their performance decreases. And of course, there are supply chain issues related with the sourcing of these permanent earth magnet based motors. So as far as the solution is concerned, we have developed a magnet-free motor, which is based on the technology of switch reluctance motor. And we are currently developing a 2 kilowatt to 4.5 kilowatt powertrain, which will basically have a gearbox incorporated inside. So it's a complete powertrain, and it is with the drive. So the electronics part also we are doing. As far as the technology development is of concern, we have used this, we have a smaller prototype of 150 watt, which we were able to commercialize also. So we are into linear actuator manufacturing. Earlier, we were using DC motors sourced from China to make those linear actuators, but Now we have started basically the tooling for 100 watt motors, which will be replacing these DC motors, and we have an LOI of 3,000 motors per year also. Sorry, for 3,000 linear actuators. So as far as uniqueness and innovation goes, this is our value proposition. There is high degree of customization because everything from optimization to electromagnetic design to the controller design we are doing in-house, and we have our own design software which we have developed for it. These motors have low vibration, long life. One point I would like to mention, we are also exploring the option of basically converting already existing BLDC motors into SRM motors, which are there in market, and people are facing difficulty to basically once the rotor magnets have got demagnetized and they want to they have to eventually scrap those motors. So there is a market for that also. We can convert existing stack topologies into SRM motors also, just by supplying the drive and rewinding the motors and providing the required rotor for that. So how we are achieving it, because this is an indigenous design, the stator rotor topology is structurally optimized, and our drives are configurable for different applications. Like we have low efficiency drive also, which cater the limited duty cycle applications which are common in linear actuators, and continuous duty cycle machines also, where we use slightly more expensive but highly efficient drives which have regeneration features, like for electric vehicle applications. So if I basically do a cost analysis in the range of 4.5 kilowatt, these motors are fairly priced. If I compare our 100 watt motor which we are using in our linear actuators, the FOB cost of DC motors from China is around 1100 rupees, and we have been able to basically develop these motors at a price of about 650 rupees in the same power range. It is an indigenous design. High temperature operations above 120 degree also is possible, and whatever mechanical change happens in the rotor design, the drive is sensitive to that. If the clearance between the rotor stator changes, that kind of issues also can be taken care of. This is a robust design, highly reliable. We have faults, phase faults in BLDC motors, and in this motor so the one which we have made is a 3-phase motor. So even if one phase goes, the vehicle can still run on 2 phases, and even if the second goes, it can run on a single phase, only it will not remain self-starting. So as far as the Indian market goes, that I think is a advantage.
Ishan, 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. So I think I have already I think already covered these points. It is low cost, permanent magnet free, can work efficiently without any penalty on torque at high temperatures also. It is highly reliable, and we can achieve very high efficiencies in these motors. So a competitive advantage as far as it goes, it is having fairly good efficiency. It is permanent magnet free, can work even with one phase, good performance even at high temperature. And this is currently I'm talking about 1 kilowatt motors. So around an MOQ of 3,000 units. So 5,000 to 6,000 it will cost. And mechanical robustness of these motors are also very high. So this is what we could gather from the sources available. The Indian market for e-rickshaws is about 2 billion plus, and it is expected to grow to 27 billion plus. Whereas The current market value of switch reluctance or variable reluctance motor is 500 million plus, and it is expected to grow up to 2032 to 950 million plus, and we are looking at a market share of 5% here. As far as the current technology and where we are is, we have been able to use these motors in our linear actuators, which we have supplied, and the feedback is good. And we have also been able to grab an order where we are designing an electric wheelchair using SRM motor for a customer. We have a plan to basically work on 2.5 to 4.5 kilowatt motors, which will basically cater the electric vehicle, the e-rickshaw segment. And even in automation, if you see, we have, though not on a very large volume, but we have supplied these motors for servo-based applications also. So this is our team. I am Ishan, and I mostly take care of the technology side. Me and Akash, we both are from Indian Institute of Science. We are alumni of IISc. I have worked as a scientific officer in Department of Atomic Energy, India also. And my core competency is in design. Akash looks mostly into the operations and manufacturing related and marketing related aspects, whereas Mr. Neeraj is a CACF, and he looks into the business development as well as he is the angel investor in our company. So that is all from my side.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ishan, for the presentation.
Thank you.
I would like to open the question and answer session. Yes, Piyush sir, any questions?
SRM है तो मेरे को ही पूछना पड़ेगा, right?
Thank you, sir.
Ishan, I'm so pleased to see that you are having success with SRM. So congratulations.
Yes, sir.
You have shown that you have done servo, you have done 100 watts. Those are I'm very intrigued by like such a low power, and then servo applications. Those are very novel applications where I would imagine people would think about SRM. So what can you talk about those two applications?
So actually, while developing this technology, so we have been working it. So this was actually my PhD topic also. High-speed SRM. While working with these motors and developing, because you obviously know that it is a difficult motor to control. The non-linearities are fairly complicated. As far as the servo application goes, I will tell you one thing. Part of our work is basically on removing those inherent non-linearities by focusing on the rotor topology. So we have applied topology optimization on the rotor of this motor. And what we have achieved is like even in open loop, I'm telling, while controlling this motor in open loop with fairly, good load torque, we have been able to achieve very high accuracy. We have been able to use this motor even like a stepper motor, obviously with a gearbox. And actually, while developing a software, if you're, if you are able to perfectly model the system, then I think this motor can be used in almost all the applications, because the electronics, the AI based tools, and the capability of current electronics is such that we can use very novel methods in controlling these motors. And one more thing which I would like to mention is that when we were, because we supply precision servo actuators also. One of the applications for which we have an order where our actuators are going is basically, it is a simple height adjustable disc. Normally, you need to have synchronized actuation of both the actuators so that there is no misalignment. So it is a servo appli because there is a feedback. There is a motor, there is a feedback. We basically developed a controller where we were trying to control, obviously, the for both the motor, a single controller was used. And since all those components which were increasing the cost of DC motor, because there has to be there has to have an they have to have a feedback control there. And in our application also, whatever components were actually increasing the cost, they were somehow actually helping or taking care of the feedback control. So that is, we have actually selected and basically played with certain features where we have been able to basically make it compatible with even DC motors. So yes, sir.
So I think in the interest of time and others, I would just have one more question for
Yes, sir,
you.
yes.
And where are your IPs?
We have applied a patent for this technology, and our IPs basically lie in the controller side. With the topology also which we are actually using is fairly different from whatever there is in the literature, and it is, or whatever has been published. Apart from that, the control algorithms, the way we have modeled this motor, and the way which we can model any motor in the domain of switch reluctance motor, that is also part of our IP, sir.
Okay, Thiru sir, any questions?
No, his presentation is one of the best on the trends and things like that. I'm going to defer to the other.
Okay, Umesh sir.
Ishan, what is the limit to power rating that you anticipate or expect from a motor of this type?
That is actually, as an engineer and as a technologist who has worked on this motor, I will not put any limit on this motor, because there are ways to put this motor in various different applications. Actually, the first application where we used this motor was a 50,000 RPM motor, which we developed for a flywheel storage system. So whether it is high speed, low speed, whether you want, because it has a, advantage of having a very low inertia rotor also. So, even EVs, you can have very high accelerations, and whatever demerits there are, they are solvable. And we have been able to basically, to be honest, we have, when we started developing these motors and manufacturing these motors, we used to supply tailor-made motors. People used to come to us, ये wattage का motor या इस size का motor मिल नहीं रहा है, and we used to give this solution. As of now, we have never, been given a problem statement where we have not been able to model or basically design this type of motor for any application. So I will not put any limits on it till date.
Who have been working on this for some time. Why is it that you have not been able to scale up? Your numbers show that probably this year you would do about 1.5 crores of turnover. You've solved the essential problems related to this technology. You have addressed the cost issue. You showed a DC motor for a small application is one of the cheapest motor that you can think of, a brush DC, but you mentioned that your cost is almost half of that. So you addressed the cost issue, you addressed the performance issue, and yet why have you not been able to scale up?
Sir, actually, when we started this company, we were like design consultants. So that is how we started, and we were parallelly developing this technology. So that is one reason why we were not able to bring it to market, and it was not very easy actually to basically find the right applications for this motor. Till the time we were not confident कि ये चलेगा, and that has taken some time. I agree with you. But finding those right applications and even basically developing the right algorithms and the right control system, which will be able to basically complement the motor, that has actually taken time. And meanwhile, we did supply this motor to a lot of customers, but they were like tailor-made applications only, so not very large scale application.
Yes, sir.
So
Okay, sir.
Ishan, one question going ahead, like where do you see in future? Are you a motor manufacturer or are you a technology provider? Because as I assume, you've got multiple applications. You yourself say this has endless usages. You don't want to put a cap on that. So for you to manufacture all of them, or rather you being a tech provider, where do you see yourself
I
as
think
a business?
we are a technology provider. Yes.
Not a motor manufacturer.
Okay. Yes, Ashwini sir, Kartikeya sir, Mandar sir. Any questions, comments? Okay. So, yeah, sure.
Look, I think you do definitely have a solid understanding of technology. Now the big question is, how do you build?
I am not able to hear.
No, I have a challenge with everything which ends with ER. Mike, bike, life, wife. But anyway, yeah, coming back to this, you pretty much solved the technology's challenge of it. And as I hear, you are one of the solid firms with good understanding of technology. What I'm going to challenge you now is, how do you build business? I personally think your ambitions are very, very small, frankly, for the size of the market. This is a large opportunity to think about building meaningful businesses. Very rarely do you get startups which are well sorted when it comes to technology and it comes to product. Spend a lot of time thinking about how do you scale this up, and think of shorter time frames. You should be looking at whatever number you've put, think 10x of that number or even 100x of that number in next 2 years.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ishan. With this, I would like to conclude the session for the first half of the day. I would request Naman and Ved to please collect this sheet for this startups from all the jury members first. So thank you so much, respected jury members. It was I believe, a great interactive session, and the inputs that has been given by you was a quite very much interesting and valuable to all these startups. I would also thanks to all the startups for sharing your ideas and the great presentations. So thank you. Now I would like to. Yes, sir. Yes. So, sir, what we are doing is, now we are, I would like to hand over to Shantanu, and Shantanu will actually ask for some feedback from you guys.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So, Shantanu, please take it forward. Thank you so much.
So, I think we've had a very interesting day today, some very insightful comments for the startups. And I think the jury also had a great time looking at some very interesting work that we're doing here at iCreate. I'd just like to take a moment and talk about EVangelise 2. So when we envisioned EVangelise 2, the fundamental idea was strategic connects of our startups with industry, such that our startups get access to capital, access to infra, access to sales, which is at a strategic level from manufacturing industry, and industry gets a fresh insight into what's happening at the cutting edge technology development level by the startups. So this was the day that we were hoping for, where we get some very interesting stalwarts from industry taking some serious interest in our startups, having this engagement happen, and who knows what sort of partnerships can happen in the future. EVangelise 2 has been centric towards getting manufacturing partners to connect at a strategic level with our startups. So again, I would like to thank the jury for taking time out and actually spending the day here with us, talking to our startups. And post this, we'd like all of the jury and everyone in the audience to visit the exhibition, visit the rally, talk to our startups, and take the day forward. At this point, I'd like to invite some of our jury on stage to give a quick general feedback to our startups as to what were the goods, what were the bads, and some general insightful inputs that perhaps you have. Sir, would you like to begin? Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, in particular, I had about 4 observations across all of the startups, and without naming names, people who have attended these presentations would quickly figure out whom I am referring to, right? Number one was that I did find that some of them were looking with solutions which are trying to find a problem. I didn't get a very good sense with some of them where they were looking to solve real problem points. And for all of those, I would probably have one simple question: find what is your true north. What are you really looking to build, and what is your ambition around it? How do you think about that ambition? How do you grow that ambition? What are the steps to achieve that ambition? Number 2 point around that is address your gaps. As you think about your ambition and as you think how do you want to build it, think where your gaps are. Are those team related gaps? Are those advisor related gaps? Can you really partner within that ecosystem? Interestingly, you found a lot of startups solving different problems of the same equation, but can you look to combine that and formally or informally look to partner, even to an extent where maybe even merge your companies, given that you may have complementary skill set. And lastly, I thought that many of the guys did miss the structure, the simplification of what they are looking to do. And to me, it reflects the inherent and pandemic thinking, which generally kind of goes around there, that if you're not able to simplify what you're looking to solve for, it becomes a massively complicated problem, and putting attention to that detail, because what I really think is that when you're looking to solve for engineering problem, that attention to detail is a mindset. It's not just about having wrong things in your presentation, but I start to really, as an investor, wonder whether that detail remains within your engineering capabilities, right? So those were 3 or 4 generic observations which were there.
So thank you, sir, and very insightful comments. I think we all resonate largely with those comments. I just like to take a moment when the point that you had mentioned about integration and getting our companies to work together is something that iCreate is putting all of its weight behind. So in the rally, again, I'll invite you to come over to the rally. There is a cycle which has integrated all subcomponents from the iCreate portfolio: the motor, the controller, the battery management system, the charger. So iCreate, like you said, we're solving different parts of the same equation, and putting it together is perhaps the game changer. So that is definitely something that we're attempting to do.
Fantastic. And that's probably the world beating product then.
Oh, nice.
Lovely. That's fantastic.
Thiru, sir, please.
Okay. I think first of all, fantastic. I know it's taken a lot of travel from each one of you and many of you to go find people, encourage people, develop them to this point. And the results are good. Obviously, there are gaps, but the amount of work that has gone behind this is really good. The major gaps that you see is there are people who are working on an opportunity in the market, but without having technology strengths and things like that. So sustainability could be an issue. On the other hand, we find some technology companies who don't have the legs to convert them and scale and bring products out and scale. So those gaps are there. They're very typical, and a lot of incubation, a lot of mentoring, a lot of helping, joining them together and things like that will help. We look forward to supporting, definitely I can speak for myself, supporting this effort.
That's really interesting. Thank you so much, sir. So the second point, essentially our solution to the scaling up and the manufacturing problem was getting industry to come over and actually partner with our startups. Thank you so much, sir. Sir.
For me personally, this has been very, very inspirational. The amount of work that iCreate has done to come up with an idea, create a platform where everyone can come together, share their work, discuss the problems, and try to find a solution. That's the first biggest step in the right direction. See, we always talk about chicken and egg type of a problem, but there is an embryo somewhere, right? And iCreate is that kind of embryo that is creating this kind of platform, bringing everyone together. So it's phenomenal. I'm so much inspired and excited about seeing the difficult technical challenges everyone is working at. Second thing, hardware stuff is hard. It's not easy. I'm telling you, if you can get something to work and spin and move, very big congratulations. It doesn't come very easily. Or third thing I want to say is that I would echo what Mandar said, what Thiru sir said. And in a funny way, I would say that watch that Hera Fairy movie where it says, ki, tumhari samasya kya hai? Right? Babu Rao, he says, naam nokri ki ghar. See, it's the crystallization. You have to think about what technology you are developing, what problem you are trying to solve, and it doesn't come easily. I'm not one of those person where I got up and I got an idea and I said, this is my value proposition. This is what I'm going to do. This is my go-to-market strategy. This is how I'm going to raise fund. This is how I'm going to build. No, none of this came the right first time. I had 100 false start. If you stick to this, build the right ecosystem, have the right mindset, will happen. It will happen before you know it. So this is phenomenal. Fantastic. Great job, everyone.
No, sir, that is truly inspirational. Thank you for those words, sir. And iCreate chooses to focus on what's hard. 80% of our portfolio is hardware and tangible products. Thank you, sir. Sir, please.
I have been asked to come here since almost 2 years, and I was a bit skeptical. I said, okay, we get approached by college students who share their projects, and looking at the quality of projects, I thought, yeah, this could be a little better, but I was a little skeptical. Today, frankly, I'm humbled by the depth of work which many of the presenters had done. While we had a lot of questions about that presentation, about that team on the tractors, but okay, there were a lot of gaps, but amount of passion, amount of involvement each of these young guys had was amazing. I have a company which has about 70, 80 engineers working, and my biggest challenge has been to get people excited about their work. And at times people told me that, okay, if you want to do path-breaking work, never hire people, just invest in a startup. So I can see that today that is partially true. Well, the presentations had a lot of passion and in some cases significant depth. But one area I would like to give my feedback is look at competition. While you may be doing amazing work and it's great to be in love with your own work, look at what the world or somebody else is doing. You can immediately be made irrelevant by some other innovation or breakthrough or the direction in which the technology can move. And secondly, don't try to do everything. Try to be as narrow in your focus as possible, unless and until you see a significant and a very clear gap in the market. This is where mentors and people who advise these startups, I believe, can bring in their wisdom and knowledge to educate these startups.
Right, sir.
Thank you.
So more depth rather than width. Absolutely. Well taken.
Absolutely more depth so that, you become a company which is very unique, which at least in India, there should be not many companies which are solving that kind of a problem.
Fair point, sir. Thank you so much.
Through partnerships.
Breath through partnerships. Absolutely. That is something we're trying to pull off. Thank you, sir. And partner. Thank you so much.
No, it was pretty good to be here, to hear all these people. Thanks to iCreate to create such an opportunity, and a nice break from me, from the corporate life, to be part of this startup ecosystem and hearing these people who are so passionate about their work. Just a couple of observations are that we are, as a jury, have been given the task to rate you. So we have done our task, we rated you. Does not mean that we know better than you. Or most of us here have been in the industry maybe not less than 15, 20 years, maybe more. So we may not resonate with a lot of problems which you can see and we cannot see. It may happen. So something we say you have not defined a problem well, that may quite possibly that we have not been able to understand that problem and you actually did understand that problem. Similarly about the solutions, you might have understand a solution or you might see a solution which today may look a little hazy, but at a distance it might be good and we may not be able to see because of our experience, which brings certain advantage also, but also brings certain biases in our thinking. So I would just give one advice that whatever you are doing, don't get too much swayed by what we say. Take it that it is some words of wisdom, but does not necessarily mean better wisdom than you. And continue to do something what you are doing, but as a colleague sitting here also said, be as narrow as you can be. Being narrow brings a lot of benefit. Don't too much worry about the market share, potential, all those things. But if you are good in the narrow thing which you are doing, your product will find its place in the market and you will find success. That's it.
Well, I guess the jury members have said it all. But there is something which I like to share is to get into something is easy, but to exit is extremely difficult. Yeah. So have an exit plan. Yeah. And sometimes it might be too early to think about it when you're developing a product or a service or, but I guess, thanks to iCreate, thanks to all the founders who came and presented today. This was not a pitch, fundraise pitch. It was more of a competition. So honestly, 15, 20 minutes is too lesser time. But if I'm sure iCreate can create a very conducive environment in having dialogue with these founders to find the missing gaps. For example, there were certain instance that you mentioned that a couple of team members, they merged, two startup merged to form another one, and so on. But I guess what one of the observation through this 9 different pitches was let's say not having a clarity of who could be our target customers and the real buyer. You need to find a customer inside a customer, actually. Yeah, you may have a Mahindra Electric as a customer, but then you figure out no, it's actually the guy who is helping. One of the founder mentioned that there are a lot of things to do, but surely they won't miss out the core element like a controller, for example. Today they may not have the expert, but they'll figure it out. Yeah. So I guess while we love what we want to do, but I think as I've learned in my own journey, not to get too much over emotional about things, because after all, it is business. And and I think entrepreneurship is what about that you create value for everybody, including yourself as well. So that's all. Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
So yeah, like I think it's all been covered by the fellow panel members, but like phenomenally done. The kind of startups you've put together, we've been in touch for the past 2 months. So that's there. One thing I wanted to mention here, that technology wise, all the startups, they seem to be, probably they have identified the focus areas. Just to get a better product mix, like you want to have tangible products coming out of this. Maybe if we can focus something on the pilot opportunities like iCreate, you happen to be in the best position for it. If you can get industry people to get pilot opportunities or validation of these ideas, the focus on getting what would be a tangible product out of its deployment, that could help them at such forums, just to be very crystal clear about what is their offering. That is one thing we can do. Yeah.
Hoping that the rest of the jury heard the pilot opportunities part. Sir?
Hello. When the ground is ready, the root will take hold. So I'm quite impressed by what is being done here. And I've been told that the companies have diversified in terms of coming from different parts of India, while in past they were more focused in the region. And I do try, out of my passion, I try to help university startups. And one of the challenges that I face is I can't be going everywhere because of my commitment. And this is probably, some of us, we were discussing in the morning, and they were saying that to take time out and visit these places have become extremely difficult. Since it happens to be in December, it's way easier because a lot of people are relaxed. Now, what I feel is probably there needs to be an aggregation at a country level, where the information is at least available about the companies, about the startup ideas that is happening, and someone who's remotely or even outside India, he can know what exactly is happening. And it's just an idea that I'm coining off, that probably you can work at meeting with different places where many of these places are doing, and create a platform where there is centralization probably in the EV industry as such. And that will be amazing for a lot of people. Thanks.
Just respond to that point. There are multiple things happening. One is like iCreate is also now taking a lead role in the Startup 20 engagement group at G20. It is in the process of creating a national register of mentors, of startups, of the products which are there, so that like it all is available and accessible from a single platform. What we are also looking at is basically like having this network, then like actually make it accessible to like actually each incubator, and also like people who come in from the industry. So that is something which is already in the process, and we'll be taking it up like further. One more thing that is taking place is iCreate is right now in the process of launching the first product discovery platform for EV segment, where all components made by various startups and like the industries in India, which are alternatives to like the imports which are there, that is being like actually created. And it is something which also would be supported by various government agencies. So that is initial step has been taken. We're expecting that platform to like actually take place and come out in probably next month or so. So that is something which is already in the pipeline. Hope that would help the industry. From the industry side, now it has to like actually avail, look at that platform, look at the alternatives which are available, rather than just looking at Alibaba and sourcing the cheapest product. If they start looking at what is there, what is the alternative, even if it's same price, then give a preference to the local domestic product. So if that can happen, that would be really a good thing to happen for the entire startup industry. Thanks.
Yeah, I think it has given you a new startup idea now, competition to Alibaba, made in India. Go ahead.
Right. That's it. That's it for the day. I think we've had, sorry, that's it for the first half of the day. I think we've had a very interesting session. I'd request the jury to move towards the executive dining for the final internal discussion. And yeah, and we'd like to have a group picture as well. And everyone can now start moving gradually towards lunch and then the exhibition. The lunch is at the ISM block, just ahead of the rally.
So I request everybody to please step onto the stage so that we have a group picture. We all can be in one frame together. Thank you. Sir, please. And all the startup, you guys can come and line up here in the front row. Yes. Thank you. We are honored, sir. You all are here. Yes, I think we all need to, yeah. Hi. Ma'am, please. और आगे आना पड़ेगा शायद हम लोग yeah, so that there's no space. Okay, sir.
Just a minute. निलवा जाता रहा respected jury members, startups, and other dignitaries. A very, very good afternoon. I hope you had lunch and having good time at iCreate campus. And now we are proceeding. Now we are going to proceed for the second half of the day, which is the jury, which will evaluate the startups which are below TRL4. So there are 9 startups that are pitching now, and I would like to introduce the jury first. We are having Mr. Mihir Joshi, President, Gujarat Venture Finance Limited. We have Mr. Rahul Saxena, CEO, Cobot Systems, Mr. Vivek Chandel, Advisory Board Member, SenseGrow. We have Mr. KJ Singh, VP Technology, Tejas Network. We have Mr. Srinivas Kuldini, GM Traction Motors, Aditya Auto Components. We have Dr. A.S. Prakash, Senior Principal Scientist, CSIR, CECRI. We have Dr. Preeti Bansal. She's an advisor scientist at PSA Office, Government of India. So this is a jury that will evaluate the startups. Just to give you again a brief, every startup will be given 5 minutes of time for the presentation. Following that, there will be a question answer session for 10 minutes, and there will be a 5 minutes for scoring and remarks. So every jury member have their evaluation sheet provided that to you. Please fill in your scores, 1 being lowest, 5 being the highest. With this, we'll start the session. I would like to invite the first startup, Mr. Ashwin from Mobitronics. Please come forward. Thank you.
Hi. I'm audible? Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ashwin Nair. I'm here from Mobitronics Technologies. We are a startup based out of Mumbai. Closer? Okay. Hi, I'll start over again. My name is Ashwin Nair. I am part of Mobitronics Technologies. We are a startup based out of Mumbai, and we are currently developing controllers for e-cycles and other low load applications. So when an e-cycle manufacturer generally goes into a choice, like choosing the motor controller, these are the pain points that we thought, like, they generally face. So one is lack of product customization. So if you go into the market, what you get is like a variety of controllers, but you can't customize them at all. So if you need some specific features involved, integrated into the controller, that is almost impossible. After sales support is almost negligible because these products generally originate in China, and having any kind of support from China is very, like, if you are lucky to have any kind of response coming from China, like back. And the dependency, of course, on imported modules. So that we saw, like during the COVID time, the prices for semicontrollers were so high that a lot of the manufacturers dropped a lot of the products that they were offering. So they were streamlining on what is available. So we wanted to make indigenously developed controllers with the focus on e-cycle, so that we can provide an alternative to all of these manufacturers who are looking to start making e-cycles in India. So the Indian e-cycle market is pretty small currently, because that adoption has not yet hit a wide scale audience. Currently, this is as per my research, I hope I'm correct, but it's currently valued at 2.1 million USD, and it's expected to reach 12.3 million by 2027. So these are very low numbers, like as compared to the international market. These are like, this is just a percentage of what is happening like abroad, because e-cycles as a product, it's not yet picked up in India. I hope that we are one of the starting, like, I hope we can start manufacturing like good quality controllers at the start of this journey. So to solve the points that I earlier stated about, we started developing controllers for a power output of around 250 watt. And the design for this and the specifications can be optimized as per the motor that is being used by the manufacturer, and it can be the design can be tweaked as per what parts are being used in that particular segment. So competitive advantages that we currently have is that our design is easily adaptable to different motor specifications. And we also wanted to focus heavily on the robustness of the product. So we didn't want a product that just lasts as long as, there is no guarantee, there's no warranty, nothing. So what you get, you're lucky to have it like running for a longer time. So we wanted to focus on those areas. So that is a point that we kept our focus on. And we also try to reduce the size that the overall product has. So as per like the product timeline, like what we have developed, the product is still in the prototyping stage. If you come to our stall, we would be happy to show you what we have done. And the 250-watt controller prototype is ready. It's still like being tweaked. There are a lot of small issues that we need to fix, but we hope to get a sample in the testing phase deployed in the field in the next 2 to 3 months. So about our team, my name is Ashwin, as you see here, and my partner Jyotishman, he is working. So we both work on like a lot of overlapping fields, but overall business development is handled by me, and Jyotishman is the one who does a lot of the product design. So why would you, even like consider us for this? Is that we wanted to use our experience in developing these controllers. So these are controllers that we have already developed for the robotics and drone related applications. And if you, a lot of y'all are from academia, so you must have seen a lot of college competitions, competitive robotics, right? So there are a lot of competitions like RoboCon, TechFest, which student teams come together and build a lot of robots. So we saw that even those components are being like imported from China or abroad, right? So there is no reliability. You can't tweak those products. So we started from that segment. So we have a range of controllers for brushed as well as brushless motors. And these go from roughly around 20 amperes lower range up to all the way up to 120 amperes for a range of different voltage levels. So that is my pitch for today.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Ashwin. Now I would like to open the question answers. Sir.
One question I would like to ask is, are you going to support encoderless operation and implement field-oriented control in the system?
Okay.
Is that on your cards?
So the products that I showed you here before this, those are for encoderless operations. They're already deployed. And we've got like the segment that we are targeting, we've got very good feedback from that segment, because generally encoderless operation is what they are looking for.
Thank you. The second question is, you used the MOSFETs, which are pretty large. And
Yeah.
as far as a bicycle is concerned, it may be all right, but you should consider using 3x3 millimeter dimensions that are currently available now.
All right.
Compact form, and then try to get parallel MOSFETs.
Definitely.
Right?
All right. I'll look into it. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Rahul sir. Yeah, ma'am, please.
Yeah, so I just want to know, how do you, what do you think about your product, that how it's different from others? What is the value proposition?
See, the value proposition is more in our ability to deliver the product. We, I mean, of course, motor controllers are developed by a lot of people, but we see that the ability to actually deliver a final product is what we want to showcase at this stage. So we want to work on the reliability and the robustness of the controller, and the ability that we want to promise that we will deliver because we have good experience in this field. So that is what our pitch is right now. So in terms of like say in terms of something that is unique about our product, there are other teams doing this. as I said, we want to work on the reliability part of it, and we want to become a supplier that is available in India, in like indigenously developed. We are available for customization. So those are the value propositions that we are working on.
Rahul sir.
Hello. So the capability of the team is what you're pitching. Basically, you're saying that we would customize better and we would have a better way of supporting customers. So can you tell me a little bit about how much time it took for you to get to the point where you are today, where you trying to put this controller into test? And what did you start from? And what is your team capability? What did you solve to get to this point?
So we've been working on these products for over 4 years, the ones that I showed you at the end. And formally, the company started a year and a half back. So at the beginning, it was where we come from, we wanted to target the hobby segment first. We wanted to roll out some products which are better quality than what is available in the market. We wanted to showcase that, okay, this is possible in India. It's very easy to actually get a product down like good quality and we can service it well. So we started, and currently we've almost at our, fifth or sixth iteration on each of these products. And we have a range of around 5 to 6 controllers that are already in the market. You can buy it from our website. So that is what we have done currently till now. So as I said, with e-cycles, it's something that is upcoming. We want to start working on a lot of things that we got a good feedback from the team also. So we wanted to work on a lot of the products, but that is still in the prototyping phase. So that is what we are working. Yes.
So the ask for the is only for the competition, or you also get for investors? Only because of here to be part of.
Formally, I'm part of EVangelise as part of the EV related theme. And yeah, we came here to showcase our abilities in developing motor control solutions. So that is what we primarily are here for.
Hi, Ashwin. Thanks for the presentation. So I just had a question around the market size that you talked about. Now you mentioned it as 2.1 million USD.
Yes.
So I just wanted to understand, are you is this how you are looking at the market, or do you want to look at it differently?
No,
That's
so
a very small size.
It's a very small size, and that is the size of the electrified cycles market right now in India. And it's growing now. It's very nascent, and it's at its very initial stage. So the point that I was trying to make is that if we start working on it right now, we would be in a good position to tie up with good vendors and good manufacturers, so that we can get our products ready by the time the market explodes.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very important point, because as you go further in your journey, you'll be talking to investors, and there you have to really show not what it is today, but what it could be. If we sell, I think I saw in some other presentation that we sell 2.5 crores cycles.
Yeah.
Now, why can't, each one of those cycles, for that we need a perfect product, but if we don't have a perfect product, why can't we reach 30%, 40% of that? And that could be a very different value. So I think that's, this more as a feedback that, is a very important point, because investors won't look at something which is $2.1 million US, Indian market size.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Mihir sir.
So the point is, what I could gather is any controller manufacturer, right, like you, manufacture and provide across the ranges, right? Now, if you do for e-cycle, naturally e-cycle manufacturer will source the controller what suits to their design, right?
Yes.
Or to the requirement. Why would they require customization?
So for developing that controller, we wanted to be in that position that we can actually give them what they want. I am not talking about customizations after the manufacturer buys it, but we should be in a place that we can actually provide what they require right now, apart from what is in the market.
And do you feel that means the way I understand is anybody who makes any product, they keep in mind what are the controllers available in the market, and that is how. I don't think that is other way around. And if that is the case, then any manufacturer can do, right? In your category of the product, probably you visualize a $2 million total e-cycle market, out of which controller market would be hardly a fraction of it, right?
Yes, yes.
So maybe there won't be any people who would be around for competition, but the moment the market opens up and the demand is large, probably the controller manufacturer will also come in India, because as of now, as you said, all are imported. So is there any technical edge wherein I can do, probably I have a better way of doing it? Or in this product category, that is not the case?
So we've not yet worked on safeguarding our technology. That is something that we need to look at.
Is there any technology? Or it's just a controller which...
No, so we are working on our own firmware. So firmware will be ours, and the design for the controllers is ours, right? So all of those things are what we have worked on. But as you said, like to safeguard that, we need to work on certain like measures so that that is not easily like copied or whatever.
Yes, Prakash sir, any questions?
There are many controllers, many people have been manufactured and so on. What is your benchmark? Where do you stand in terms of the best available in the market?
So in terms of what we have already made, I will talk about that rather than like the prototype, because the prototype is still in the very initial stage. So we've been able to replace a lot of the imported products, not just from China, but also abroad, like US markets, European markets. And we've been able to do it at like almost 2/3 the cost of what is available. And people are happy with it. Like it's used in very high requirement, like high power requirement environments. And like we've got good feedback, and we are, of course, tweaking the product as it goes, but we've been doing it for some time, and we've reached a stage that people are happy using the controllers that we are making.
Good. Yeah.
In fact, I think if you'd started with that last sentence first, you would have avoided a lot of these questions, right? Because in the presentation, we didn't get as what I saw was essentially a PCB with a few devices, a controller, and there is nothing which basically stands out that what is the thing that you've been able to crack, right? I think that's something that if you can articulate or maybe just ponder over, that would be useful. And the other question I have is, given that with the semiconductor shortage and everything else, right? Did you face any of those challenges? Because just device availability is a big issue.
No. So we faced a lot of challenges for the past 2 years. We are still facing challenges.
Right.
Like the prices had gone up 8 times, 10 times at a time. Now they're stabilizing. Now they're at a point where it's still inflated, but we can manage now at least.
Because I mean, you're totally dependent on other vendors for the things. And the question in that context is, have you sort of considered things like FPGAs instead of actually a controller? Do you think that there's an advantage there, or do you think it's
Definitely there is an advantage, but our current skill set does not allow us to get too deep into that technology. But we would, probably keep that on the horizon later on.
Okay. Thank you, Ashwin. Then for the presentation, it was quite good. Thank you so much. With this, I would like to invite Intact EV Hybrids. Long press.
Very good afternoon. Very good afternoon, gentlemen. So myself, Kumaran Tangamani, I'm the co-founder of Intact EV Hybrids Private Limited, and we are based out of Tamil Nadu, Chennai. So what do? We create hybrid kits as well as electric drivetrains. But the good part here is both are the same. And what pain points do we actually manage and cater is, obviously EV being a whole boom here, we have to understand there are a lot of key challenges that we face in incorporating EV into a society. So there's a lot of gaps present, and we want to end that gap once and for all. And in terms of hybrid conversion, there are kind of hybrid conversion, but it's pretty expensive at this point of time. So converting it completely is a big challenge in terms of cost, in terms of operation, in terms of practicality. So the next thing is, those are all the obvious challenges that we face. So obviously the high running cost due to increase of fuel prices, the automotive emission is pretty high. So we are all here in this evangelist program in order to basically reduce the CO2 present, right? The pollution present here. And obviously the motors for the new electric, there are a lot of manufacturers who are driving, who's basically manufacturing drivetrains at the moment. But the fact is it's pretty complex and it's pretty expensive as well. So we are going to bring down the cost, and the implementational process will be easy when we come into the market. And what is the entire potential of this market? So I want to address this fact. The uniqueness that we have, there is no direct competitors to us whatsoever. This is where we stand. The existing cars in the roads are all our target customers. Let's say around over 500 million cars are there around the globe. And these are all the potential customers that we can actually tap on. And basically, this is not only for India, it is not only for Tamil Nadu, it's basically for the entire global market that we are going to cater. And obviously, the reducing the emission, adding, and that point is what I want to basically highlight here, is reducing emission without adding new vehicles. Because obviously when we electrify our entire society with electric vehicles, we have to add new vehicles. So obviously the carbon footprint, it skyrockets, right? Here, you don't have to add new vehicles. It's just with your existing ecosystem, with your existing data profile, we can actually reduce the amount of the emission carbon CO2 which is there. We can without adding any new vehicles there. And obviously the possibility of export is pretty high, because we have faced a lot of incoming inquiries from the African market, the UK market as well. The companies are approaching us in terms of their technology, being our technology partners. And this design is basically for all kinds of electric vehicles, which is new vehicles, which is existing vehicles. So basically 2, 3, 4, 16, 32, whatever vehicles is possible. So this is basically the product pic that you can see on your right hand side. And the basic specifications of this, it's 5 kilowatt motor. It's basically a BLDC motor. And its peak power is 175 Newton meters of torque, and this motor is basically designed to be incorporated into the drivetrain above the brake system, the existing brake system that we have on our vehicles, right? And obviously we have filed for patent, and we are yet to achieve the approval from them. So as I have already mentioned, it's basically a plug-in hybrid conversion that we are going to see. So what are all the components we have in those kit? We have a couple of motors, we have a couple of controllers, we have batteries, and the entire weight of the kit is not more than 90 kgs. So we have basically ARA norms which cannot be overruled 20%. We cannot overrule 20% of our current weight of the car, right? So these are all the things that we have achieved till now. And basically, I've already mentioned this powertrain is for 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, 4-wheelers, and etc.
2 minutes left.
Right. Thank you, sir. And how do we stand out? We are basically, the entire design is basically indigenous, and the design concept is manufacturally made in such a way that it doesn't take the load of the vehicle, right? So let's say we have external motors fitted. Obviously, the motor will definitely take the weight of the car. This is mechanically designed in such a way that it doesn't take the the weight of the car. So that is why it is below the equilibrium of the current vehicle that we're going to solve. So obviously, this is basically fitted in the brake system. And the one point in this slide I want to highlight is the modularity of the technology that we have, though, which is basically the DIY kit that I can mention. Any person who has a knowledge of just removing the stepney and putting it back can actually install the exact kit. No external mechanical engineers is required, which is basically a modular design. And we have one more thing that I want to highlight here is the stackable motor, right? This motor can be stackable. For example, if I have a 5 kilowatt motor in my hand, I can have 2 5 kilometers two 5 kilowatt motors in my hand, I can just add it and I can give it out as 10 kilowatt. It is that kind of a nature that we have, that thing that we are gonna say. And obviously it comes down to the cost. It is basically cost effective.
1 minute left, so you can focus on
Right.
quickly
So
to finish
as you
up.
can see, this is the existing brake wheel and this is the wheel mounted on the motor. As you can see, there is no big changes. You couldn't differentiate between the motor on the wheel and the existing wheel as well. So the competitive advantage that we have is we are, as I have already mentioned, we are the first to the market. So we have a number of cars to tap. And in terms of the drivetrain, obviously it is best in class, and it is the uniqueness that we bring to the table, right? So these are all the this basically is for the global market, and in terms of market capture, we can do it right away. So what are the challenges? What are the timelines that we face at the moment, right? So 2018, we started out solving this problem initially. And 2022, we had our first prototype. And obviously by 2021, we got Nidhi Priyash from iCreate, and we are still honored to do it. And for May 2020, we have officially registered our private limited company as a startup. And we have been recognized by the Startup of India. And we have incubated in Assam University. We got a first place in Assam University as well. So we are actively looking out for investments as well for our R&D activities and for GTM. And I would promise a GTM less than a year. And these are all the two founders, myself co-founder, and he's the founder, and he's basically the tech guy. I take care of business and operations here. Thank you so much, guys. Thanks.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Kumaran. I would like to open the question answer session. Rahul sir.
How many cards are using your system right now?
As of now, it's 2, sir.
What's the feedback?
So the feedback is pretty good. In terms of market reach, it is pretty good because we have a lot of incoming inquiries because we are doing B2C and B2B as well.
So these 2 cards that you're running.
Yes, sir.
And how long have they been running? How
sorry,
long
sir.
have you run them?
So it's been a couple of years now. One car is 1 year and one more car, it's 2 years. It's been running 2 years.
Okay. Do they talk about the fact that essentially you're adding weight, you're adding unsprung mass to the wheel?
Yes,
It
sir.
changes the driving characteristics of the car.
No, sir, not necessarily, because it is below the equilibrium of the car. So it doesn't change the aerodynamics of the car, as well as the unsprung weight. The entire weight of the motor is less than 20 kgs. And it is no way going to take the weight of the car as well. And it's not going to add unnecessary weight as well. So it is manageable. And we can alter within 20% of the entire car. These are all the ARI rules that we currently have. So we are going by their rules, sir.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
I didn't get where you're getting this efficiency. Is this always running? I mean, when you press on the accelerator, there is a controller which turns this. I mean, what is it that you're doing? I mean, that part just didn't come out in the presentation.
Right, sir. Right.
Maybe it's patented and you can't speak about it.
It is patented, sir. So we are waiting for its approval officially. So that is one of the things. But said again, so there will be a switch. Obviously, you have IC engine and you have electric motors as well. So you can drive IC engine and electric motors, or you can choose to drive only IC engine, or you can choose to drive only electric motors. So there is always a switch mechanism, which is very basic.
Okay, so as part of the kit, there'll be the switch, but then the customer doesn't know when he'll run out of battery and all
Yes,
that.
yes.
Right?
So obviously eliminating the range panic, sir.
No, what I'm saying, yes, I mean, that's what a hybrid does.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is it's not totally an integrated system, because the original car manufacturer owns the platform, the dashboard, the display, and you somehow have to get this information in front of the user. So are you providing a display, or is this completely, you just toggle a switch like I'm in 2x2 mode or 2x4 or 4x4, that kind of a switch.
All right, sir. So we are basically giving them a display. There will be a short display in which the battery percentage, the efficiency of the motor, everything will be displayed to the customer. It is a basic accessory that we put. It's pretty basic here. We just want to, the whole idea is, the crux of the idea is pretty complex, but we want to implement in a way where it is pretty easy and easily understandable as well as implemented practically, sir.
So help me understand it.
Right, sir.
I'm driving your car. I put it in electric mode. You said there's a switch. Now it's electric mode. When I press the accelerator, does the car move?
Yes, sir, it does.
So it's picking up, you putting a sensor on the accelerator?
Right, sir. That's right.
So essentially then if I switch it onto a hybrid mode where both of these things are working at the same time, now the engine, the IC engine is powering the wheel and the DC motor is also running on the wheel.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What could be go-to-market strategy? Because I'm still not, means I could not get whether it's a solution or will it continue to go like a service, depending on what the car make and other things, or can you productize and scale it up?
Okay. So this is not a solution. It's basically a product that we're going to sell it. So we term it as two things. There is two branches to it. One branch is the B2B thing, which we sell it to the OEMs, right? Which is for new electric vehicles. And the another part is the hybrid thing, which will be basically, we'll be concentrating on B2C market. Those are all for the customers. So we have two different products, but the whole technology is the same. Both are the same technology. Just we just brand it in a different way and we just give it to different audiences so that we could capture more audiences at a time, sir. We have applied for patent. We are waiting for it, sir.
Yeah, I understand you develop the kit. You assemble many components and you develop the kit. You also develop the motor, you said?
Yes, sir. Motor is indigenously developed, sir. The design, we own the design, sir.
Okay, so the motor and the whole design.
Right. Yes, sir. That's right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, just one question. So you said you also want to raise some investment.
Right, sir. That's right.
So what is your business plan? Because, you did not mention what's the amount you want to raise or what's your business plan is. Is there a business plan that you have got and you go to market?
Yes, sir. We have a business plan as this is an event. So we have not presented it in that way, but we will definitely have a conversation if you are really interested, sir.
All right. I had one more question on the product itself. So, all these vehicles are, different sizes that require different power. So right now your product is, I saw only, do you have multiple products or it's one product which works for all?
It is one product which works for all, sir. So that's why I mentioned stackable thing. So I have 5 kilowatt. I can add up till 5 motors. I can combine the 5 motors and I can give 25 kilowatt for commercial vehicles, for trucks, for heavy vehicles, heavy duty vehicles. I can give them for that. If I have to give it for 4-wheelers, I just have to give 2 motors, 2 different 5 kilowatt motors at the rear.
Okay. But even for a 4-wheeler, there could be a Tata Nano or there could be a Innova, for example. They are or a Ford Endeavor. They are very different vehicles in terms of the power expectation of the customer.
That's right, sir.
So is it the same or?
As of now, we are concentrated on 14 inches, sir.
Okay.
We have based out of 4 inches.
Compact cars.
Right. No, which is the 80% of the entire car market in India. So
fine.
Right. As of now, sir, but we definitely have plans.
Sure, understand. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir.
Srinivas, sir, any questions?
One question. You said in an electric only mode, and if you have 2 motors in the hub, 175 times 2, 350 Newton meters without the advantage of a gear ratio.
Yes, sir.
Is there any feedback on the dynamic acceleration that the user is perceiving?
Okay. In terms of technical feedbacks, we have not received it yet because we have been internally testing it for a very long time. But in terms of usability, in terms of how it feels to the customer, we have a lot of feedbacks on that, sir. We have pretty good feedbacks on that.
No, from what I see is that 175 times to 350 without a gear ratio.
Right. That's
The
right, sir.
reflected inertia part is going to damp the acceleration, right?
That's right, sir.
So you're going to get a different accelerator response. So the user has to get used to it, which is a safety concern.
That's right, sir.
You can't have for the same accelerated depression, you can't get two different responses, but then he doesn't know what he's going to get at a given point of time. This is severe safety concern. How do you address that?
Okay. So in terms of that, so we have to do rigorous testing on that basically. So we have to run for a very long time and we have to make sure that it is calibrated in that way, sir. Or the response sensor will act in such a way that it manages how the pressure of the driver puts. So we have to work on that part. Yes, that is the fact that we have to be conscious about. Thank you so much, sir, for stating that.
Parmar sir, question. So I would like to first, before he asks the question, I would like to introduce him. We have been joined by Sri D.R. Parmar. He is a Joint Industries Commissioner at Government of Gujarat. Yes, sir.
I just saw that it is cost effective.
That's right, sir.
So he answered he had questioned that thing about the safety aspect also.
That's right.
How these both things you are assuring to the user or to the customer, safety aspects also, and how it is cost effective.
Right, sir. So we have been trialing the exact product for 2 years, and we have been rigorously testing it in practical conditions, not on laboratory conditions. Right, sir. So this 2 years of practical inducing it to constant stress, the results have been pretty good. And in terms of the output, it's pretty good. In terms of there has been no accidents till now. So I guess that is how we concluded that, okay, it will not definitely, it's a pretty safety thing to have.
Yes, Rahul sir, you have any?
Keying off of the safety question,
Yes,
can
sir.
you get this thing road certified?
Absolutely, sir. So yes, sir.
Have you got it road certified?
Not yet, sir.
What are the rules for it?
So yeah, the one rule is that the weight, the only thing for excessive accessories is the weight ratio that we have. That is by ARI, sir. So as per this, which I have already mentioned, it is like the whole entire kit is 90 kgs and below. And we can even downsize the kit by adding lightweight metals also. So obviously it will come under 75, 80 kgs. So it is below the average rate of modification that we can do. Actually, we can actually temper 200 to 250 kg per hatchback. So the entire kit is 75 to 90 kg. So obviously these are all within the rules of the current ARI norms. So we are going by it, sir. So I guess it won't be an issue in terms of approvals.
Okay. Ma'am, any questions?
So in current battery size, we would be, it depends on the batteries also, sir. We can customize the batteries as well. We can give up to 120 to 180 as of now. And it depends. We can give 500 also, but keeping the weight ratio in mind, we can go up to 150. I would probably say, sir. Yes, sir. That's right. Sorry, sir. It is a choice made by us, sir.
Okay. So with this, I would like to close the question answer session. Thank you so much, Kumaran, for the presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. With this, I would like to call in the third startup, Mr. Shyam Sundar from NAR Systems. Please.
Hello. So my name is Nair Shyam Sundar. I'm from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. I'm a research scholar in Department of Electronics and Systems Engineering. So here I'm going to present one of the work which is dominant in electric vehicles, especially in heavy electric vehicles. So my topic is electromagnet rotor-based switch reluctance machine. The purpose of this presentation is to give a new innovative idea to increase the
torque density as well as overall torque of the machine in heavy electric vehicles. So I will be demonstrating in the end the 50 kilowatt machine, the analysis which we have carried out. And the same thing have been published in IEEE, which I will be acknowledging in the end. Thank you. So how I came to this point about electromagnetic rotor-based switch reluctance machine. In the conventional switch reluctance machine, there are no magnets. That is one good solution. But if you take BLDC, PMSM, IPMSM, and other permanent magnet based motors, permanent magnet is the material, is the raw material which we are importing from China and other countries. As of now, the war, we don't know when we will have bad relations with other countries, and there will be a big stop in the import of such rare earth magnet materials. So the first thing of this proposal is we have to avoid using rare earth magnets. And the second thing is we have to reduce the weight of the machine for heavy electric vehicles, especially when you go for the 25 kilowatt to 50 kilowatt range, because as you go for higher kilowatt range, the overall weight of the machine will not be linear. It will be in exponential form as per the study we have conducted. So the problem is in heavy electric vehicles, the overall torque density, the torque to weight ratio, and the overall torque in Newton meter, that we have to control. So the solution for this is ESRM or ERSRM. So ERS in the main advantage of conventional SRM is there is no coil on the rotor, but we are introducing coil on the rotor in order to get a better torque density. So that demerit of conventional, the merit of a conventional SRM, we are making as a merit in ERSRM by adopting coil on the rotor. So we are the innovation is we are putting coil on the rotor of conventional SRM and performing a inductive power transfer from stator to rotor. And the advantage of doing so is to reduce the current stress in the stator winding and distribute that current stress to the rotor. So overall copper loss is in the stator as well as in the rotor will get reduced, as we know that it is I square R pattern. So the overall efficiency will be improved and the overall torque can be increased. The space utilization will be 100%, will be improved as compared to the existing conventional SRM. So this is the innovation is, as I told earlier in the last slide, that we are transferring power from stator to rotor using an inductive power transfer approach. There is other approach like capacity power transfer, etc. But here we are adopting a high frequency inductive power transfer from stator to rotor by adopting a high frequency resonant converter. So if you see over here, you can see the ESRM torque is combination of three terms, whereas the SRM term is combination of the first term, which is in the ESRM term. So that these two terms will be enhancing the torque. So overall torque in the conventional, in the ERSRM proposed machine will be 1.2 times of the existing SRM machine torque.
2 minutes left, so you can quickly focus on other slides as
well. So you can see here the like as per this analysis we have conducted for a conference. For a 50 kilowatt machine, the torque has been improved when the rotor is carrying a current of 35 ampere. It is improved up to 11.47%, and the torque to weight ratio has been increased by 5%, and the efficiency has been improved by 1.73%. When the rotor winding is carrying a current of 70 ampere, it has been improved by 17. The torque has been improved by 17.78%, and the torque to weight ratio has been increased by 3.06%. So we have to be optimistic about the choice of the rotor current. And with respect to that, which we have to improve, like torque density as well as overall torque, we can go for X1 as well as X2. So as far as I'm a research student, we are at this point now. We already completed 1.5 years, and we have did a mathematical modeling simulation and other analysis in JMAG simulation, JMAG, FEMM, and MATLAB simulations. And after that, by now we have developed a prototype of 1 HP motor, where we are trying to prove that concept by developing the motor and its controller, all we made in the lab.
and the validation of experiments will be done by 7 months. So this is funded by PMRF, like Prime Minister Research Fellowship. So I have to complete by end of the June month. So this is our team, like myself, Naresh Shamsundar, my co-guide Pratap Reddy sir. And there's a guide called Dr. L. Umanan sir, who is assisting us in this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shyam, for the presentation. I would like to open the question answers. Rahul sir.
Sure, I'll go first again. So when you were trying to set up the case for it, you said you're trying to avoid imports of raw materials from outside.
Yes.
Copper is imported from China and Russia, mostly to India.
Yeah, that is one. I agree to that point. Not at a whole, but we can not as a whole, but we can step by step start avoiding. Like permanganate is the key role. If that copper, I agree, we are not importing from one country. There are several other options. Yeah, other options. But permanent magnets, as per my knowledge, what I know is we are basically depending on China for permanent magnets. So at least we can avoid that. That is one step we are proposing. Like we can completely avoid permanent magnet.
So the other thing is in the data, it was you were going from 30 to, I don't know what your base case was, but you were talking about 2 test cases, 35 amperes, 70 amperes.
Yes.
So essentially you're doubling the power input. And
Yeah.
then the results were not as dramatic.
So when we're talking about power range of 10 kilowatt or lower than 10 kilowatt, it will not be that dominant. But when I talk about a 50 kilowatt machine, which is weighing around 110 kg, here that plays a crucial role in in heavy electric vehicles. But in lighter electric vehicles, I agree that will not be that dominant. We can go for conventional SRM.
In this data, this is 50 kilowatts, right?
Yeah, correct.
So
in this, if you see, I have increased the weight of around 5 kg. It's around 110 kg. This is the measured one. So around 5 kg you are increasing. That 5 kg increment is in the rotor side by putting the coil in on the rotor. And with respect to that, we are gaining a torque to weight ratio of 5.09%. Like we can increase the torque or we can reduce the volume of the overall machine. Need not go over dimension, because if we stick to same conventional SRM for 50 kilowatt, we have to compromise in the stator winding where we have to increase the cross-sectional gauge of the winding. And if you go for higher current, the next gauge we have to choose. We cannot go for intermediate gauge. So the best option is we can split the winding and we can reduce the current. Like I square term will be dominant, that can be reduced, and also the weight of the machine can be reduced for the increased torque.
Okay, Vivek sir, question.
Thanks, Shamsundar.
Thank you, sir.
So, I see this as you mentioned it's a research project, right?
Yeah, it's a conceptual thing as of now.
Yes. But have you thought about the next steps to this? If your research proves that there's a benefit or there's efficiency coming in, benefit requires a customer actually.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So have you thought of the next steps?
So the cost analysis and the market strategy as of now, we are not stepping into. We are just it's a step. We have just leaped a step. So maybe the next turn will be that, because we have an incubation center in our institute.
Right.
So if it is successful, our professor guaranteed us we can talk with incubation team and make it lead it ahead. So that is what the status as of now.
Yeah, I would only suggest that somewhere start engaging with the potential customers, because you'll get a lot of insights in terms of which direction even your research could potentially go into, and you could it could happen in parallel probably.
I agree to that.
That would
point,
be more
sir.
useful.
I take that as a point. Thank you.
Yes, Singh sir.
Yeah. Is this a master's project or a PhD?
It's a PhD project, sir.
A PhD
Master's,
project.
yeah.
Okay. So one of the questions I had is this a new configuration or you're implementing this idea?
Okay. So this wireless power transfer, which we are doing here, it is already, I think, in the competition stage. It is not yet adopted. It is still in the research stage. In Israel, one of the companies adopted in synchronous machine, but they're not.
So my question was from the point of novelty and whether this you should, before you publish or even talk at an audience like this, should you have protected it with a patent?
Absolutely.
Or not?
So we have applied for patent. So before that, we already published this month only. So before that, we in October month, we already published the idea. After that, only I got approval to participate in iCreate and
fine,
publish.
good.
Otherwise,
because that's really
there's a big
something
thing
that you have to do. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, Mihir sir, any questions?
So so anyway, you validly suggested that you need to talk to industry participant. But in your opinion, I mean, you have quite understanding about the status of your research work. At one point of time, at what point of time you would be relevant for any industry partner to talk and
So,
a talk on a commercial arrangement or something?
so if you see the timeline, actually, I'm not completely ready for that market strategy. As of now, we have to develop that 50 kilowatt concept and get ready by the next year. So after that, that plan will put in the timeline. So as of now, there is no, we are not up to it. So as you have raised this point, we will definitely look into it.
So vis-a-vis the timeline involved, what kind of cost you anticipate till next 2.5 years?
Overall cost of the machine.
The go to that level, validation, experiment, and other field.
I didn't get you. So, the
So
cost.
what would require in terms of funding to get through that validation experiment?
Okay, so the fund, as of now, we are getting fund from PMRF. So all the setups are ready. We don't require additional thing. As of now, it is be done by like for a cost of around 95,000 rupees.
Okay, Srinivas sir, any questions?
You're saying it's inductively transferring energy into the rotor. Now, it's a switch reluctance machine or a reluctance based
It's a switch reluctance based machine adopted. This
Yeah, when you do that, obviously you've taken an 8x10 configuration or something like that.
Absolutely.
Right. So, is the flux and the reluctance actually getting affected? Because that's my first question. Second
Absolutely.
question will be that if you're getting this current into the secondary coil, which is on the rotor, right, wirelessly, that energy came from the primary coil on the stator.
Correct.
So you're not reducing the current stresses.
Uh,
The question of having two coils doing it, when the first one is the primary source to be getting this current in the first place.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
So you are not reducing current stress.
Actually, in the rotor, it is acting as a storage thing, like it is acting as a north south pole combination, where the inductor formed in the rotor will continuously carrying current as a stored energy. So
as far as the reluctance is concerned, is it adding to reluctance or is it reducing the reluctance? What is it doing?
So actually, it is reducing the reluctance because we are increasing the electromagnetic part there. Like if you see, we can split it into two terms: reluctance torque plus electromagnetic torque, or we can say SRM plus BLDC.
You are trying to mix SRM and induction machine. It
Yeah.
cannot be a BLDC because it's a force of opposition that you're getting.
So
the coils will be in opposition.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, yeah, so that is the catch. So if you see here, as I transfer power from stator to rotor, there is a rectifier circuit mounted on the rotor slots. And we are rectifying that AC to DC using a high pass filter, which will filter out the only high frequency signal, which will not allow the main flux frequency signals. And it will, after rectification of high pass frequency signals, it is given to a another winding which is sitting on the rotor, which will carry a DC current, and that DC current will form continuous north-south pole combination on the rotor.
So you're going to have some electronic component on
On
the rotor
yes.
spinning.
Yes, spinning.
Okay. Any other questions, ma'am? Long press, ma'am. Yeah, it will go.
Yeah, so not so technical question. I just what I could get is at what TRL level you consider it.
So as
You have not thought of any scaling up activity, and from your research fellowship funding, you are funding it. So what are your plans to scale it up?
So like as of now, we have to prove the concept. For that concept, proof of concept, we are developing in a 1 HP motor. If it gets successful and we are getting fund from DST also, So if this is getting validated, we'll get around 7 lakh funding for 50 kilowatt machine. So this has to be approved by next year, then only they will approve for the next thing.
Okay. Parmar sir, Prakash sir, any questions? Yes, yes, Prakash sir.
So if you see, we got a 91%, like 1.73% increment in the ERSRM proposed machine as compared to the conventional SRM for the same power rating. Like I shown in that last slide, so 1.73% it is increased in when the rotor current is carrying around the 75%, 30 ampere current, 35 ampere current. Yeah, if you see here, this part, if you see, we got an estimation of 1.73% increment of the efficiency. And that is for 70 ampere current, but we have to compromise with the torque density. So we cannot go on increasing the rotor current. We have to be optimistic as per our requirement. If torque is the concern, then we can go for X2. If torque density is the concern, then we can go for X1, case X1.
Okay. Yeah, Parmar sir.
So your uniqueness is how you will convince those industrial requirements and the uniqueness what you are providing. Because when we are working on some of the projects, it should be applicable also in the market, also acceptability by the industry.
Absolutely.
So how will you convince them? Though, tell me in 2-3 sentences how your uniqueness would be given to the market strategy also.
So like first thing will be, as I told, no need of permanent magnet. So that way we can convey them. And the second thing, definitely it will be the cost. What is the overall cost of that machine as compared to the conventional SRM? And the third thing, I think maybe if I'm not wrong, that for heavy electric vehicles, especially for electric bus and electric truck, it will be a good, it can be adopted by seeing the overall weight of the machine as compared to conventional SRM. So the torque density will be high, so they need not compromise for the same power rating, which will give lower torque as compared to the new one. So if I'm increasing 2 kg, over that 2 kg, if I'm getting 10% increment in the torque, they can go ahead with that. Why to stick to the lower than minus 2 kg case? Because they can they can compromise with plus 2 kg and increase 10% improvement in the torque. Like that, we can convince.
Okay. So thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Now you can. Yeah. So I would like to, with this, I would like to invite VGG Energy, Meet and his partner.
Hi everyone, this is Meet and Swati from VGG Energy. At VGG, we are developing an integrated electrical and controls platform for zero emission vehicles. Vehicles are becoming software defined right now with more software content when you need. What do companies do? They add more ECUs. When you add more ECUs, the complexity increases of the architecture as well as harnesses. If you look at a typical modern car right now, there are around 100 ECUs. This is the actual drawing of a vehicle electrical harness. To solve this, we have to think of software development process improvement in terms of process and technology innovation. VGG Energy is doing this. We are developing an integrated platform that can be developed in advance as a modular platform that integrates into your vehicle, reduces the complexity and reduces the development cost.
We will enter the market with a control solution of electric two-wheelers and three-wheelers. Entry barrier is a low. High volume of vehicles serves a large market validation for us. We will evolve to electric four-wheelers and commercial vehicles. The stakes are huge. The total addressable market is more than 3 lakh crore by 2025. It significantly increased with the market validation increase of EVs. In terms of product, we are doing a forward integration. In first stage, in first step, if you are OEMs and tier 1 suppliers and developing your own controller, we can licensing our software. In second stage, if you are OEMs and sourcing a controller from other suppliers, we can supply a control unit to you. Since we have a developing technology in house, so we will already have tools and processes in place for verification. So we can provide a verification service for developing controllers and software.
Before I talk about technology, I will talk about my background. So I have done my bachelor's in mechanical engineering from BITS Pilani. I did my master's from University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. And after that, I worked at Nikola Motor Company in USA for 5 years. I was vehicle controls lead for their electric tray, which is the electric semi-truck program. I did the vehicle controls application software development for that truck. I have also done the fuel cell integration for the electric vehicles, as well as other product development. So that 5 years, it gave me a lot of experience and insight into the product development from grounds up to the production level in a US startup environment. In terms of VGG, so if you are familiar with the vehicle automotive development process, it's a fairly linear process. It starts with hardware selection, then you develop software. So what we are doing at VGG is we are taking the software development independent from the vehicle development process. So we are developing software as a platform that's agnostic of the hardware that you are selecting. And then with the help of platform integration parameters, you integrate the platform. So let's look at the technology aspect of this. So in terms of technology, I'll give you a very simple example. Let's say you are making vehicle X, which is using PWM based control for the powertrain pump, and you are making vehicle Y, which is using CAN based pump for the powertrain control. So when I make VCU for vehicle X, I cannot take it to vehicle Y. I have to reprogram and revalidate it. With VGG, what we are doing is we are separating the logic part from the input and output via proprietary abstraction layer, so that the VCU will just say that, okay, I need 10 liters per minute of cooling. And then there is an interface module, which is just converting the 10 liters per minute to, for your case, in the PWM percentage, for your case in the RPM. So this reduces the complexity of the complete architecture. It simplifies your software, and the same software can be applied to multiple platforms now. In terms of benefits, because of less number of ECUs required, it reduces your wiring requirement, it reduces the complexity, it reduces the validation time that you need, and therefore you can enter market faster. With reduction in number of ECUs and reduction in wiring requirement, the cost goes down. For software development, we are looking at the safety first as our core principle. We are looking at ISO 26262 as our target functional safety principle to achieve. Since we are developing only for electric vehicles and zero emission vehicles, there is no legacy code in our software compared to our suppliers who also supply to like petrol and diesel vehicles. So far, we have already developed a tool in-house, which is an integrated simulation platform, so that we can simulate the complete electrical aspect of the vehicle and our control softwares in-house. With electrical and controls under one roof, there is a very close collaboration, so that it's a very streamlined product. And because, as we already discussed, that you need less ECUs and less wiring becomes simplified, so the manufacturing becomes easier.
Last 2 minutes.
Sure. Since we are pure zero emission vehicles play, there is no legacy code in our software. With integrated software, you need less hardware and you need less manpower when you are developing it, because it's developed modular, it's developed in advance. And if you have ever worked with some of these suppliers, you know that those man hours can be very costly, because the man hours count for all the software development, which in our case, it's only for the integration parameters. So it's very reduced. For two-wheelers and three-wheelers, currently there are no ECUs except 1 or 2 OEMs that have in India. And for four-wheelers, it's traditional auto suppliers. Their business model is based on selling more ECUs. So selling less ECUs with integrated functions, it doesn't really work with their business model to make profits. So far, we started functioning in September 2022. And so far, we have already developed an integrated simulation platform in-house to simulate our control functions. Okay. Yep. And yeah, so I already talked about my experience. So that huge experience that that comes with me, it has provided me a good insight about the complete vehicle development, and that's what I want to carry forward with. Swati with me, she's taking care of finances, and she is a CA final candidate. Thank you for this opportunity, and if there are any questions, we'll be happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Meet and Swati, for the presentation. I would like to open the question answers. Prakash sir, any questions? Singh sir, any questions?
When you say you have developed this software simulation platform, what is the user? I mean, how does one validate the software, right? Because you would normally, I presume, run this software on a simulator with an accelerator pad, and there would be, so do you have that kind of a setup? I mean, how do you validate? when you say you simulate, what is it you are simulating?
So it's simulated. So when we talk about validation, there is mill, seal, and hill validation. So the simulation platform we have developed, it is for mill, which is model in loop. So basically with that simulation platform, you can trigger faults. You can see the fault reaction in your software. I can trigger that my powertrain pump is not working in my plant model of the simulation platform. And then I can see that, okay, did my VCU take reaction to reduce the torque performance? So those kind of things we simulated the model level.
So you write a number of test cases.
Yes.
Basically with
Yes.
different fault conditions.
Based on
whether
requirements.
you got the expected results or not, but it's not like validated on some kind of a like a driving simulator
So that
type
will,
of a setup.
so that will be next thing, which is hill, which is hardware in loop. And the beauty of this platform is because it is in MATLAB Simulink, there are very low cost hill models available from MathWorks, which we can easily integrate with this. So that will be next step for our software validation.
Because you'd have to convince somebody
Yes.
that your
Yes.
ECU is
Mhm.
doing the job correctly,
Yes.
right? So how
Mhm.
do you?
Yep. And ultimately, we are targeting to achieve ISO 26262 certifications. So we will be documenting all the processes and all the test cases, and then it will be an independent audit to achieve those certifications.
Got it.
So it says that you were the 17th employee. So
Yes.
how big is this company and what were the previous employees doing?
So when I joined, I was 17th. The company is around 1,000 employees now. So I joined very early when there were like less than 20 of them. So I got to do lot of like even wiring and crimping wires and pretty much like doing software development, doing simulations. I joined as a simulation engineer when I joined because that was my background in masters on the simulation, developing simulation models. And then I joined as a simulation engineer. Then I started working as a controls engineer. Then I was technical specialist controls and ultimately vehicle controls lead for the electric tray BEV, which is the 40-ton electric semi truck that they have in production now. It's already in production for more than a year now.
Talk about Nikola, right?
Yes.
I'm talking about VGG Energy. So in VGG Energy, where is it
No, so
what are you-
VGG, I founded the VGG Energy after I resigned from Nikola in August 2022. So I was working with Nikola till this August.
So that 17th employee was for Nikola.
Was for Nikola, yes, yes.
Okay. And VGG is how many
It's
people?
just
are there?
two of us
The
right
two of
now.
you.
Yes.
And so you built this software, you've
Mhm.
got this concept, and how far along? You said you're just before hardware testing. You're not in.
So
in
we have built the integrated simulation platform to test our software and certain control functions that we can already simulate with our software. And we are also working with iCreate to proceed further with the next on the business side of the things.
Who do you think you'll go to? What kind of
So
target?
it will be initially with electric two-wheelers and three-wheelers because there is no VCU except maybe Ether and Ola and maybe one or two suppliers, two OEMs in the three-wheelers. And I sincerely believe that there should be VCU, which is the supervisory control module in electric two-wheeler and three-wheeler. So that is the initial market that I'm targeting, which is two-wheeler and three-wheelers.
Yeah. Ma'am, any questions?
Hello. So
Hi.
I was just thinking that is it too early to think through that how you're going? Means what is your plan basically? I couldn't guess, judge, or I missed out.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So our plan is basically to enter the market with the solution that we have. We want to enter with two-wheeler and three-wheeler market because there is low barrier to entry compared to like four-wheeler commercial where it's very supply chain based and it's difficult to enter for startups. So we want to get validated in two-wheeler, three-wheeler space first. And then once we have enough validation that our software has been implemented on this many vehicles, then we will enter for the four-wheeler and further segments. In terms of software, the architecture remains same. So when we develop it for two-wheeler, three-wheeler, I do not have to do any additional development for four-wheelers other than developing additional functions for more features. But the abstraction layer, everything that remains same once it is developed for two or three
To
wheelers.
my understanding, there are already players in this domain. So what is your value proposition?
So ours is that reduction in complexity and it reduces the wiring harness complexity as well as the architecture becomes very simplified because we are doing integrated control. So rather than having 100 ECUs, you can do it with 4 or 5 ECUs, which are just at the domain level. So that reduces the complexity and makes it much simpler.
I think she's asking the question of competitors, which would be direct competitors. I don't know if there are very many at all in India.
No, not for two. That's why I said that in two-wheelers or three-wheeler space, there is like maybe Ether and Ola have VCU in their vehicles. There is no one
But
else.
you had it on the chart.
So those are for four-wheelers, like the typical that you see Bosch, Continental.
Even for the four-wheelers, having an integrated architecture like yours.
No, not on the four-wheeler side, not yet. They are still on the old generation of the E architecture.
So
where
in this new architecture,
yes,
who's fighting? Who would fight you?
so it will be, I think, Aptiv. They are thinking about this kind of architecture. So Aptiv has this that they're planning to work on.
This is the kind of architecture that is a fantasy. This is the kind of architecture that, for example, Tesla might be trying to get to.
And sir, I have been, because I was working at Nikola, I have been through that journey where I have worked with suppliers. I won't name them, but working with them, with traditional suppliers, with the old architecture, it becomes very, very difficult for an OEM to integrate, validate, compared to working with this architecture, because we evolved to this architecture at Nikola. So
I understand. I was
yes.
just trying to make the establish your point, because the Bosch, etc., they are so stuck in the ECU world.
Yeah, but at some point, that's the battle you have to fight, right? I mean, the established guys
yes.
have control, and I mean the biggest hurdle is the credibility, right?
Exactly.
How does somebody, you have simulated something, how do you know it actually works with the actual ECU unless you put it on a platform? And how do you get that opportunity to get onto a platform?
Yes.
Right. I think that's been traditionally any new technology struggles with that.
And that's where iCreate comes to help us, because with them we can get a platform where we can get some pilot customers who are a very early stage in two-wheeler and three-wheeler, where we can put our VCU and get those mileage and those kilometers to validate our product.
Srinivas, sir.
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
In this VCU, when you're talking about it, the inputs that you're going to receive is going to be similar, because that's the same functionality that you're trying to address.
Yes.
So are you saying that discrete signals being sent over discrete wires of a wiring harness is now being combined through a CAN communication or something, which reduces the complexity?
So basically, it's something in that similar line, that you combine those at an integrated module, which is like just a small module that was there on the slide, and then it converts it into an engineering unit that the control logic needs. For example, there is an APP wire which is coming. It will go to that integration, just the module where that wire is coming from, and there it will be converted to an engineering unit. It will be sent to us that it's this percentage. For example, for temperature, it will just be coming as a degree Celsius as a CAN message or Ethernet communication. And then logic takes the action, and then it will output that, okay, pump, it will output a CAN message to that intermediate module that, okay, I need pump to be running at 10 liters per minute. And then based on which pump it is, you just change the parameter of that intermediate module to say that, okay, run pump at 500 RPM or run it at 50%.
Yeah, what I saw from the image that you showed was it was looking like a nerve, human nerve system, right? And that seemed far more simplified, where the computation needs to be done, whether it is distributed or centralized, right? So you increase the computational capabilities or the IO capabilities of the microcontroller and localizing it. That's fine, right? But that also sort of shows that you've reduced the wiring, and that can only be by converting from discrete wiring to CAN based. So it's a protocol that addresses it rather than the physical wires.
Yep. So, sir, if you look at the yellow modules on those versus brown in this, so they are still the same. It's just that they just converge to those one intermediate module. So the wires still remain same, but they are only at that one intermediate module rather than coming directly to VCU. Otherwise, what happens in a typical vehicle that this guy needs input from some other temperature sensor. So rather than happening that, it will just give input to an intermediate module that just gives to the central computer. So that wire does not run that long. It's still there. The IO is still there. It's just at the local level where it gets localized and get converted to an engineering unit, which the brain needs, and then it just computes it.
It's like edge computing and analytics, right? You move the intelligence to the edge of the where it's needed, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I can take one more question. Yeah. Okay, Parmar sir.
I have two questions.
Sure, sir.
First is, will it increase the cost of our product, that is two-wheeler? Second is, are you having some strategy because it is the right time when you are seeking opportunity? Are you seeking for any investors, partners? What is your strategy for that?
So to answer both questions, first, it will definitely increase cost because now there is an additional module. But in terms of, there are so many benefits it brings, like it makes the vehicle safer. What happens in two-wheelers or three-wheelers, there is smart BMS. BMS can say that my temperature is increasing, but it cannot really take an action. You need a supervisory VCU in your two-wheeler, even in three-wheeler, that can take action, that can wake up the vehicle, to start the cooling of the system so that your vehicle is safe for maintenance, for like it can give you false information because there is a module which is looking at all the modules in the vehicle rather than just BMS only looking at battery, inverter only looking at motor controller or motor part. So a module which is at the top of the architecture, it really helps. It increases cost, but it's worth it. And in terms of investment, we are not looking to raise any capital right now because we are very early, and we have sufficient funding from my own savings for next 2 years.
Yeah, so do you think that a lot of customization would be required for each and every type of vehicle?
So this is the beauty of it, that for example, when I develop this red, which is the central computing unit, it remains same across different vehicles. It's not applicable to old vehicles. It's for new vehicles that are coming in market. So if a company, for example, Bajaj is making a new electric two-wheeler, TVS is making a new electric two-wheeler, I can sell the same VCU to both of them without having to change the complete architecture. We just have to modify those 4 modules where there is the input and output connection.
Okay. Thank you so much, Meet and Swati, for the presentation. Thank you so much. With this, I would like to call upon Sudhanshu Sharma and team Nevstream Innovations LLP.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sudhanshu Sharma, and today I am with my partner, Mr. Pranjal Kumar, and we are the co-founders of Nevstream Innovations. So before starting my presentation, I would like to share you one quote that was given by Jeff Bezos, that 21st century is India's century. So by keeping that thought in mind, we at Nevstream Innovation is providing a sustainable and scalable innovative solutions for active battery management system. Let's talk about the pain points that industries are facing right now. So right now, industries are using normally a passive battery management system. These passive battery management system are completely based on the thermal resistive technology, because of which there is a thermal loss, and also it decreases the efficiency of the battery pack, and the whole battery pack is completely dependent on the low SOC cell. So this also reduces the charging speed of the battery pack. So these are the problem statements that we have gathered through our objectives, and these types of systems are not scalable at the same time. So let's talk about the market size. Right now, we are focusing towards high voltage. Yeah. So let's talk about the market size. So right now we are just focusing towards the high voltage e-mobility sector, which is ranging from 3 kilowatt hour to 400 kilowatt hour. That is giving us the total available market of $5.14 billion. And by just focusing towards vehicle, those are ranging from 3 kilowatt hour to 8 kilowatt hour. And also we are targeting the buses, trucks, and high voltage electric vehicles. So our BMS is made for high voltage electric vehicles that are commercially used. Hello.
the proposed solutions. So the first thing we are dealing with is the scarcity of the high voltage BMS itself. They are not available directly. Only the big OEMs have their own proprietary solutions. Secondly, if we talk about a high capacity, high voltage system, there are a lot of cells. The legacy passive cell balancing system wastes a lot of heat, and also we have to handle that heat. So another cooling solution is required for that. And again, in those we are proposing an active cell balancing solution. Through that, uh, as we know that the battery packs, they have a disbalance of 5 to 10%. So the total usable battery capacity is limited by that. With active cell balancing, we shuffle the charge and we can use that extra 5 to 10%, which was originally was not available to us. So we have a higher runtime of battery or equivalent to a higher range of battery. Now, this is the prototype which we have developed currently. So we have two stages. The first one is the master BMS. The master controls the power cut. Like it can also control external contactors, and it does the data logging and the communication stuff. The second thing is the slave BMS. So slave BMS only handles active cell balancing, the temperature sensing, and it can handle up to 13 cells per module. You can stack those modules, add one module over another, and you have as many voltage range as you require. So through that, you can create a whole ecosystem, and you have to only certify these two things by that AIS 156 certification, and according to your need, increase the voltage like that. The current system is compatible with AIS 156. And
so the uniqueness, now you are thinking about what unique we are doing and what innovative we are giving to the market. So the uniqueness is what we are providing is a novel architecture for active battery management system, which is completely different from others. Like we have developed our own system without using an analog front end that reduces the supply chain that is coming from China. Like we are reducing the cost, and at the same time we are also reducing the dependency on import goods from China, and also the semiconductor that we are getting from China. So this is the solution that we are targeting, and at the same time we are also providing a solution that can work with multiple types of chemistries, right? Like right now we are just focusing towards lithium ion and NMC, lithium iron phosphate batteries, but we are going to get introduced with multiple types of chemistries like sodium ion, salt batteries, sand batteries, these types of air batteries, and many more. So what our system is capable enough to provide the solution for battery management to any type of chemistry. You just have to provide some of the specifications of the chemistry that you want to switch on. And this type of system can be used by high voltage electric vehicles. You just have to swap up the batteries and you are good to go. So what we are doing at the same time is we are making industries future ready at the same time.
2 minutes left only.
Competitive advantage is sustainable, like I've already told you, and the scalability architecture that we are providing, and high voltage scalable and modular topology gives you a high efficiency of the battery pack that you can use for high voltage vehicles. So this is the competitive advantage. Like you can see passive difference between active and passive. So when we balance with passive battery management system, so there is a loss because of which the whole battery pack reduces whole energy, and in active that just transfer its energy to the low SOC cells. So the timeline. The timeline that we have started our journey in July, where we have developed our novel architecture for active battery management system. From there, we have also developed our POC during this EVangelise event at iCreate. Now we are at TRL4 and we are ready for the laboratory testing. So yes, this is what we have done till now. This is NAS Team Innovations is a combination of 4 team members. I am Sudhanshu Sharma, he is Pranjal Kumar, and there are 2 members, Vikhyat Singh and Khushi Singh. We are currently supported by iCreate, MSME, Sharda University, and Sharda Launchpad. So thank you so much. and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you so much, Sudhanshu, for the presentation. Ma'am, any questions?
Again, I think I have come across these kind of, how would you create the differentiator for you?
Differentiator, like, ma'am, I don't, I
Differentiator
didn't
is
get
in
it.
technology space or
Yeah,
uniqueness based?
market based or
Solution based.
solution based. So ma'am, right now what we are doing is we are differentiating our technology through our novel architecture that we are developing. It's completely new, it's IP protected, we can just give an IP to it, and at the same time we are reducing the cost and the like right now these active battery management system uses AFE, analog front end chips, ICs, that are semiconductor materials. So that completely like it is completely controlled by Chinese manufacturers. These are not available in India. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to reduce the usage of these types of AFE semiconductor materials that directly impact the import of foreign goods, and also increases the efficiency of the active battery management system for high voltage electric mobility. And at the same time, our system is capable enough to provide us multiple type of chemistry support. Like I've already said that we are going to get introduced with these types of chemistries like sodium and aluminum and these types of batteries, because we have to. So what we are doing is we are making industries future ready by our own technology. And yeah, this is the differentiation and the defensibility that we are focusing towards.
Singh sir?
How are you, I mean, okay, you're not dependent on some Chinese supplier for analog front end, but there's no semiconductor industry in India, right? Everything is imported. So you've just substituted one problem for another problem, right? And some of these other big boys from big countries also don't play ball, right? I mean, they have no incentive to reduce or give you a good price. Chinese were giving you a good price because they wanted to get into the market, right? The
Yes, sir.
Western companies just don't give you any leverage. You don't have any leverage to demand a good price. So why would this solution be preferred over traditional solutions? Even though, yes, I agree that it's more integrated and you've probably some, I don't know what architectural benefits you have, but because just looks like a number of controllers either stacked together in a ring topology or hub and spoke, some kind of a daisy chaining.
Yeah, daisy
So, I mean, so from an architecture point of view, I don't see the novelty. And the question is, yes, today you may be using some chipset which has a certain benefit, but as soon as you get into volume, you'd have to get into negotiations of cost with them, right?
Yes, sir. So for this, sir, firstly, like the architecture is not completely like it's the balancing of the system is completely new. It's like a USP for our company that we are developing is a active battery management system which is not using AFE on board. So what we are doing, we are just matching the cost. We are making our system cost effective, that we can provide an active battery management solutions to industries. Those are right now using passive or other battery management system to increase the efficiency of of that vehicle. So this is the target that we are doing, and we want to make it in such a way that we should not be get dependent on any other countries, and we are just trying to use our own technology and complete knowledge of electronics to cope up with that and make a complete make in India product that can be built in India and with a sufficient amount of resources. Yeah.
Yes, Prakash sir?
Yeah, I have one question. I did not get exactly the functionality of what your battery pack can do in terms of what it can monitor: state of health or state of charge, voltage limit, cutoff potentials, temperature. So
Yes, sir.
that part was missing. What all it can do? What are the functionalities?
Yes, sir. So what our architecture allows is single cell voltage monitoring. Like with AFEs, generally they only have a voltage cutoff, under voltage cutoff, over voltage cutoff. Now in our hardware can sense the voltage of single cell. So we have another dimension in SOC calculation. Plus because it is completely in software, we can change it according to our needs, like again changing to the chemistry, or if just we I just don't want to charge my battery to 100% every time, like that. Along with that, along with single cell voltage monitoring, the active cell balancing. So it allow because active cell balancing wastes less heat. So we and the balance current is very high. So we can target very high capacity packs. If you talk about buses or like trucks, they very high large battery, and to balance that battery within a reasonable amount of time, you need a high balance current, which is not possible in passive because you have to waste that heat. That you have to then use a cooling solution. Here, because it's switching converters, the waste heat is negligible. So that's the thing we add. It also increases the charging speed, because the charging speed will ultimately limited by the cell which is fully charged because it's weak. So we can drain energy from that cell and put it into the weakest cell, increasing the charging speed also.
So the same hardware we are using for electric vehicles, high voltage segments. So this is the technological tech validations that we will do in a single phase where we will target high voltage commercial vehicles. Then we are also targeting the energy storage system that are using off-grid systems, these types of systems that are scalable. Like these systems are, I think, these systems are ranging from 10 to 100 gigawatt hours plants are there. So we can provide a scalable solution up to that if we use multiple active battery managements like this, and we will not require a high level thermal cooling technologies for that. Yeah. This is
Other clarification, you said it can be used for multiple chemistries.
Yes, sir.
LFP, you said you are doing it right now.
Sir, LFP NMC.
Yeah, so it's a voltage profile is a constant. In terms of other chemistries, the voltage will keep changing.
Yes.
So how does it take care?
Again, sir, because AFEs have just voltage cuts, we can measure the voltage by our hardware. So we can set our voltage cuts in software. So it's software defined. Whenever we have to change the value in software, and it can work with that.
So we are making us hardware a flexible in such a way that if you want to make a chemistry, you are having any kind of a battery or cell, and you will get to know about the data through the data sheet, that what is the cutoff voltage and what is the current voltage, current voltage. We will take some of the data from you, and we will implement. There is a OTA platform from where we can change the firmware through OTA platform. We have also integrated IoT on our onboard system. So and from anywhere we can change the chemistry. You just have to plug in your battery packs that you want to use and switch. Yeah, this hardware will work
Yeah, Mihir sir.
with that.
What is the qualification and experience of each of you?
Sir, I am fourth year students, fourth year student, electronics and communication from Shahada University. We have done multiple projects. We are into this startup journey for around 1 year now, and we have been incubated at iCreate. Yeah, and he's also from electrical electronics department from Shahada University. We are currently studying fourth year and 8th semester right now.
Did you talk to any of the OEMs or studied the model wherein you create a active battery management system and can be a plugin with? So who will you will be relevant for whom? So battery manufacturer or OEM?
Sir, yeah,
the things together?
yeah, that's great. Sir, we will target the battery manufacturing industries. We will just provide our battery management systems to them. They will just integrate our battery management system in their battery packs that they are providing to the OEMs. So likewise, right now we are targeting Amron, battery manufacturer, Exide, and these types of battery manufacturers. We will give Vari and these types of battery manufacturers. We will provide our battery management systems to them, and they will provide to the OEMs. So we are not directly connected to the OEMs. We will provide to the battery manufacturers. so they can provide these systems to any of the segments like high voltage commercial vehicles, and also if they want it for the energy storage system, they can provide it for that also, because it is providing a scalability solution. So yeah, that's the point.
But there are many battery management systems in the market.
Yes, sir. So that is what I have already initially told you, that the industry is completely focusing towards the passive battery management system, which is just decreasing the efficiency of the battery pack. So the efficiency that we are delivering to the OEM battery manufacturers is completely different from the recent industries.
Have
that-
you patented this?
Yeah, we are into this. We are going to apply a patent from iCreate only. Yeah. We are into this.
So putting active battery management system, does it have any fallback on a battery or some other things?
Like
I don't know, but you would be in a better position to tell.
Uh,
So everybody followed a passive battery management system.
Yes, sir.
You are saying that I will make active management because I could see the graph, right?
Yes, sir.
So you are saying I will have active battery management system, right?
Yes, sir.
So does it have other implication on the battery?
No, sir, because the balancing works when it's charging. So during charging, our system pulls out the charge from the strongest cell and puts into the weakest cell. This happens during charging, which means we are not increasing the number of cycles. We are not affecting the number of cycles. And also the balance current is also a small percentage of the total C rating. So we are also not exceeding the C rating of the cell while balancing them.
So right now, because of this thermal loss, a lot of batteries they reduce their life cycle. Like if it is having 3,000 life cycle, so it probably work till 2,500 cycles. So what we are doing, we are making the whole system 99.7%
You
efficient.
worked on electronics or algorithm?
So we are working on electronics and the same time algorithm. That I have already showed you the hardware, that master and slave. There.
Your patent is around that part, or?
So the patent is for the USP that the architecture that we are developing is completely novel, that can provide active battery management system without using AFEs. Yeah. Hardware-based AFEs that makes it flexible to support multiple types of chemistries. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. With this, I would like to close the session for the question answer. Thank you so much, Sudhanshu, for the presentation. You may take your seat. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
With this, I would like to call upon Crux Propulsion, Kalai Selwani. Just a moment. Yeah, please go ahead.
So good afternoon to all. So myself, Veera Kumar, so I am going to represent the Crux propulsion system. So the main point here, I would like to say that we are going to reduce the cost of the electric vehicle. And again, we are going to improve the efficiency of the electric vehicle. This is the two pain point that we will be going to attest. And marketing size. And we are going to attest the pain point on radial flux motor. That is radial flux motor. We know that all the vehicles are using the radial flux motor, and we are going to replace that with an axial flux motor, right? And we know that the axial flux motor will be going to have a very higher torque ratio when compared to the conventional radial flux motor. And the thrust area is on. We are working on different domains, and I would like to point out those domains: electric vehicle, and we are also working in customer applications and drones and agriculture pumps. And this is the proposed model of the axial flux motor that we have developed. And so we know that the axial flux motors are efficient one, and we further improved its efficiency, right, by arranging the magnetic patterns in such a way that the flux will be concentrated than the conventional axial flux motor. We know that the axial flux motor is more efficient, and we do rearrange the magnetic patterns so that the efficiency can be further improved. And again, we are doing that design in the basics level. We are using the open source tool, that is FEMM, to analyze that, and we are to improve the efficiency of the motor. And again, so in case of optimization, that is performance, we want to take the parameters from the motor. Unless otherwise we can't able to optimize the motor. So for that, we will be putting some embedded controllers, so which will be going to get some parameters from the motors, and based upon the parameter, we will be going to develop an controller that will be adaptive controller, which will be keep on improving the motor efficiency based upon the different operating conditions. And even we can store that in the cloud, and we can, in case of electric vehicles, we can able to take that data for the further analysis for different driving patterns and different driver styles. We can able to change the patterns and for the future analysis. So if the controller can be an AI based, so it will be adapted to the different datas for the different datas. And uniqueness, as I told that we are going to have a different patterns. That is, we know that it's an hallback arrangement. And again, we are also provided a optimum cooling system for an axial flux motor, because the axial flux motor will produce more heat when compared to an radial flux motor. And we are having a novel design, so it's patented. And where the heat developed in the core will be dissipated to the surface of the motor. Right. And again, we are going to develop an integrated controller. So the integrated drive, some applications require an integrated drive, like an agriculture pumps. So where we will be not placing an controller outside the motor, it should be embedded inside the motor itself. So in that case, we are going for an integrated drive. And again, in the agriculture purpose, if there is any something is happened inside the motor, then we want to pull the motor from all away from the well. So we can able to sense what is the wrong with the motor, and we can able to debug them. So this is the purpose of the integrating the sensors inside the motor.
2 minutes left.
Okay. And this is the competitive advantage. We have tested the motor in the simulation phase, and we have take the 3 motors, the conventional radial flux motor and the axial flux motor, and our motor, that is where we have rearranged the magnetic patterns, and we have did the performance analysis. So these 2 figures, so this figure shows the linear motor, where we will be having a 2 magnets over that, and here you will be having an coils. And this is the actually simulated model of the motor. And this is the timeline. Actually, we are attached to the institute. So we are working in the institute. I was working in the institute, and we are having a collaborative work with the industry. Nearly we are having we spoke with 4 industries. So one will be an Tura. So it's an Madurai based industry, and one will be the Sharp Pumps. So it's an Coimbatore based industry, and he is a motor. These 2 are an motor manufacturer industry, and one will be EMF Innovations, that we know about that. And so next one will be an Texonics. It's a robotic based company. It's all are based upon Coimbatore. So we have worked, we are already collaborated with them based in the IIC, that is Industry Institute Collaboration Cell. We are having an MOU with them, and we are working together for the past 5 years. And we did some projects for an Texonics, like developing an RTOS, and we have developed an GUI for an robots. And from that, from them only, we have now gone through the motor manufacturing, and now we are working towards that. And this is the team members and myself, and a professor in the Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering. I was there from 2006 from that institute, attached to that institute. And I was having some team members as a student and as a faculty member. And faculties are working in different domains, like an electronics and AI based and augmented and virtual reality faculties are there, and we are having some special labs, and we are having and we can able to develop a rapid prototype. We are having nearly 15 3D printers and 3D metal 3D printing, and as well as different CNCs like 2-axis, 5-axis, 6-axis. So we can develop any prototype, and we will just transferring the technology to them, and we won't manufacture anything, and we will be having technology collaborated. Once we have proven the technology, then we will be transferring that technology to the vendors.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. S. Veera Kumar. I would like to open the question answers. Vivek sir.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
So you mentioned that you are already in touch with the industry.
Yes, sir.
You know, you're talking to them.
Yes.
So have you already identified the top 3-4 customers or the first 3-4 customers that would buy your product?
Yes, sir. I have spoken to the Turuva. So it's a Madurai-based company. So they are actually the proposal is from them. So they need the motor, and currently they are getting the motor from EMF. And we three of them spoke together, and it leads to this development.
That's actually wonderful because that sometimes I see
Yeah.
is missing from
Okay.
that of this thing. And from a delivery point of view, have you looked at, are you able to deliver the product to them at a cost which is acceptable to them?
Sir, presently this machine has cost around 16,000 when we are going for bulk manufacture, because we got all those.
I understand, but you
Yeah.
have the visibility, you have looked at the BOM, etc.
Yeah.
You'd be able to.
So we can come around 6K around to 7K.
Yeah, and that price is acceptable to your customers?
Yeah,
They're happy with
it's,
that.
they are happy with them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Rahul sir. Okay.
So
yes, sir.
in one of the slides, you put in a table wherein there are blue and green bar. Can you
So
explain what the color
it's a
coding is?
time stamp, sir, actually.
But I could not get
Oh.
because you put some color coding.
Okay.
Yeah, just a minute. Meanwhile, you can explain.
So actually, I have split it into different stages, like developing a prototype and testing the prototype and integrating the sensors. So developing prototype development and actual model development for a 2 kilowatt, we are developing the motor. And for that, we are having a timestamp up to December 22. We will be going to complete that. And again, we are going to test. And while manufacturing, we will be testing side by side.
Blue means.
So blue are testing. All the blues are testing. You can see all the testings. Say for example, if I am using temperature sensor, I can test the temperature sensor, and parallelly I can do some thing parallelly. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Singh sir, any other question?
So you said that you've developed this with some application in mind, right?
Yeah, yes.
So there'd be some rating, some constraints in terms of the size and other things. So
Yes.
what's the envelope of applications? I mean, is it sort of large envelope or very specific range of parameters like power and other things that this change in your design will be beneficial for? Is it, what I meant is, does it have a huge impact across, is it a very new arrangement? And I mean, all the protection that, have you sought any protection in terms of patents? And
Yeah,
other things?
patent, we have filed 2 patents. So one for transfer the cooling, the heat does, which is dissipated inside the core. And one will be for an patent that
What is the mechanism for transfer? Because there's not going to be any contact, right? So
contact, instead of having only iron core, we will be using some different types of cooling methods, so that whatever the heat generated
along the along the axle itself.
Axle itself.
Okay. Yes, Rahul sir.
So can you explain to us why axial flux motors aren't in widespread? So you're saying I can revolutionize the motor industry, and it's an axial flux motor. They've been around for some time. Why haven't they already revolutionized the industry?
So because already the manufacturing facility are for an radial flux motor. So this axial flux motor is actually a new technology. We want to change.
Technically been around for several years, right?
Sir, pardon, sir.
Been around for several years. Why don't people use it? Why is it that your invention
So
changed the applicability of this motor?
So actually, it's it's a mature technology. Just I am going to introduce to that customer, that is to the existing things. So already it's there, sir. I am not going to do anything with new in that. Only I am going to add the novelty in the motors.
What's the special thing that will convert it from and also ran into the market?
So no, sir. The novelty in the sense we are using some integrated cooling system, and we are improving the efficiency of the motor by changing the magnetic patterns.
Why not use that on the current PMSM?
Uh,
Do the same thing.
So so we are talking about an cost. So main factor is the cost. So say for example, in the vehicle perspective, for example, if you are having an vehicle of 80K, that is 80,000, that is 80,000 rupees. If you are going to buy an vehicle, the cost of the vehicle battery will be around 40,000. The 50% of cost is for batteries. So if we are going to use this motor, the cost of the battery pack will be less. So because this motor can perform much better than conventional to the radial flux motor. So for the same capacity, we can reduce the capacity of the battery. For the same range, we can reduce the capacity of the battery. So thereby we are going to reduce the cost of the whole vehicle.
Okay.
So this is the key point I would like to insist.
Okay. Srinivas, sir?
I guess, Rahul, your question is, if that was so obvious, then why aren't people using it already, right? Even despite the novelties that you've certainly made, made improvements, but why is this not the choice of the
So none of the manufacturers are come forward to do this.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So because they are having their own machines, and these machines are doing conventional stampings. And if you go for this type of motor, then you want to change the whole setup. A machine, even stamping machines, and from rolling and even die, you want to do all from scratch. So there should be some OEMs who will be going to bear all those things, and they will be ready to do this.
Okay. Srinivas, sir?
The literature says that, a synchronous reluctance machine, the radial flux, to shifting it to axial flux, right? The torque density goes up almost 3 times. Torque capability also goes up 3 times, right? The manufacturing difficulty is the major challenge, and how to address the eddy current losses, right? That's the key thing in any electric machine. And wherever it has been implemented so far, it's been implemented for compactness of low torque, low duty cycle. McLaren is using it for a starter alternator. They're not using it for the traction drive system, right? So while it has its advantages of torque density and power density, right, the manufacturing cost is the huge differentiator. It's almost 3 to 4 times more expensive than a conventional radial flux machine, right? So that is something you need to understand, why such costs are different and how you can bring down the cost to comparable levels for it to become competitive.
Okay. Any other question from the panel? Okay. So that will be all. Thank you so much for your presentation. And now you can take your seat.
Thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Akshay Jain from Cancri.
Hello, everyone. Okay. A very good afternoon to everyone. I'm Akshay, and I'm a CEO and co-founder at Cancri. So let's understand what's Cancri. Cancri was the planet which was found in the year 2004 by NASA. This planet is very unique. This contains a lot of special carbons which can be used in batteries. So does that mean that we have to go all the way to trillion miles away to get these high quality carbons? Well, not really. Why? Because we found our own Cancri on this planet Earth, where we are producing these carbons for batteries and capacitors. Let's see how do we do it and what do we do. This slide sums it all. We start with the waste, apply a proprietary process, and gets converted to this black colored Cancri carbon powders. These powders, when goes inside the batteries and capacitors, we get high performance. And that's it. This is what we do at Cancri. Our starting point is lead acid batteries, which you might have seen in inverters, in e-rickshaws as well. The foundational issue with this industry is that when we keep using these batteries again and again, this white colored scaling starts to appear on its electrodes. This leads to shorter battery life, slower charging, and also higher losses due to higher warranty returns. And that is what precisely we are trying to change with our Cancri carbon powders. It's a simple drop-in solution. And what we get in the end is up to 40% higher energy efficiency. What it means is faster charging, lesser wastage of electricity, and also better utilization of the active material. Up to 4 times better vibration and shock absorption, up to $2 billion savings on the warranty returns for these battery manufacturers. And also we get up to 20% higher energy capacities of these batteries. What it means for the users. For e-rickshaw, if we are using these carbons, an e-rickshaw driver can have an extra income of 30%. He can save 2,000 rupees per battery due to heat dissipation issues. Also, we can charge these batteries at a rate of 50% higher rates. Now, that was the legacy market of lead acid batteries. Moving further to the advanced energy storage devices like electrochemical capacitors. Again, it's a simple drop-in solution. We put these carbon powders inside these devices, and what we get is 125% higher energy capacities. It can hold more charge. And also, we can reduce $5 per kilowatt hour values by 50%. These devices have a lot of impact on electric vehicles. How? These devices can be used in peak power acceleration. These devices can also be used as an auxiliary device together with the battery pack and can be used for regenerative braking. And this is one of the safer alternatives available in the market. The market size, the overall market size for this material is $14.1 billion. But currently we are focusing on only energy storage, which is worth $6 billion within lead acid batteries, electrochemical capacitors, and lithium-ion batteries. In terms of the competition, we are the only ones in India who's producing this material. Even globally, if we see, we are not only sweetly priced at $35 a kilo, but we are also higher in performance. Our USP is that we are enabling and empowering the market to use high-performing carbons for their batteries. We are also sustainable because in our production, we are reducing the GHG emissions by 13 times, energy savings by 75%, and also lesser temperature by 60%. Where we are currently. So far, we have 5 proof of concepts with this material on different batteries and capacitors. Currently, we are doing, or rather, we have gotten a paid pilot with UNIDO and also Bureau of Energy Efficiency, where we are currently doing the industrial deployments. We also have 5 customers in the pipeline and currently working with 2 customers where we will be commercializing next year when we are going to have this plant of 100 kgs per day with an annual revenue of $1 million a year. Then we are going to move further to $36 million once we scale up to 4 tons per day. All these proof of concepts has been done in the third-party international laboratories in Singapore and in India.
2 minutes.
So why are we so unique to solve this problem? I am Akshay. I have done my PhD from National University of Singapore with a patent and 15 publications on this technology. Mahi is my co-founder. She has over 9 years of experience in business and strategy, mainly in the Southeast Asian countries. And we both know each other for over 16 years now, which is almost half of our lifetimes. Our team has a combined experience of 100+ years. Specialty in chemical engineering, material science, batteries, capacitors, and business. Some of the supporters, we are supported by Techstars, United Nations, and also we have gotten few grants from Startup India, iStart Rajasthan, and also Nidhi by DST, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. So with that, thank you very much for your kind attention. Any questions for you?
Thank you so much for the presentation, Akshay. I would like to open the question answers. Ma'am, any questions?
Thank you. So about the supply chain.
Yeah.
You are talking about waste to Cancri, right? So how would you source and how would you ensure the supply chain when it is converted into scalable solution? How to do the transportation and manage those supply chain issues?
Right. So currently we are using the waste coconut shells and we are getting it from Sholapur, Maharashtra. So this vendor has a capacity of up to 10 tons per day. So we are getting from him currently. So up till we go to 4 tons per day, we are good enough because he alone can supply us 10 tons per day of this coconut shells. So with that, we have enough supply of the raw materials with us.
Yeah, Srinivas sir.
Okay, so it's for the B2B. If you see, if we just pass our material and we give it to the battery manufacturers. So what do they do is when they make the active mix, they put it inside the active mix and then they coat it on the electrode plates. So if you have seen a lead acid battery, there are electrodes inside it. So those electrodes contains the active mix and that active mix also has our material. Metal electrodes and an active paste on it. That's right. We mix it in the active paste. These are categorized into porous carbons. Heraeus makes them, these are templated carbons. These are also porous carbons. They are better in performance, but $350 a kilo. And therefore you will see majority, hardly any people know about Heraeus for those carbons because these are very, very expensive. They use chemicals like hydrofluoric acid and very, very unenvironmental friendly process. So that is why our USP is that we are enabling the market to use these high quality carbons at a low price. Sorry. Okay, so method is like what we do is we do a pre-treatment of our waste. That makes it much more reactive. And when we do the pyrolysis process, the second step, the end product what we get is much more efficient. The patent what we have is on the pre-treatment and the pyrolysis conditions. So we have a patent on the process and the final product. So we use 2 steps in our process, actually 6, but major are the 2 steps. The pre-treatment by which we make the raw material much more reactive to get the final product much more efficient. We apply to iCreate. This is what we have given. I would say we are more than TRL4.
Yeah, I had a question. So you mentioned 125% higher storage.
Right.
Do you mean it's, from 100, it will go to 225 or
225?
225.
Right.
Okay, that's it. Yeah. And energy savings of 75% is in what process? Where does the saving?
So conventional processes use very high temperatures in the range of 1300, 1400 degrees Celsius.
for manufacturing those electrodes.
That's right. Manufacturing the carbon.
Carbon. Okay. Right. Okay. Got it. So that's not the saving for the user. That's your internal cost saving. But yeah, it's not the benefit for the customer. You might pass on some of it to him.
Right.
But yeah.
Right. It's a green solution for him also because currently he's using with the crude oil based carbons.
Sure. I was looking at it from a point of view of the user benefits. So user benefits are, I think, the other ones that you mentioned.
That along the battery sides.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Literally the carbon footprint.
Yeah.
I had few questions.
Sure.
I think you adding the capacity component, right? For the lead acid battery.
Right.
You add this high surface area carbon to increase the capacity contribution.
Right.
And this has been the trend now. I think there are quite a few industries are coming up with that kind of a thing. We have been interacting with few people.
Okay.
Yes. And when you talk about this same carbon for the other purposes, for lithium ion and sodium
Right.
capacitors and so on, lithium, you know that you require a graphitic carbon.
Right.
And here you get mostly, disordered carbons.
Right.
Which may not be fit for lithium ion battery chemistry.
Right.
So how do you do that?
Okay. So that's when number one is we are using it in the lithium ion capacitors, number one. So the entire cathode is made up of the carbons, the one which we are making. Secondly, even for the batteries, as you rightly said, only the graphitized carbon can be used as an anode material. But if you use our material as an expander in the cathode, that works pretty well. Let's say, for example, LFPs, people have been using these as an expander material, not as an anode, as a graphitized material, but in the cathode for the expander. So that is something which we have not tried for lithium ion batteries, but for lithium ion capacitors, sodium ion capacitors, we have tried.
Maybe we can discuss more about it.
Surely, yes.
Really, what happens is the higher the surface area, you are talking something like 1,000-2,000 meters square surface area.
Right.
The higher the surface area, higher the other side effects and so on.
Right.
We've been working on such things.
Right.
Maybe we would discuss a little more on
Surely.
that. I'll be available sometime when we have it.
Yes, we can discuss in details there.
I think he's a chemistry guy, so
okay.
He will. But my question is, if the savings are so significant, why are you pricing it at $35? Sort of alternatives that that are there are 350, right? Why would you price it so low?
Yeah, that's a good question. A lot of times we've seen this, and then our intention is to get the initial market because a lot of people are not using these carbons just because the price is high.
You're also destroying your potential for, it's always, what the customer is willing to pay, right? They will ask you for cost reductions later anyway. So
right.
If you start at 35 and can you go down to 30?
As of now, with $35, we have this with a gross margin of 40%. And then, of course, once we scale up further, we can increase the gross margin up to 50-55%. Now, having said that, as per our plan, what we are thinking is with the current initial customers who are supporting us, we are thinking that this price would be for them. And that's what we also say. But definitely with the ones who are coming at a later stage, the price would be different. Right.
Yeah. Parmar, sir? Question?
I have a very simple question.
Sure.
Are you eyeing for any investors who need telescope to see your concrete?
We've been trying to see, and we've been trying to get some investors, but definitely some challenges have been faced because when we are talking, maybe we are not targeting the right investors. They're asking for the POs, purchase orders. That is something we don't have it right now. And this is space in industry. It takes a lot of time because, they want to try out things unless they try it themselves. So that is why it is taking some time to get to the purchase orders. But I think we are missing on the right kind of investors who can help us at this stage where we are doing the industrial demonstrations.
Where is your ROC based?
In Jaipur.
Jaipur, Rajasthan.
Right.
So what is the lead acid market size in India?
Sorry, I didn't get your question.
Lead acid battery market size.
In India, it's 10% of the total market, which is $50 billion approximately. So India is carrying approximately $5 billion of the battery market.
You would be targeting the battery market, right?
Yes. So we'll be targeting the carbon inside that. So the overall lead acid battery market is $5 billion, within which our carbon goes in. So overall lead acid, the carbons for the lead acid battery is $2.5 billion. So I would say in India, if we see the market for the lead acid for this carbon, it will be approximately $250 million.
So, your job is to source the waste and make the material which can be sold to these battery manufacturers, right?
That's right.
So what your capacity or the facility would look like?
Currently, we are at 2 kgs per day. We are producing that much amount of material. We are passing them the samples because they would like to try at industrial scale. So we have scaled up from 1 gram per day to 2 kilograms per day now. So where we have this capacity, now we can pass and work with the industries. But eventually the orders would look like in the range of 50 to 100 kilos per day for the medium-sized industries. So we will be targeting the first scaling up to approximately 500 kgs per day plant. Yeah. We are working with them. He's the ex-CEO of Luminous, and we are working with Luminous too. Yeah. But purchase orders is something, yeah, of course, even they want to, try out things. But we are working with them. We have passed the batteries and they're testing it out.
Yeah, one more question. Yeah, Srinivas sir.
However impressive your presentation is, I have a problem with your first slide, which said you're increasing the efficiency of a system by 40%. Right. An electrical system is typically working around 95%. And then if you go 40% over that, you're going over 100. That's technically not possible. Right.
Okay.
So I do appreciate what you're trying to convey there.
Okay.
You're trying to say we are reducing the losses by 40%.
Right.
Right. So that's not the same as increasing the efficiency by 40%. So you have to correct your representation.
Agree. Okay, surely. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes. So a few of the things. Number one is when we are talking about this, the getting to the funds, as I mentioned to the gentleman, that number one is like they are all asking for the POs. So there's a long gestation period to do that. Oh, okay. So in terms of the technicalities, we've been working almost, I would say, 2.5 years now. When we scaled up from 1 gram to 150 grams, we faced a lot of issues. Number one issue, there was a lot of metal impurities which came in our raw material when we used the industrial grade. We never thought of this because we were using lab grade materials when I was studying. So when we used this material, there was a lot of metal impurities which came in. And that was a big issue. Why? Because we never thought of it. We gave these samples to the battery manufacturers and we got very bad performance. So this is number one that we have now kind of sorted out. The manufacturing process have changed. Number two in technicalities is the machines what we are using is all customized. So since, as I said, there's no one in India who's producing it. So when we are talking to these people, we are not getting any process advisor who have the experience exactly into what we're doing. So everybody says, although we are working with good process advisors and, they are the big professors in good universities, what they're saying is, in the end, it's all chemical engineering and we will help you. But we know until unless somebody have seen the process as it is, there might be certain challenges which you might face. So we are also targeting some of the process advisors in US if they have done on a similar process, not exactly the same, but on a similar process so that we can get an exact help so that we can replicate the process. So these are the two major challenges which we foresee at this stage. Number three process would be when we are now talking to the customers for the capacitor space. There is no one, when we started talking in India, there was no one producing lithium and capacitors, lithium and batteries in India. All are assemblers. For us, we need the people who can make the batteries from the scratch because they want to use our material inside the batteries. So the challenge which we got was there were no customers to try out. So that was the reason we get into lead acid batteries. But now this is also an opportunity for us. We see it this way that, if there are no manufacturers, can we do something in the down the line, or maybe after 5 or 10 years, can we do it ourselves? That is something which we are forcing. This is something which we feel is a challenge, but also an opportunity for us.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think with this, I would like to close the question answer with him.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Akshay. You can take your seat now. With this, I would like to call upon Pranav and Dharmik from Friction Drive.
Hello all, myself Pranav Patel and he is Dharmik Prajapati. We are the founders of Friction Drive startup. To begin with presentation, we all have drive the bicycle in our childhood. So there is a one problem. You cannot use that bicycle for a long distance because you have to provide some efforts to ride the bicycle for a long ride. Okay, so you can convert that bicycle into the e-bike, or you can purchase the e-bike ready-made. So there is a one problem. There is a problem with conversion kit. So conversion kit required lots of installation process and tools also, and difficult to maintain that conversion kit also. Ready-made e-bike limit your design choice. So, and it is expensive. Also, you can't give it to the your family member or your friends. So let's talk about the market. India is the second largest manufacturing hub for the bicycle industry, over a $1.5 billion value. So we are in India, around 1.8 crore bicycles are producing year on year. So we are focusing on a roadster bicycle, which is a 60% of the market. So we focus on 5% only, which is a 50,000 bicycle in a year. Actually, we are converting bicycles into the e-bike. According to the report, every year CAGR is increasing at a rate of 12.9%.
So we have developed a retro kit that will convert any existing bicycle into an e-bicycle. So this is our basic model, and this is our final design. This is something that we are trying to make, and this is how it will look like on a bicycle. So we have developed our own BLDC motor. It's a 250-watt motor. We are trying to make it as convenient as possible because we want to reduce the installation time, and we want to force that anyone could make the changes. Anyone can convert any bicycle into an e-bicycle in less than 10 minutes or 5 minutes. So we have tried to make it as compact as possible, and it is also a lightweight. The weight of this device will be less than 5 kg. It can reach to the speed of 25 km per hour, and the range of it will be 35 km plus. So this is our final design. And because we want to make it convenient, so we have the design of the product is something like this. So there's a clamp that will be attached to the cycle. It only has 4 bolts. So anyone with a little knowledge can attach it to the bicycle. So it will save the time during the installation process. Other than that, you will see the black lever there. So that is for the quick release. So after unlocking it, if you remove the bolt, the device will be removed from the bicycle. So even after attaching the clamp, only one bolt will attach or detach the whole kit. So that is one advantage here. And the spring over there is for provide the suspension. It will provide enough force on the motor and that will pressurize the motor to the wheel. So it will to reduce the friction force further. And we have the second photo you see is the motor that we have designed. We have specially designed this motor to match our requirements. It's a hollow shafted motor because we cannot open the motor from outside because it will be covered by the rubber and we don't have room anywhere else. So we have a hollow shaft and it will remain like that in the product also. So it will provide the air cooling while traveling too. So this is the motor that we have designed. It has also reduced the weight of the product, and because of that, the overall system has a weight of less than 5 kg. This kit also contains the battery, controller, and BMS, and everything is inside this kit, and except the throttle.
2 minutes left.
And the kit also comes with a handle, so it will be easy to carry around for anyone else. And also we have tried to make it very well designed, so it goes well with the modern bicycles. So as of now in India, there is no company that works on a similar solution. There is one in the Europe, which is Ruby. So in India, our direct competitor are those who are selling the conversion kit and those who are selling the ready-made e-bicycle. So this is what we are comparing. In terms of cost, the one that Europe has, it is almost 4 times higher. And we are trying to compete with those cheap conversion kit. So we have put a selling price of 18K. The other advantage we have is if you are going with a ready-made e-bike, you don't have a choice. You have to go with the design that the producer of the e-bike is providing. But in India, there is already thousands of models available. So that is a good advantage that comes with our kit. The another thing is installation time is definitely less. The maintenance is also very easy because you can remove it and you can give it to the shop or anywhere else, and you can still use your bicycle. So that is another advantage that we have. Also, if someone wants to provide it for the rental service to another person, or a cycle distributor want to provide this for a rental service, so definitely he can provide the combo of the kit and the cycle also too, just like ready-made bicycles do. The thing is, he will have a choice, or the customer who are buying this, they will also have a choice that if they have a cycle, they only need a kit. Then sharing is definitely very convenient in this case. It comes with a throttle control. The one that Europe country have, they don't have the throttle. It is pedal assistant. And because it is detachable, you can change anything. If you want to change the cycle, then you can replace the cycle. You have to invest in the cycle only. You don't have to invest in the whole kit. And this is the timeline. Till now, we have developed our motor, and we have done our prototype testing. And currently, the patent of design is ongoing. And we are trying to tie up with another startup for controller and BMS, so we can completely manufacture the device in India. So our plan is in 6 months to push the 10 MVP test in the market, so we get the feedback from there. And after that, we will move forward for the production. And this we two are working here. He is Pranav Patel, mechanical engineer. He handled the product design and execution. I'm Dharmik Prajapati, EC engineer and working on electronics. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pranav, for the presentation. I would like to open the question answers. Srinivas, sir.
If you're putting it on the as an attachment at the rear, right? How are you doing the throttle detection? Because you need to find out how much assist to provide, because it's a pedal assist, right?
No, sir. It is a fully throttle based motor. So you don't have to pedal the bicycle.
It's a choice.
Whether yeah, it's a choice you can do.
Yes,
That's
yes,
correct.
yes.
So if you give matching to the effort that the user is putting in,
Yes.
so that you match the drive. Right?
For that, we need a one sensor, cadence sensor. Yes.
Yes, right.
So we will provide with our kit.
So in that case, it becomes integral within your system and you won't have a separate throttle. If you had a throttle, it's a separate part, right? So it's not just one piece.
Okay.
Right? Whereas if you build that algorithm into the drive itself.
Yes, that also we have taken up with another startup, as we have mentioned, the controller that we are working on. We had a talk yesterday only, and he is ready to develop such firmware, so he can detect the speed, and speed is readable from the driver.
Correct. So in that case, the thing is you are not going to have two things that need to be fixed. Only one thing that needs to be
yes,
fixed.
only throttle.
That will be the advantage.
I just want to understand that who are your team members? You two are there or any other people are also there?
No, currently we are two.
Only two.
Yes.
So you need to work out on how the market size is working and market penetration is required, because these are quite competitive things. If any presence is there, then your market would readily adopt all those things. You have a good product, you have a patent, I think patent process is
patent
going
process
on.
is ongoing.
So you try to have your what we say the people in your team who can look after the cost factor, the people who are understanding the market strategics also, and your cost component is important.
Yes, that
because,
is why we are
still the validation part is still required. So
Yes,
after that we can talk more on it. Thank you.
Yeah. Rahul sir?
Yeah, so two things. One is that in the entire presentation, you forgot about the throttle and the installation of the throttle. So I looked up RubyX and I understood why, because your product is copying their design, except that they have a cadence sensor. And the cadence sensor makes the product 5 times more expensive than what you're talking about. The problem I'm trying to get at is you missed out the throttle. Why did you miss out the throttle? And have you figured out what it would take, what kind of difference in the user experience of installing this thing? That will be number one. Number two, you talked about cadence in answering this question. Have you thought about how much cost it'll add to add that sensor?
Cadence sensor is roughly 150 rupees. So it won't affect much to us.
And we are actually trying to make it without cadence sensor. As I mentioned that the speed can be read from the kit motor itself, and the controller can handle everything. Its throttle will be there.
In India, people likes to ride the bicycle with the throttle. And in European market, people want to ride bicycle with assistance. So RubyX provide only assistance. You cannot ride that bicycle without the cadence sensor.
Without pedaling.
Without pedal, sorry.
So what's the patentable part of what you've done?
It's a design and motor. Because we have designed a motor which is lower in weight. So conventionally, the motor 250 watt motor weight around 4 kg, and our motor is of only 2 kg with the same efficiency. Also, the size is small because we have make it as a hollow shaft. So hollow shaft provide a better cooling, and when you ride the bicycle, natural cooling, natural air circulation will be there in the shaft.
Okay, Vivek sir?
Yeah. So I wanted to check, have you spoken to any potential customers who would eventually be the users of your bike?
We had meetings with 2 company who are interested in our product.
So you'll be selling to these companies or you'll be selling to the customers? What's your plan?
We have a two offering, one B2C and one B2B. So we can provide them also, but in a different design.
So if you're talking B2C, have you talked to any customers who will potentially use your bikes?
No, sir. We have asked to our friends and whoever which are close to us.
Do they buy the roadsters or they buy the higher end bikes?
They are a roadster.
Sorry?
Roadsters.
Okay.
Yes.
We have taken some feedback, but I think the friends' feedback also should be taken with a little bit of, they are your friends, so they will give you positive feedback. I think if you want to delve deeper, go to your friends who don't know, you don't know.
Yes, sir.
Actually, I was just wondering, I think most of the bikes I have seen being used by people who you're targeting have mud guards and carriers on them. You expect them to remove those to add this attachment?
Yes, sir. Because it is not required in our kit. Because the function of mudguard will be attached in our product. So
But
there
the
is
carrier?
Carrier.
Because people like their partners sit behind, right? I mean, a lot of people, I mean, in some cases, the family members will sit behind, right? It's used also for transportation, and that's probably where he needs it the most, right? Because he's carrying more weight.
This is
and then the assist is gone.
Yes, this is a disadvantage of our product.
Yeah, no, I mean, just thinking about sort of innovative ways of mounting or still providing a way to couple to the wheel, which probably can be used in different scenarios. So maybe something for you to think about.
but new design bicycles are come with without carrier. Rear carrier.
But
yes,
you know what I'm saying, right? I mean, most people, maybe the people who have carriers can't afford the 18,000 to start with, but then people who can afford the 18,000 are probably using it more for exercise than going around, right? The bicycle. So you really want to figure out the market for this product. I mean, it's very nice, it's very innovative, but I mean, sometimes you also need to ask yourself the tough questions about
yes,
the eventual business, right?
yes.
That was one thing. And the other thing that I just wanted to understand is this has a battery in it and it needs to be recharged, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So it has, and then what happens? I mean, the cable is built into this, or they have
No, we
a
have
separate-
a pin. So,
Okay, so
you have
you-
to plug and yes.
Okay. Not like a retractable cable that you plug into the wall.
Yes, like a mobile charger.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because some vacuum cleaners and all also have a spring-loaded cable that you can just pull and put.
Yes. No, not that type.
Not yet. Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, Mihir sir.
What is the cost of the kit?
Manufacturing cost or selling?
Yeah, whatever you say.
Manufacturing cost is around 12,000.
12,000.
And the selling cost, currently we have a target at 18,000.
18.
Yes. 18.
So, given a choice, what would you prefer? Selling only the kit or the full cycle?
As I told earlier, two companies are interested in this product. So for them, I will provide them a whole mechanism, and they will design their own outer body and the design. So they will sell whole bicycle with our kit. Yes, and we will provide only kit to the customer.
Okay. Prakash sir, any question from your side? Okay. So with this, I would like to close the question answer. Thank you, Pranav and Dharmik, for the presentation.
Yeah. Thank you all.
Please take your seat. With this, I would like to invite Mr. Saurabh from Udayan.
Hello, good evening, everyone. So at Udayan Ecotech, what we believe in is enabling and accelerating the transition towards sustainable mobility. So the pain point, the fundamental problem what we saw in the industry, whole automotive industry, is the software architectures. So the software architectures are discrete and closed architectures based out of domain or zonal controllers. On the electronics industry, we have too much dependency on the chips. As we have seen during the COVID period, the automotive industry was totally dependent on the chips of the import. And on the service-oriented application ecosystem, there are monolithic mobility platforms. So the applications cannot be developed by either a developer or a researcher or a student itself. So the market size and potential, what we are looking is, as an Indian automotive software market, it's growing at 16% annually. And we are looking after the software development side of it. And as we have, what we are planning is to be an asset-light model with a scalable hardware and software architectures, and with a strategic alliances and EV partnership by building an EV ecosystem. So what we are targeting first is Tier 1 OEMs, which are basically the top OEMs. And after that, we are targeting the new 150 OEMs. And basically the applications would be right from the 2-wheeler to 8-wheelers. So the proposed technology, we have developed an 110 scale autonomous car on an automotive grade ISO 26262 compliant hardware. And we are developing an MacViz operating system for electric vehicles and a digital automotive studio. So the MacViz means machine vision operating system just as a human being. And it would be an open, scalable, and interoperable. So on the open side, what we believe is it should be open on the architecture as well as open on the hardware side and software side. It should, on the scalable side, what we are looking is it should be from 2-wheelers to 8-wheelers or 16-wheelers. And on the interoperable side, it should communicate with the infrastructure V2X, V2G. So the uniqueness and the innovation what we are building is the backend. This is the digital automotive studio, which would be consisting of host of libraries from electrical to mechanical to electronics and software. So the suppose you want to build a four-wheeler. So let's take an example. You will take the vehicle dynamics model, add the powertrain, add the chassis, add the tire models, add the suspension models. Then on the powertrain model, you can add the type of motors you want, type of controllers you want, type of ECUs you want, type of displays you want, and then integrate this whole system into a vehicle. Take this vehicle into a virtual environment, test it onto a virtual environment, and then build a real prototype. So this can reduce the development cost almost 2x. So you don't have to build a real prototype. You just have to build a virtual prototype and test it into a virtual environment. And all the heavy lifting of the OEM can be done by us, and with a backend of V-loop system. So the competitive advantage what we are bringing is the modularity, the modularity in terms of faster product development and reducing the time to market for an automotive OEM. What we are bringing is the vehicle system repo and the libraries for the ECUs and VCUs. The customization element what we are bringing is the diversified semiconductor supply chain can be brought under us, where an OEM or a auto manufacturer can choose the type of semiconductors he wants, and based on those PNC he can take the balance sheet of it. And what we are bringing is a user defined experiences. On top of us, flavors will be built. Basically the flavors would be just like an Android for EVs, where OnePlus or a MI has built the flavors on top of them. And a service oriented application ecosystem. The application ecosystem would be open for all, where a developer or a company or a student can build applications on top of us. So we have been supported by KPIT, Siemens, Dana, ISB as an accelerator, and also MATLAB. And we incubated at Bahu Institute CIP, and we incorporated in 2020. We did the market study on the global and as well as local studies. We faced some challenges into the supply chain during the period of 2020 on the semiconductor side, and we build a business model and EV networks into the ecosystems. And right now we are into the we have built a hardware and software integration with 110 scale autonomous car, and we are moving into a testing environment and a pilot testing with the tier 1 or tier 2 OEMs.
Last 2 minutes, please.
Yeah. So we are moving forward and looking after building some synergies within the EV ecosystems and pilot testings. So the team, myself, Shubham Moore, I look after business development, and I look after the collaboration strategy, and also I have a prior experience into data analysis. And Saurabh looks after the technology stack from hardware, software to computer vision and simulations. So we have mentors and advisors with us who guide us on the business, technology, as well as financing and overall the architecture development. So our mission is for zero carbon, zero prototype, zero death. And our vision is to shape and drive the digital automotive world of tomorrow. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your presentation, guys. Question answers, starting from Rahul sir.
How far along are you in that product vision? It's a very large vision to talk about a digital twin. I've only heard it from very large companies such as Altair or Bosch, for example. Very large automotive manufacturer that or tier one are trying to do something like this.
Yeah.
So you are going up against very big boys, and what makes you think you are the player?
No, actually, what we are looking after is to collaborate with them also. So these systems cannot be built by a single company. A company in US has built this system for last 15 years, and they are right now into the digital twin environment. So it took, and it's a $1 trillion industry right now. So it took 15 years for them to be into the digital twin environment. It's a collaboration environment, what we are looking forward for.
You have that in your slide as something that you have already finished prototyping.
Yeah.
So the question I'm asking is, somebody else took 15 years and they're still working on it, and you have already made it, right?
Yes.
You've already made it. You've already made a digital twin.
No, actually, we have developed it on another platform, the twin.
Yeah.
So I would like to add to that. So basically what he was talking about, the problems that we shared earlier, right? There were 3 problems, right? From semiconductors to service-oriented applications. And the third problem, right? These 3 problems was solved by that company by using this solution. And it took them 15 years because they developed it single-handedly. So in an Indian ecosystem, this cannot be done by a single OEM, because right now no OEM does R&D in India right now. Yeah, they are starting right now, but this level of R&D is not available. So to expect that every Indian automotive company would put in the same effort towards this and they would become successful, that's a tough challenge. So what we are trying is building an ecosystem, just like what Android built, and then making a base layer for every automotive manufacturer. So on that base layer, they can develop their own layer and own applications on top
Can
of
you
that.
show me what on the slide you're actually building?
So actually, you can come with us on the booth. We have this 110 scale prototype, and this 110 scale prototype is being connected with a digital twin environment where we are testing the algorithms on it and functions and logics on it. So this 110 scale has been done and it's working, and we can take this architecture to a level 2 ADAS system. So this architecture allows us to move towards the level 2 as well.
On a full scale way.
Thank you.
So you're providing this platform more as a service than actually doing it.
Yeah, that's what we are looking for first, because what we found is directly competing head on is not a good idea. And
No, agreed. It's not worth it for every person to buy the whole thing for themselves. So providing it as a service is a good idea. There's nothing wrong with that. But then you need to have a validation model to say, this is what we are talking about. This, and I'm actually showing you a failure, right? A model predicts the failure, and the failure actually happens in some model, right? Because you need positive confirmation as well as the negatives to be eliminated, right?
Definitely.
So it can't be a garbage in, garbage out, no? Because if you've been talking virtual, most of it tends to go towards the redirection. So you have to be careful in positioning yourself to show how the whole system that your model is expected to behave a certain way, and it's going to actually do that.
Yeah.
Right? It may not be in the exactly same model, it could be some other model, but you need to have a validation model.
yeah. So at stall, you can come and
I intend to visit you.
Singh sir.
You also mentioned the name as MacWiz, right? So where's the vision processing and all? Is that something that's already available as a library and you're using it, or you're doing part of the object detection and the other machine vision related activities and maybe steering the vehicle around it? I mean, probably we need to visit to see what you're doing, but just wanted to get a sense of how it's all, what's your contribution and what's already part of the platform.
So right now we have used the processors hardwares that are already in the market. So for high performance processors, we have used some NVIDIA based processors. But we have what we have done is, as I said, we are building a software layer. So we are basically hardware agnostic. So right now we have implemented these systems on a Qualcomm based processor as well, and on a NXP, STI and STI and STM based high performance microcontrollers as well.
That is fine, but what exactly is I mean, so for example, you have a camera. The camera is getting a feed. What are you doing with that feed? Are you doing object recognition, distance measurement? I mean, I don't know what this autonomous 1/10 scale autonomous vehicle is. What are the capabilities it has that you are then sort of modeling and controlling through your algorithms?
Right now we have integrated the stereo cameras which were existing one, and we have developed some basic algorithms on top of it. So what we are proposing is the algorithms and the applications can be built by the student community or a researcher or a company. So that's what we want to propose. The whole data repository and the authority would be with the manufacturers.
So this is like an open source project that you want to run, but then eventually you'll have to figure out how to license it, how to monetize it.
Yeah.
It can't be just done. I mean, yeah, you can do it for fun all your life. But
No.
No, actually that's the intent, right?
Yeah. Actually, we are building an middleware on top of it. So that's where we want to make an IP of.
Yeah, Prakash sir, any question? Mihir sir, any questions? Vivek sir, Parmar sir, any questions? Ma'am, any questions? Sir? Okay, great. So that will be all. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you so much. Now you can please take your seat. Now I would like to hand over to sir.
Good evening. Thanks for being so patient. We've had a long day, many interesting projects. And we just put the youngest man in the room for a curious job, given that he has a very curious mind. So I'm very pleased to invite Dr. Madhukumar Mehta. He's a founding team member and colleague of mine for more than 2.5 decades. But he's the most curious mind that you will find in the room. And we had to somehow keep him awake. The only way to keep him awake was say that you give some reflections of the whole day. So we fed him well in the afternoon, and hopefully he'll repay us back. Madhu, all yours.
Thank you very much, Tyagi. Thank you, everybody. I will take 5 observations just so that I was making copious notes, like they said, that they wanted me to be awake all throughout. So let me just quickly add 5-6 points, mostly targeted towards the youngsters. First and foremost, I think we should not confuse. So all of you are working very hard. This particular event has successfully pulled so many people, who otherwise would not give you even 1 hour or even 15 minutes. So efforts that you people have put in has created enough momentum and promise to draw such people to come to iCreate and to interact with you. That in itself is a very major step. But to confuse steps with destination is not right. So this is just the first step. Similarly, in each of your journey, there is a lot of appreciation that has been given to you. But in the in the in the comments that they made, if you were to look behind it, beyond the nicety, there are things that you are not quite ready, and that is understandable. We don't have to be ready, but we have to recognize that we are not quite ready. So that is the first major lesson. The second thing is that monetization. I think not, whether it is IP, whether it is licensing, whether it is market size, whether it is partnership. Okay, so I now know how to test this. So whether it is, so monetization is something that is a major theme that came across all projects, whether it is IP, whether it is licensing, whether it is partnership, whether it is working in partnership where you are actually targeting yourself to be acquisition target. All these things are conscious choices, and it is to be thought through as you travel the journey until you create the value proposition. Because the way you propose the value proposition itself shows what you are after. But here they were very nice to ask you, what are you trying to do? But in practice, people probably would not do that. Karthikeya mentioned exit. Now, exit is something that is a newer phenomena. In the early stages, people were actually building their own companies and running it for generations to come. But now it has become a relay race. In relay race, a marathon, rather a relay race is where you find that you are not able to now run as fast as it is required to run to win the race. What you do is pass the baton. And that is what is the reason. It is not exit that you are not really, it's your baby and you don't want to, they don't trust you to take it further. That's not the mindset that we need to be. We need to apply our mind to say, मुझसे अगर ये ज़्यादा अच्छा कर सकते हैं, तो value, creating value, continued value creation is the goal, and therefore we have to be prepared to pass the baton. Niche. हम सब कुछ नहीं कर सकते हैं, जो करते हैं वो सबसे अच्छा करना चाहिए. So we have to know what we do well, and we have to do that very, very well. So this is another subtle message that kept coming. And think big. So if you are into creating value, large value, then you have to think niche and think big. That is how the message came across throughout the day. So now, I suggested to the organizer that rather than only my things, we can keep, none of us had chance to talk. People here talked about their presentation, and in jury, they asked a question. So now 5 minutes, I think maximum 5 minutes. Yeah. We will give people to give their reaction. How was the day? What were your findings? What did you think we did or did not do? And what are your observations about iCreate or iCreate's projects? Can we have some microphones around, please? Yeah. Is that okay, Tyagi? Do I pass the test?
So, yes.
मुझे मेरे सुपरवाइजर को पूछना पड़ता है ना. Maybe I won't get the dinner. That's the threat.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes. From the audience.
Anybody, please?
Hello.
Yes, from the audience, anyone would you like to share your views for the day? Please feel free. So,
पहले कोई शुरू करेगा तो बाद में हो जाएगा. आप लोगों को भी अलाउड है.
Yeah. Please, Amit sir.
Yes, please. Somebody starts, everything will roll.
Yeah, hi, this is.
You want this?
No, I can. So yeah, hi, this is Amit Deshpande from Greaves Electric Mobility. Phenomenal projects, I must say. I've been associated with iCreate for the last about 2 years as part of the panel for external evaluation. Some of these projects, I've seen them kind of grow from stage to a level where now, they are ready to go out in the market and probably monetize over the next year or so. Uh, Phenomenal projects, great projects. I think a lot of work has gone into from the team, from the founders themselves. One thing that I would like to see probably, over the next EVangelise events is a little bit more on the monetization aspect, because me being a non-engineer, non-techie guy, I would really like to look at it from somebody in the morning mentioned that many times we've seen that it's a solution that is trying to find a problem. So I think that is the right crux. I mean, it captured the crux in one sentence. So I think I'd like to see a little bit more on the financial side, because a lot many projects get lost. Great idea, but is there a market? Is there somebody who's ready to buy it? And am I understanding how am I going to take it to the market? Even if that forms like 10% or 15% of the presentation, because I believe a lot of these guys are now ready to go into the, in front of angel investors, VCs, who essentially, yes, the tech is proven. iCreate is there to kind of back that up. But do they really understand for me to give them money to take it to the market? So I think that's the only thing I believe. But otherwise, all in all, great day. Thank you. Congratulations, everyone.
Thank you.
I'm Sabhabadi from Chennai, company called QMax. I hope you can hear me now. Yeah, this is the first time I'm coming to iCreate. I didn't know about iCreate earlier. And I'm very happy to see that so many startups are coming up. There's a lot of ideas that could be viable, and it's very interesting to hear all these things. And people like us from industry certainly would like to attend and take information and collaboration with the people who presented here.
Great.
Thank you. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. Being able to evoke that kind of an interest in the industry and making industry come closer to startups and startups understanding what the industry needs, wants, would be a major step. And that would be a good contribution for iCreate to make. Agreed.
Yeah. Hi. So without introducing myself, just I would like to say some observations from a founder who has built hardware-based technology products and scaled a company to 1,500 crores. The thing is, a lot of feedback is coming in wherein we are saying that we need to think from a perspective of exitability, scalability, market monetization and all. Whereas all of that is very, very essential. But I would like to say this from first-hand experience that a majority of investors in the country are more used to software-based investments rather than funding and backing up hardware-based startups. It's a very different kind of animal in entirety. So still the idea of a company being in the product stage for 5 years, 10 years, and building a robust product, let's say just call the digital twinning example, which we were just discussing. It requires that kind of time, and that kind of backing has to come up from the industry itself, wherein larger companies like the Tatas and Mahindras of the country have to back these people up for probably a longer period of time, wherein the product is robust enough, and then think about monetization, exitability, and all of those things. So the best thing here at iCreate that has happened is the technology is largely sorted, which is the problem with most scale startups, that you realize even after scale up, the technology is not ready yet. So, I mean, both parts of the puzzle have to be taken into account. Thank you.
Please.
Yeah, I think partly just echoing what our friend has just said. In the hardware, we truly need much more to understand the application truly well, and then see our initial piloting or testing has direct correlation getting established that yes, we are getting there. And also on the same time, having a very good benchmarking established. We all should know, if I'm doing martial art, where is my goal? Bruce Lee or somebody in my classroom, right? So somewhere we got to really create those big legendary achievements or goals set, and then trajectory towards that direction. On the other side, how do say same teams here, we have heard number of people are doing near to similar kind of a inventions or solutions. How can they be put in the same room independently and discuss as a brainstorm, come out? What exactly best of best coming out of all those three who are working around the same, say BMS or SRM or whatever. So these kind of initiative will bring a notch up in terms of value proposition, which our friends are working on.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. The small point that about the hardware versus software. Software, I mean, something that I say is true, but perhaps would please you, but it is actually hard on people who are doing hardware. Software could be fluffy. Software is not that easy for people to assess. Therefore, often the situation is that they get very large valuation. Here, you are partly open and relatively honest that this is the thing, this is the technology, this is what it does, and therefore they can tell. Having said that, what they are asking is actually very important, because unless we have, if we are trying to sell fluff, yes, it is hard to sell fluff in hardware. But if you are actually having a value proposition, what they are saying is, show us what is the value proposition. And I think it is important and onus on us to be able to show the value proposition. If you, and the journey, as we were talking at lunchtime, it is very hard to make it work. Somebody had said that in the morning session, I think. It's just so hard so that you are able to just make it work, make it move. But that is not the destination. And therefore, we need to appreciate, understand what they want. And we have to talk their language. And that is the role of iCreate. I think that is what you people are already trying to do, right? Yeah. So that's what iCreate does, hopefully. All right. Time khatam. Anybody else? Please. You want a microphone? Yes, please.
So one thing I want to touch is the energy, professionalism that iCreate team is showing and displaying and putting this event together is phenomenal, is world-class. The cooperation, collaboration the team has with the startup, it's a very healthy, symbiotic relationship. It's not preaching, it's not teaching, it's like making it happen, making it work in a very equal footing. That is something that I have been in US for 20 years. I have not been here. In India, I don't have much exposure, but I would say that it's not an easy thing to create here. And I really, truly compliment iCreate for developing that kind of culture. So that's something that stood out for me throughout this day.
We deeply appreciate that, because a lot of people have been working very, very hard to pull this through. As always, Acha, there is one more person, please.
Just one comment here, there was a discussion happening on the funding sides and investment side, which I heard. So we are a technology company and also partner with iCreate. We continue to work with a lot of startups. One observations that we could figure out in the past 3 years is, though a lot of software startups getting funded, we all know the history, a significant interest is building up in these hardware startups. Okay? The VCs, the investment companies have realized that there is a unique potential within India, very local problem, local innovation coming up. And there has been tons of example. We have seen companies which are starting out of garage in India and having turned over in just 4 or 5 years, just a 600, 700 crore company. Right? Just to give an example, $2 billion of investment VC money has gone into just the mobility space, electric. Drone sector is picking up with close to $60 million. A&D space startup. So what I could figure out is iCreate, and we continue to work closely with iCreate as well, is a very unique platform that is actually supporting these hardware entrepreneurs. And at this stage, the jury, the incubators, any technology partners coming forward and supporting these brave entrepreneurs, I think that's a great move. Investment will come. There has to be unique innovations. and it's just a matter of time that will pick up.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Now, always the final word to the jury. Anybody wants to make any comment on the comments made?
The other thing that I just wanted to, while we're looking at a lot of things and we are looking at things in India and sort of leveraging Make in India, I think we really will be setting ourselves the wrong goalpost if we sort of don't think of us. Any product company should, in today's day and age, think global. If you're not the global best, somebody else will eat that business. So I think we really need to figure out whether whatever we are doing, is it globally competitive, and is it sort of, we should not limit our thoughts to India, because Indian market is there, but I think there's a much bigger market out there. And one of the things that worked well for Tejas Networks, which sort of I come from, I joined them about 17 years ago, is that they picked a sector in the telecommunication space and they said, we'll be the best in this layer of the network, which was optical transport. They didn't want to do routers. They didn't want to do other equipment. Okay, in the optical transport space, we'll be the best. And because we are innovating, the global players will come to us, because it's a win-win. They don't need to invest in R&D and we don't need to invest in sales and marketing. So if you build a product that sort of fits a particular application, everybody in the world will come to you. So I think that's really what perhaps what has worked for one Indian company to do well, perhaps we can leverage that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Madhubai. And I think you paid back for the lunch, which also means you'll get supper. So very interesting that we had curious reflections from Madhubai, and that could evoke a lot of responses from the rest of the audience, including the jury. Couple of things that crossed my mind based on what was talked about a few minutes ago. Hardware is hard. And I wrote a piece a few years ago, which was exactly titled this, that hardware is hard. Hardware also needs soft hearts, to be able to back them up, to be able to pack them, to be able to give them a kick in the back. But I think what matters most is this entire wholesomeness of the ecosystem. We often talk about ecosystem, confusing them for bits and pieces coming sequentially, rather than all together at the same time. I think the trick of the ecosystem is for all of it to come at the same time. If they come sequentially, then they probably lose it out. It's like that bouquet that the fool wala makes, right? Really pick up the roses and the daffodils and the lilies separately. They may all smell beautifully and look beautifully. But only when he stacks it up and he puts the green leaves behind, and then the plastic wrapper and the red ribbon and the stapler, that it suddenly looks like a beautiful bouquet that you would love to have at home. So I think if they come separately, they don't make a bouquet. If they come together, they make a bouquet. I think to that extent, India is now well positioned. And I think initiatives like the one iCreate has taken, and Madhu and I are very glad as founders that we've come this far. When we were on the drawing board, imagining how this campus will evolve, little did people in the government think that we'll actually come this far. We've come this far, a lot of hard work put in by Anupam, who came in when we just moved into the campus as a CEO then, and now by Avinash, who's taken over from him. We've done lots of small initiatives, EVangelise like the past one. This one also was built over several months. Many people of the jury and others have played their own parts, but it takes time to fructify. And somebody mentioned about exits. VC mentality is always to say when we will get an exit. The entrepreneur's mind is, can I have a built to last company? And there is going to be this struggle between the entrepreneur's ambition to make a build to last company versus an investor's mind to say, how soon can I exit with my returns back? But at the end of the day, everybody wants the other person to win because each one's neck is in the line. If they win, we win. I think that's the kind of maturity that needs to come. I think this comment saying that, in the US and now coming here and seeing what's happening in India is very heartening. But to my mind, this is just the beginning. And it is a long journey. There'll be lots of failures. There'll be lots of bottlenecks. Like Ken Vittal, a friend, said in the past, that the neck of the bottle is always at the top. Whether it's institution, whether it's governments, whether it's academia, whether it's private corporate companies, whether it's multinationals, you often find that the neck of the bottle is at the top. And therefore, leadership, people who think they can inspire, should also make way for the next generation to come and lead. It's one thing to be on the jury to say and point out and help and critique young entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs get their chance to come on the jury. And sometimes they say, let me give it back. So it's like ragging in an engineering college or in a medical college. मुझे सताया गया था, मैं इनको सताऊंगा. But it's not so much satana which is important. छेड़खानी करना और सताने में अंतर है. And I think we are going to that. India is in transition. We're all part of the transition. And many of the jury and myself are part of the middle generation. We've had elders with us. We have elders with us. A lot of young ideas and young entrepreneurs, aspiring entrepreneurs come. So we are right there, bang in the middle. It's up to us to take the wisdom of the past and shape the future. Many thanks to the jury and all the participants who put in the full day here. Thanks to the entire team led by Avinash, Anupam, young Shantanu, lots of young boys and girls, so many volunteers, many people behind the scene who made this work today, right from our security guards to the canteen boys. It's been a wonderful day and I wish to thank you a lot. There is a formal closure. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, jury members, for the day. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Avinash Punekar, CEO iCreate, to facilitate the respected jury members. Sir, please welcome. So we would start with Parmar sir. Please, sir, welcome. Thank you so much, sir. Mihir sir. Rahul Saxena sir. Okay. Vivek sir. Thank you so much, sir. KJ Singh sir. Thank you, sir. Srinivas sir. Thank you so much, sir. Dr. A.K. Prakash, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Preeti Bansal, ma'am, please. Thank you, ma'am. Thiru, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Ankit, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Madhukar, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Piyush Desai, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Rahul, sir. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Very good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for your inputs as a jury. I really appreciate the kind of value and inputs that you have given to startups that are all below TRL4 or greater than TRL4. But getting the value inputs from somebody who is actually have done something into that. For example, people are here from the industry space, so they have worked out some solution. They have worked out on a pain point some years back, right? And having those people over here and getting those inputs from them is a quite valuable for the startups. So thank you very much, sirs. From the investment background, the people are here. So thank you so much. As we got to know about what are the perspectives that an investor think about considering what is the market, what is the size of the market, what is the exit points, etc., etc. So thank you for the same. Parmar, sir, ma'am, Preeti Bansal, ma'am, representing government, policy making and everything. That is also one of the part that actually support and I would say nurture the startup and help them to start something into the government space as well. So thank you so much for that. I would also thank all the participants, all the startups that are being here. Now what we are going to do is we are going to close the session. We are finishing the session. Now I would like to introduce myself. So many of you know me. I've been quite in touch. A few of the people I'm quite. I am at first time over here, but I'm so feeling thrilled and meeting all of you together today. So myself, Hemang Vaidya, I'm an incubation manager at iCreate. I take care of the investment processes, their implementation. Eventually, I'm an enabler that help the startup from every stage to go to the next stage, being at the iCreate platform. So I would like to thank you all being over here, and please visit the stalls if you are not visited. There are 35, 40 plus stalls. All the startups are showcasing their products. You can please go and check that. And now I would like to thank you all. And for the jury, let's go to ground floor where we will discuss the results for the jury to the startup that have pitched. So jury two, please let's reassemble at the executive dining down below. And others, thank you so much. Yes. Thank you so much. So we would have a one picture, a group picture from with all of you. So everybody is requested to please come forward. Respected jury members, please come on the dais. Shantanu, Siddharth sir, Dhananjay sir, please.
And I would also like to thank and mention special mention with Shantanu Chaturvedi. He's been the man behind like the EV COE and has been putting in tireless work. So Shantanu, thank you very much. You've done a great job and we look forward to like actually continuation of this. Thank you. And thank you to Anupam also. I don't see him here, but big hand to Shantanu.
Mom, did you want everybody who was there in the morning, they're saying, is this a photograph second time?
First. Please, sir. Startups and please come forward. Startups, please. I create team. I create team, please.
अनुपम कहाँ है? अनुपम है क्या? अनुपम कहाँ है? शांतनु गए तो अनुपम.
Hold on, please.
Anupam, we've been waiting for you. Anupam, संजय लीला बंसाली नहीं करवाते थे.
Okay. Thank you so much. Also, thank you, CEO sir, Avinash.